Good morning, everybody. We'll start in about a minute. Good to start?
Why are you looking at her?
She's the boss. All right, good morning, everyone. Bon matin, bonjour tout le monde. Welcome back. To those who did not have the chance to participate yesterday, my name is Justin Munyaneza, pronouns are he, him, and I will be your MC for the day. Before we begin, our thoughts and prayers are with those impacted by Hurricane Milton in Florida. We're thinking about them. Now let's begin. Welcome to day 2 of the forum. Yesterday we had an incredible start with thoughtful discussions and engaging dialogues. Today we'll continue to dig in with a range of presentations and remarks and discussions, all aimed at fostering and promoting collaboration in ocean science. It is now my pleasure to welcome you. J'aimerais maintenant inviter le sous-ministre associé du ministère des Pêches et Océans. I would like to invite to the stage the Associate Deputy Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, Kevin Brosseau, to offer a few remarks and introduce our keynote speaker.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you. Bon matin, good morning. Day 2 is the best day, right? Isn't day 2 the one where you come energized in the morning? I look around the room, I see a lot of bright-eyed people with big smiles and just ready to roll up your sleeves for another incredible day. I'm Kevin. I had a really good conversation with Aaron this morning and with a couple other folks as I wandered around, and the readout of your work yesterday was really outstanding. So it is about rolling up your sleeves. So thank you et merci vous tous pour faire cela. Look, I won't welcome you because yesterday you were welcomed. It would be a weird thing for me to welcome you again, but I'll welcome you in any event, even though it's a little bit weird for me to do that. But it's really the opportunity for you to think through and work through the scientific models, the manner in which you operate, about how you're creating value, how you're building literacy in the world around climate change and ocean literacy as well. I think is really important. And think about that, about what that collaboration looks like regionally, locally, regionally, internationally. We've got people, of course, from all over the world here, and many, of course, from here. And those opportunities to seek the connective tissue. I almost sound like I know what I'm talking about. I'm an erstwhile attorney, not a scientist at all. So it's always daunting for me to be in front of a room of incredibly talented individuals with lots of credentials. But there is connective tissue, I think, that's permitted and should be sought for in terms of the manner in which you work together. And looking for those opportunities where things are working, but also places, and I talked to Brad this morning and he gave me that advice, to think about the things that where perhaps it's not working quite as well and focus the energies around that. And talk to Brad later on, and he'll tell you about what he means by that, because I think it's really actually quite thought-provoking. You heard from Ken Paul yesterday, I believe it was yesterday. Yeah, I remember I've met Ken a number of times and saw him most recently, I guess, in Victoria. But the first time I heard him really speak powerfully about the ocean in a very different way was in Barcelona, and it was a gift for me that day. And I've talked to him about that since many times in the boardroom over at DFO at 200 Kent about when we talk about the ocean as a gift and something to love versus feeling like you need to be taking from. It changes everything. And I've been thinking, I haven't stopped thinking about that, and that was in April, wherever, in October now. It had a profound impact on me, and hopefully had the same impact on you. So, I promised Justin I would talk for 40 minutes, but I'm done. But my purpose here today is to introduce, and it's my great honor to introduce to all of you who don't know her, is Dr. Mona Nemer. She is an incredible human being and an incredibly distinguished researcher, medical researcher, and has served as Canada's Chief Science Advisor for the past 7 or 8 years, since 2017, which is an incredible tenure. She provides scientific advice to the Canadian federal government, but way beyond that, is sought as a trusted source of information and advice by many, beyond only government officials, but certainly deputy ministers and prime ministers, and you name it, she is it. And she's a globally recognized champion of Canadian science and the recipient of many, many national and international honors. So it is incredibly, really, really cool, Dr. Nemer, that you're here this morning. So without further ado, Dr. Mona Nemer.
Thank you so much for this very kind introduction, and bonjour tout le monde. Thank you for having me with you here. It's really a pleasure to be with so many colleagues who are passionate about oceans, about climate, but also about international collaboration. Thank you for having me. As you heard, I'm no expert, but I'll give you maybe a sense of my, venture and interaction with ocean science and some of you. I want to start by thanking the museum for having us here. You may have already heard that the museum was established in 1856. Well, what's special about it is that it's 11 years before Canada came to exist. I like to interpret this as science having preceded Canada and reflecting our long history, actually, of research and excellence, which I'm sure that many of you already appreciate. So I want to also signal the great work that my good friend Danica Gusny, the CEO of the museum, has done since she's taken on the helm here, with exceptional exhibits, ongoing exciting research on species discovery, Arctic exploration, and more. I hope you had a chance to visit the museum. But I want to also thank Fisheries and Oceans Canada for organizing and hosting this event. How timely, how timely. And a shout out especially to Assistant Deputy Minister Aaron McPherson. You have a long standing passion for oceans research, and as you know, it has rubbed on me. I've had the pleasure of working with Aaron and many folks at DFO for now several years, and it's wonderful to see Aaron's and others' involvement in international fora such as the All-Atlantic Alliance that you're all part of today. I also want to signal the presence with us of the science advisor of the Department of Fishery and Oceans, another good friend, Paul Svelgrove. I think by now you know that science is really guiding the work of fisheries and ocean, both in terms of generating knowledge and in terms of using the knowledge, and leading in terms of international collaborations. So this being said, as I said, I'm no marine scientist. So, why am I here? Why have I accepted Aaron's very kind invitation to be with you? I have a couple of messages for you. As a researcher, I value international collaborations. They're critical. They've never been more important than today. And as a science advisor, I want to give you the message how important your research is to guide public policy. It's something that we don't think about very often as scientists, but I think it's also a responsibility we have to communicate our science to the public and to policymakers. But since I assumed the role of Canada's Chief Science Advisor, as you heard, now for the past 7 years, I've, often, actually more often than I thought at the beginning, had to deal with ocean issues and science advice. In fact, the very first advice that the government asked me to provide was about the use of science for aquaculture management. And then there was just like a cascade of issues that involved, of course, very closely the ocean, from biodiversity protection to the transportation route and marine mammals and observation and safety for protecting mammals, deep ocean explorations, plastics and microplastic pollution. In fact, I think I was like 1 month in the job when I was invited jointly by the Minister of DFO and the Minister of Environment and Climate Change Canada to participate in a roundtable that was aimed actually to get the feedback from experts, from the community, about priority actions for Canada and the world as Canada assumed the G7 presidency back in 2018. I can go on. Coastal degradation, the interplay between oceans and climate change. I know that all this resonates, but as a science advisor, I've had to deal with all of these, in the span of just 7 years. And I can tell you, it's not behind me, okay? It's still ongoing. So for Canada and for many nations represented here, a better knowledge of our ocean is simply vital. It really is. And you all know that Canada has the longest coastline of any country in the world. I just, feel like putting this in perspective for you. So we also had the longest land border, and it's with only one country, our good friends, the USA. This border is actually 9,000 kilometers. It's huge, right? But our international shoreline, including the Atlantic, the Arctic, and the Pacific, I know many of you believe in the one ocean notion. Well, that's 27 times longer. It's 240,000 kilometers. That's a lot of coastline to take care of. That's a lot of communities living there. That's a lot of things happening everywhere. So this also makes us actually neighbors with so many other countries, right? So we have the US, we have the land border, but then we have the oceans that actually bring us together, not separates us from so many countries. Of course, we think of the European countries, our Nordic friends, Norway, Denmark, all the way there to Ireland, France, UK, Spain, Portugal, but then also Africa, Morocco, Eastern African countries, South Africa. Then we have Latin America. I was recently in Brazil for the G20 science meeting. Oceans and international collaborations were front and center. So all this to say, because the world's largest coastal nation that we have, we experience firsthand, like several of these countries, the devastating effects of increased maritime activity, warmer water temperatures, on the ocean's ability to sustain life and support human needs. Not to mention, of course, the cascading effects on climate, agriculture, so now we're in the land, infrastructure, and communities. Look no further, we just mentioned Florida, and I do have a thought, this morning for our friends down there. Look at the devastation that the southern US has gone through in the past just few weeks. So the ocean presents us complex challenges, but it may also hold unrealized opportunities for solutions to many global challenges. And these are all far greater than any one nation can actually manage, let alone tackle. In the case of the ocean, I was actually thinking the saying, what goes around comes around, literally applies. So what happens on your shores actually affects us and vice versa, which is why ocean science must be global. And science is critical, both for the spatial, but also the longitudinal knowledge of the many intricacies of our oceans. We need to know what's happening, what happened before, what continues to happen. We need to inform our policies with this science. And we need this knowledge for actually tracking our progress against our own objectives. So this is why it now becomes self-evident that research on oceans is a strategic priority for Canada. And international cooperation and scientific collaboration are fundamental to Canada's approach. And I think that this meeting already illustrated. But by now, it's evident also, I think, to all of you that ocean research in Canada, or the research that Canada sponsors or participates in, is vast and comprehensive. And it's carried across the country in a wide variety of settings and organizations, from private sector labs to government and academics, but also in communities where research is done in and by the communities. So that's really very important as well. And the funding programs that we have that support ocean research all encourage international collaboration. And the major research infrastructure that we have actually welcomes collaborators from around the globe. Of course, I will not list everything that we're doing, but let me just point out to a few interesting programs that connect researchers and innovators across the country, but also across the world. So I can start with the Canada's Ocean Supercluster. I'm sure you've heard of it. It's an industry-led initiative to accelerate the commercialization of ocean technology and innovation. This supercluster is actually a cornerstone of the Blue Economy strategy developed by Fisheries and Oceans Canada. We can think of other more academic, if you want, based networks, such as the Ocean Networks Canada, a global leader in ocean observation and real-time data collection. They maintain a massive trove of ocean data that's accessible to researchers here and around the world. And I'll come back to data and open science in a moment. In the past year, the federal government has announced major funding through the Canada First Research Excellence Fund to several research consortia that are putting oceans front and center. This is in addition to the renewed, of course, funding for ArcticNet. Researchers in these networks are working with indigenous communities, industries, and international partners, bringing together diverse expertise, ranging from oceanography to engineering to social justice, which is why we need lawyers still with us. So I assume many of you are already collaborators, but if you're not, we really welcome you. I mentioned this not to brag, because we're Canadian after all, but these are concrete ways by which we are affirming our commitment to international cooperation. Because we believe that when we share data and infrastructure, we increase our own access to knowledge and specialized equipment, and we know that this accelerates our research and innovation. But in opening our science to the world, from our publications to our observation data to our unique facilities, we are also allowing others to build on our work and further it. And we are supporting capacity building so that more countries and more researchers from everywhere take part in the science enterprise and reap its benefits. Equitable access to science is not only good for science, it's key for enhancing public trust and for global solidarity. This is why stable funding for research programs and infrastructure, including databases, is so essential. But for international research that requires so much data gathering and data analytics, data governance, access, and sharing agreements are also essential, among others. This is why a multilateral alliance like yours is increasingly important for coordinating research activities and harmonizing data collection within a sector, not to mention safeguarding that data for the next generations. It's also why G7 and G20 science ministers have repeatedly called for open science, for data sharing in key sectors such as health and environment, and for co-financing of large infrastructure. Think of icebreakers. Think of the large observation structures that I mentioned. And one of the most important benefits of the ocean science that we do together is that it can lead to better decision making by our governments, as I already mentioned. So as Canada Chief Science Advisor, this is the key message I bring to you today. The policy impacts of science are not always top of mind for many of us as we pursue our research, as we try to commercialize our research, get the most for society out of it. But in many instances, our research can be some of the most immediate societal benefits of our work when we translate it into policy. And as we increasingly demand evidence-informed policies and actions, we must be cognizant that we too have a role to play in integrating and communicating evidence to the public and to our public officials. As a science community, we really stepped up to the challenge during the COVID pandemic, and we engage in a productive dialogue with our governments and our citizens. I am just so grateful to many, many researchers in Canada and around the world who donated their time and expertise to help in a major crisis. But I urge us to use the momentum and the goodwill that we built to continue the science policy dialogue. All nations claim sovereignty over their offshore waters, and every nation has different political and economic priorities for those regions. But water knows no borders, nor does wildlife, and nor does climate. The oceans are a common resource and a common challenge. I know I don't have to convince this audience of that. Thankfully, science also knows no borders. So the language of science and the pursuit of greater knowledge about our oceans provide the foundation for shared understanding and for policy harmonization. Not only for science diplomacy, which of course is super important, especially in these days. Earlier this year, I hosted the Chief Science Advisors of Australia, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, and the United States. Actually, I have to mention it, 5 exceptional women scientists. In our joint statement, we reiterated our commitment to leveraging science and technology to meet the greatest challenges of our time. And I know that all the science advisors from this alliance member nations agree with that statement. To give just one example of the power of joint actions, think of the Ocean Plastics Charter to eliminate marine plastic pollution that Canada helped create in 2018. To date, a total of 28 governments have endorsed the charter, as have 75 businesses and organizations worldwide. It's a perfect example of how scientific research leads not only to evidence-based advice to government, but to harmonized policy and concerted global action. Because when our governments are being presented with the same data and the same information, it's much easier to reach common conclusions. And it provides the basis for countries to implement common solutions together. In this sense, science can do what may seem impossible, which is to actually bridge the ocean. This is why the work of the All Atlantic Alliance is so important. So on behalf of government science advisors everywhere, I thank you for the work you do. I wish you continued success in your research, and I urge you to stay in touch, please, with us and with your government officials. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. No, I can take them. Yeah.
All right, now we'll take a few questions, and we can either do it on the floor mics, both ends of the aisle, or using Slido. There should be a QR code that should pop up. While we wait for the questions, please feel free to ask Dr. Nemer questions. Go ahead.
Oh, hi. So I noted that you talked about ArcticNet and Indigenous partnerships up there. Being an Indigenous person, and I don't often refer to myself as Indigenous because I'm from a nation, I know that the reality with our communities is not as easy. Science world, doing these partnerships. One of the challenges we have is that we don't have the privilege of having direct funding for our science projects. We're invited to be partners in somebody else's research, which is great. It helps expand capacities, but it doesn't allow us to answer the questions that we want to prioritize. And I guess I'm kind of wondering if you had any thoughts or any advice to some of the groups here that are interested in working with Indigenous communities and how to empower Indigenous communities so that there can be more equity with respect to the research priorities and I guess trying to answer the questions that are important to the communities.
Well, look, thank you so much for this question, and this is a topic that is quite actually important to my office and to some organizations that I'm part of, like the Granting Council. So I would say it's we're not where we need to be, but I think we've made progress over the years. We just need to accelerate it because we just don't have a lifetime to wait for this important thing to happen. I think that we absolutely need science, more science to be done in the North by the communities themselves, and starting with their own needs. I think that we've started, there's the granting councils have a strategy for Indigenous research. I think building capacity is extremely important. Being also aware of the challenges in terms of the infrastructure needs and making sure they exist in the North, and getting people, to be able to exchange between the North and the South. All the challenges from transportation to energy. So there are a number of, programs to support this, but we're not, where we need to be. As simple as that. And I think that the more scientists actually, go to the North, like you, and understand the environment, are trusted by communities, and can engage in dialogue to understand the needs and be welcomed amongst the community, I think it's, that's the way to do it. So, there's been progress, but progress has been slow. I agree with you, and I just don't see any way, of doing it other than, continue this engagement.
I see there's another question, so I'll go to this mic.
Hi, Mona. Thanks for the talk. I'm wondering about your thoughts on how scientists can combat the evil twins of junk science and fake news. Thanks.
We're putting so much on the shoulders of scientists these days, right? So we want them to do great research. We want them to mobilize the knowledge coming out of there. We want them to communicate to the public. And we want them to be, front and center to actually combat fake news. There's no easy solution. But I think that being in a reactive mode is definitely not the best approach. I think that we need to be proactive, that we need to be out in the community talking, and explaining a dialogue, not just like preaching for the community, listening to concerns. And if we don't do this, when there is a crisis, and you can arguably say that, the climate crisis is ongoing, which it is. So actually it's multiply this in terms of the challenges of combating disinformation versus, for example, a more acute crisis like COVID. So I don't think that we have the leisure of sitting back and just stepping in and saying, no, we don't think this is right. We really need to establish this trust between us and the community, and we need to proactively explain, what is it that we're doing, why is it important, what does it mean, what are trusted sources, and empower basically the community to be able to decide for themselves. It's not an easy fix, but it's the only sustainable fix.
I don't think we have Slido questions, so I'm going to turn it to you.
Thank you. Bonjour. My name is Noémie Roy. My pronouns are she and her, and I work for Parks Canada. I want to take a minute to thank you for your work for women and girls in science, and ask you for your advice for this community as to how can we best include women and girls in ocean sciences.
Well, first of all, it should be the default approach that we are an inclusive community. Of course, we're talking here now about like 50% of the population. Can we afford not to reap the benefit of their participation, of their brain, of their maybe different way of thinking? So I think it's sort of, a no-brainer. Studies after studies have shown that diversity in science actually brings about more innovative science, more interesting science, and science that actually withstand the test of time. So, to many, I think, leaders and managers, I say, can you afford, not to aim for the best? But, again, we're not. It's not yet. C'est pas acquis, et même les acquis sont fragiles, et donc il faut être vigilant, il faut poursuivre, et il faut que chaque génération aussi s'entraide là. Il faut être des mentors pour les autres, il faut que les autres nous aident, donc il faut vraiment qu'il y ait une chaîne de solidarité et de collaboration.
Checking again if there are any Slido questions. I don't think so, but we do have a question here.
Morning. Hi, I'm Brad DeYoung from Atlantos, from Memorial University, from CEUS, from several different places, I guess. And I want to kind of make a suggestion, perhaps, and at least pose a question around this issue of engagement between science and policy. Funding agencies often have an expectation now of researchers that they bridge that gap. And the challenge is the opportunity to do so. And my suggestion, both internationally and nationally, and I'll make it direct nationally for Canada, since you're the science advisor and we're here in Ottawa, is that we hold some kind of annual event or annual activity where we, around different issues, and environmental science is an easy one, and we could easily identify key departments, and it wouldn't just be oceans, because I think it should be a wider consideration. But there aren't many, if any, opportunities for really active engagement and to lower the barrier between the science community and the policy community. And that barrier is bi-directional. It isn't simply one group or another. And so I think there need to be efforts made to lower that barrier and to provide more opportunities for engagement and support of that interaction. So I'm just making that suggestion, but perhaps getting your response to
Look,
how we might do better.
I embrace your suggestion. We're doing a number of things around it, but we're not doing enough, okay? Yesterday, I was meeting the deans of agriculture and veterinary medicine from across the country. And I suggested to them exactly that. I said, you guys need to have one day on the hill, like our hill, and not overwhelm politicians and public servants with a lot of necessarily details, and definitely not talk about your needs, but just show them what you're doing, in non-partisan manner, see what's on their mind with respect to your area. Like, is there a policy decision that's upcoming? Are they hearing issues from their constituency on this, and so on? We've started doing it with a couple of things. So I sponsored actually a water day on the Hill before the pandemic. In fact, I think just March 2020, before we went into lockdown. That was actually organized by the university, by an institute, the Water Institute of the University of Saskatchewan, but bringing, the entire country together. And before that, we did other things. I can, for those who are interested, because I urge everyone to do this, back home as well. What works is to have, 5, 6 simple posters, not the kind of scientific posters, but like thematic ones. And people are usually very, a lot more sensitive to younger folks, than to folks like us. Although, you may be the expert, I think your student, is sort of less threatening, and, they're just like more interested. This is what I've seen. So I think this is good, but it's not only one thing. The other thing, for example, we do in Canada is this, once a year we have Science Meets Parliament. So that's not thematic. That's bringing scientists to meet with politicians and so on. And everybody comes out of it actually, feeling fulfilled, both the scientists and the politicians. But these are, like small, but they add up. And we need to do them systematically and not just like do them for 1 year and then stop. They have to become sort of part of the, of what we do. And it has to be an expectation, for example, of parliamentarians and policymakers that something is going to be happening. And ideally, if we can, one thematic one a month, imagine how much science, how much more science they would be hearing.
And I would just, and I would say that, Oceans Day and Earth Day would be opportunities to focus.
Totally.
And I would say, not just on Parliament Hill, but with government departments where policy actually turns into reality.
Yes.
Because I think they're often the missing kind of communication, and they're hard to knock on the door of for many scientists who don't know how to do it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I appreciate that.
No, but completely agree with you. And I think it just speaks to the importance of having, a systematic engagement approach, not a one-off. Because in government departments, as you probably know, they also move around. So at the beginning, like, I just developed this good relationship with this deputy minister. Now he's moved. But actually, after a while, you have a bunch of, friends of the cause in a way that have heard your pitch. So it's not so bad, but it has to be, done by many of us. This is really a team sport. You can't say it's just the job of, so and so, to do it. We have to all engage in it.
Yeah, thank you.
I think we have time for one more question, and it's on Slido. So the question is, public confidence in science seems to be ebbing globally. At the same time, maintaining scientific integrity is increasingly difficult with politically motivated intervention being seen in multiple regions. How is Canada addressing this distinct but related realities?
Yeah, it is, you know, it is a reality. Now, I'm going to start with the good news. The good news is that although public confidence in science and scientists has decreased over the past few years, it's still much higher than for politicians and for others, you know, around. So I think we can take comfort in this. Of course, we don't want to see it decrease. We just want to maintain it. And I think the science integrity piece, that's the question around science integrity, is extremely important. And one of the first things that I actually tackled when I arrived here is the development of a science integrity policy for like the entire government of Canada, for all the science-based departments. And you know, they've each you know, taken this model policy, added their own specificities, and now it's a requirement for all departments that have more than 10 scientists. So we have over 25 departments that have the science integrity policy. And the science integrity policy is essentially about responsible conduct of research. I know that there are many American colleagues, so allow me to brag, because now you also have a science integrity policy in your federal departments that was actually modeled after yours. It doesn't happen often that we're ahead of the curve, but we really were. So this responsible conduct of research means that everybody has a responsibility, the funders, the employers, the scientists, the employees, those who also use science, to basically be objective and transparent about the use, what they're using, the data that they're using, and not to basically have external pressures, whether political, corporate, international, other than, of course, our international obligations, interfere with the conduct of their science and the interpretation of the science. So I'm very proud that we have this. Is this enough? In fact, it did matter to the public. I must tell you this, because when we, you know, put it out, actually we had a congratulatory, we actually, the government of Canada, not me, had a congratulations and an op-ed from our major newspaper, okay? So everybody was surprised, like, really? The public cares about this? Well, yes, the public cares. The public cares about not just transparency, but knowing how we're doing the science and which science are we communicating to the public. And I think that we have to, you know, as science literacy increases around the globe, and I think this is, you know, I heard also science literacy this morning. It's really important that we increase science literacy, because this is how the public is going to demand from the policymakers the basis for their actions. We saw it during COVID. The public was saying, you know, like, where's your information from? Which science, which publication are you using to impose these measures or not? And we all understand that there is more than science that goes into decision making. There are a bunch of other things. But don't let, you know, science be an excuse for actually, you know, bad policy or policy that, you know, the public doesn't understand or doesn't agree with. I think that increasingly we need, and it would be much better for politicians, for public trust, for trust in government, if the public was told, you know, what has actually gone into this policy making or this action of government. So, you know, long answer to say that scientific integrity is critical, it's key, we cannot afford to lose it, and public trust in science and in scientists has to be, you know, front and center for all of us.
Dr. Nemer, merci beaucoup. Merci encore d'être venu pour votre remarque et votre travail. On vous remercie beaucoup. Now let's go to the next session. So this session will be moderated by Blessing Sharuka. Dr. Sharuka is a fellow with Future Earth Coasts and member with the Future Earth Africa Hub, Leadership Center, Sustainability Research Cluster on Land and Investment. He is also a member of the United Nations Ocean Decade Strategic Communication Group, Mentorship of Decade Actions Working Group. Dr. Sharuka is participating in the Intergenerational Dialogue session at this forum and was sponsored by the Horizon Project EU for Ocean OBS, GEO, Blue Planet, and Mercantile Ocean International. I would like to welcome Dr. Sharuka to the stage.
Thank you so much for the introduction. It is a pleasure to be here with you all, wonderful people. And I'm going to be moderating the session on the showcase of selected Atlantic Basin projects. And without further ado, I would like to welcome the first speaker or presenter today, who is going to be speaking on blue schools, and that is none other than Dr. Ronaldo Cristofoletti, who is a professor at the Federal University of Sao Paulo in Brazil. Professor, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. So, the All Atlantic Blue Schools Network started within the AORIA movement during the anchor phase. And this concept regarding blue schools is when we empower schools in their locality to understanding the local reality, the local community reality, and discuss linked to global challenges to the AORIA movement. And what we had in the initial phase, we can say numbers today is still increasing, that we join 18 countries, and I want to here acknowledge also other coordinators here present, as Diz Glitero from Canada and her team with an amazing work. Iara from Cape Verde is also here, and all the other countries represented in the area also have blue schools. So it's increasing. We have reached now more than 1,000 schools in the Atlantic, more than 300 students working on this from pole to pole, east to east coast. And we can find to your left side one book that brought this history when it was created during the anchor. Also here from the white side, one example working together with the ECOPS, so one material that was developed for the students in the schools by the ECOPS in a partnership. So two great examples, as well as for the 6 priorities of the All Atlantic that we have, the agreement. We have messages from the schools. It was launched in Washington 2 years ago. But let's really understand what they do at their local scale. So I will bring some examples of few of the countries. Let's start where we are, by the amazing work of Canada, led by the Canadian Ocean Literacy Coalition, by this group. So Canada, for example, as we can see here, it brings in the left side, the framework is working, integrating the sustainability, climate dimension, with reconciliating with education, with citizenship, so bring this wider view with the schools. We have here many other examples in the photos, and I highlight in one of the photos here, you can see the giant map. The giant map is down there in the rotunda. I invited everyone to see that. It's more than 100,000 students that have worked with that material already. It has some innovation with app, so you can scan QR codes and get information from the areas, and that is a link with many data that are produced with the scientists. So it's a great example in how to work and interact research projects with the blue schools. We also have examples from Ireland. So we have like the Croatian National School that has been working with linking arts and the ocean topics with the schools. It was producing international seminars that engaged with other partners from the Atlantic, like the Shark one was Canada, Ireland, US that led that discussion. We can see in Portugal, Portugal was the country that created the concept of blue schools. And one of the examples of Portugal is that they have 1 day per year where they do a challenge for the schools, and the schools decide what is the challenge of that year, and they all mobilize for working and making actions on that topic. Then if you go more to the south, we have also great examples from Cape Verde, where we have, for example, the marine pollution competition, where we have the students doing communication also with the local communities. So we can have many actions there. In South Africa as well, and I wanted to highlight among the different examples from South Africa, one that links to the ocean observation. So we have in one of the forums here, there was one workshop where blue school students and teachers were working with data from bulls, understand what does that mean and how could they understand monitoring the ocean and what that data, what the meaning of that and how they would use that in classes of mathematics or physics. And it was a great example we had a few years ago. And then also bring examples from Brazil. So we have, for example, this year within the blue schools, 15, we got some support from the CNPq and 15 science clubs that's working in ocean literacy, some in the middle of the Amazon, and that science club, the students and teachers, they receive some fellowship, and they are the hub for the community to discuss climate change issues, a course that is coming, linking to other movements, but public policies, so just reaching the public policies. We have 20 cities already with laws for including the ocean literacy in their curriculums. And a final example is that having the Ocean Olympics, that this year, we have here 2 images. The Ocean Olympics is an invitation for the schools and society to test their knowledge on ocean, but this year it was around on the climate issues. So the test was inviting them to understand the heat of the ocean, to understand the air masses, hotter ocean that led us to the impact of the Rio Grande do Sul state in Brazil, so climate resilience, so it's a way of bringing them. So finally, what are our main challenge at the moment? We have some countries being able to get funding locally, but it's not everyone. And we have not been able to find the funding for the network. And we have a strong network with a great power, but we are working hard to try to find that funding. And I bring myself, and I'm sure this Yara and the others here to say for the funders, for the governments, for the private sector, we want to work with you. We want to have an opportunity to find the funding to make this happen. It's not only about which country will find their own funding, but as we know, as this community, if we are not together as a network, it will not move on. In 4 years, we came from 5 countries to 18, from 15,000 students when we started to more than 300. But we need to guarantee we will be able to continue with that movement. And there is a great opportunity as well at this stage. We are talking about the Atlantic Blue School. We have the European Blue School that has a closer relation with the European Commission and does a very similar work. The Caribbean, the IOC is starting a movement, but it was also launched last April by the IOC, UNESCO, the Global Blue Schools Network. So the Global Blue Schools Network is now engaging the countries from the Atlantic, from European and other movements, and tries to scale this up for a wider movement. So it's also an opportunity, even when considering funding, how can we work from local to global and work all together. So this is one of the examples of how engaged society, and thanks for the support at the beginning of this movement, and we hope to continue all together. Thank you.
Yes, Professor. Yes. Thank you so much, Professor Ronaldo Cristoforetti, and thank you for being punctual, sticking to the time. He really is an expert in ocean literacy, and he's been doing a lot of work around the globe and trying to build these networks, contributing to Ocean Decade Challenge 10, that is devoted to building ocean literacy, and of course, the better understanding of the shared values of the oceans. We will have all our speakers present, and then we have questions at the end. So now our next speaker is going to be Professor Luis Pinheiro, who is a professor of marine geophysics at the University of Aveiro in Portugal. Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, good morning to everyone, and I would like to thank the organization and Oceano for inviting me here and being able again to share with you what we are doing in terms of cooperation in the Atlantic as concerns training at sea. So basically, we started this, actually we started a group of 3 people in a small room. Then we joined, I had the chance of working together with wonderful people that have nice programs running already on training at sea. So this was Karen Wiltshire from AVI, Danilo Calazan from Brazil, Isabella and Sorg from South Africa, and myself from Portugal. And so we sat together and we said, how are we going to do this? And so the idea is that we feel that, and this has been already mentioned in many European and international white papers, that if we want to create a new generation, a transformative generation in ocean science, they have to have the chance to go to sea. This is absolutely critical. Even if later you do only job in your own labs, if you do modeling, you need to know how data is acquired, you need to know the challenges, so to understand limitations also of the data. And so that's why within the Anchor framework, we were able to create this network. And so we started very small. Now we have 27 countries involved. You have a list there, so it's really pole to pole. We have some of the major, so it's also, as you can see, is also east-west. And maybe you find it strange that we have Egypt there and Western USA, since we are talking about the Atlantic. But from the Western USA is Jotika Virmani, who is coordinating, is director of the Schmidt Ocean Institution, and they have been extremely supportive and they are highly involved in this project. Also Egypt, they are running a program in which they will be training students from West Africa, and therefore they also wanted to join our network. So what we want to do really is to create opportunities, facilitate the possibility that young people from all across the Atlantic can have the opportunity to go to sea, and we, in a spirit which will be of multicultural collaboration, multidisciplinary and transdisciplinary. And so at this stage we have 41 national programs, and this includes institutions, so it includes universities, marine institutes, hydrographic services, foundations. And so we have now 41 of these programs. We started in December 22, our first meeting. And in the first year, we were able to have 3 cruises, which went very well. I'll just show some results. In 2024, we had 3 cruises planned. Actually, 2 of them had to be canceled due to some reasons. And well, they were not canceled, they were postponed. So they will happen in the beginning of the next year. And we have already Brazil. They also provided the idea of giving quite a lot of berths. but now they are restructuring their program, so this will happen also in 2025, we hope. So besides these institutions, we have large programs like Eurofleets Plus, which is also something on which I was involved quite a few years, and which is also promoting training at sea. We have POGO with us, and of course, we have Air Center, and we are now involved in the maritime sector. We are in conversations with Fugro, with some private companies, and with some foundations. So what we want to do is build on existing infrastructures, on existing programs, so we don't have any funding. We had some seed funding during the Anchor programs for our first meeting. Now we are running on programs that already exist. And what we are aiming is that the people that have a cruise going on, and sometimes we are still fighting with how to make the message go down. So sometimes you have an institution which is running ships, and then it's a researcher that is going to do the cruise. He applies for ship time and he has the cruise. So the idea is how can we make the passage pass into the chief scientist so that he sees the advantage in opening 1 or 2 places for young ECOPs from the network. So this is dedicated to young people. Okay, so what we wish to do also is within all these programs, and we have been doing that for the 2 meetings we already had, is sharing best practices and sharing our own experiences, learning from each other. And this is crucial. If we want to go somewhere, we have to go together, we have to learn from each other, and we have to make synergies between what is happening. Also, we would like to have coordinated training, and also we can take advantage of even weather complementarities in different areas of the Atlantic. So sometimes you can have cruises going on in one place, sometimes you have cruises in another place. And so we want to make this intergenerational. I've been working with the training to research project of IOC for more than 11 years. And we trained hundreds of students, and some of those nowadays, they are highly respectable scientists, and they are giving births, BE, okay, not, I don't know if the other as well, but they are providing births for young people because they saw the advantage in being at sea, and you will see some messages that we have. So we want a multicultural environment. We don't want people to be trained in a ghetto, so open a few places for someone from a certain country. We want everyone to be mixed. Also because they create their own networks, and when they go home, they have these networks that last for life. So we want to promote this mobility of young people. We need help for that, of course, and some of you, if this rings a bell and if you think you can help, we need your help. So also we want to encourage new programs to arise. And one of the things that we are doing, we have ships involved in this, like the NOSOAT program, which has the Polarstern, 2 10-meter boats. Okay, and in these 10-meter boats, you can do geophysics, you can do mapping with side scan and multi-beam bathymetry. You can acquire CTDs, ADCPs, plankton nets, and so on. So what we are trying to show is that sometimes, even for a small country, maybe you don't have access to a huge ship, but there are things you can do. And of course, we have a role in terms of capacity development, and we can help these people also to use these things and tell them about open source software and so on. So we want to work together. Also, we want to create opportunities also for this science policy dialogue at sea. It's very important. It's something that many times in the scientific world we forget, and it's important that young people get a knowledge about this and its importance. So I already mentioned the calendar complementarities, and of course we are contributing to, of course, the Galway and Belaine statements, the Washington Declaration, the program, the EU program on mission, Restore Our Waters and Ocean till 2030, and of course, the UN decade. So these are just some of the examples of the cruises we have, and we need to thank the government of Flanders, particularly the Ghent University, which every year they have 2 cruises going on for which they always offer places. And these 2, they were students when I was running this training to research program. Now they are reputed researchers, and they are giving back what they received. And I'm trying to do the same because I was lucky to have these opportunities when I was a young scientist. I don't remember it so well now, but it was a long time ago. So if you see, there are some messages there that you can see from these people, and this is what is really rewarding, is when you see what people say of their experience of being at sea, of the networks they created. And this year we had also 2 cruises. So you have seen that we have had people from Portugal, from Argentina, from Brazil. Here, as you can see in the last semester, we had people also from Sri Lanka, as you can see, which is, so we have normally quite a lot of applications, and the idea is to do the training in the Atlantic, and this becoming a sort of flagship for training at sea all across the world, okay? I think maybe in a later stage, we would like to expand this to a high level. Also, I don't know if the red button goes back. It doesn't. Oh, it does. Okay, so basically, how does it work? So you as a scientist, if you have a ship time and you have a cruise, you offer 1 or 2 berths in your cruise for people from the ECOP network. You can specify if you want someone with a background in geophysics or a background in marine biology, and you can specify that you wish to give priority, for instance, for West Africa, or so you can tailor the type of candidates you need. It's not us to do that. And then once they get the applications, it's the chief scientist that is going to decide who is going on board. So we don't have any committee to tell you who you are going to take on your ship. It's you who decide. We consider this absolutely fundamental. And then there is the issue, of course, of visa issues and funding, travel funding. So we work together with POGO a lot, and POGO has been supporting quite a lot of the participation of the students. We are also asking foundations. We are in touch with some foundations, whether they maybe could help their students from their own country, even if they don't fund students from elsewhere, but that would already be a great thing. For instance, if a foundation in Morocco would support the participation of Moroccan students, that would be wonderful, and the same for other countries. So basically, once this is all set, then we have an evaluation, and we want to make sure that the people that go on board, they have a specific role, they have to do some real job, and in the end, they have to produce a report and have some kind of evaluation from the chief scientist. So it's not a tourist thing, okay? So basically, we had our first network meeting with 31 participants from 21 programs, 16 countries. We met in South Africa. It was a very nice beginning. Second network meeting, we did it online, also because we did not have funding, but it went very well. We had 38 programs from 25 countries there. And so thanks to our and Okeano support, we are sailing, and we need more help. In this, we have institutions like the network of Norwegian universities. We have Ifremer, NOC, Plymouth. We have GeoMar. So we have many institutions all over the world helping us, and we hope this will fly with your help. So we are looking for more opportunities. If you can help, please do. It's not for us. Thank you. It's for the young generation. And so thank you so much, and thanks again to Okeano and to Awaria, and we are really honored to be part of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Pinero. Floating universities are really a mechanism for us to actually empower the youth, the ECOPs, in promoting transdisciplinary learning, collaboration, knowledge sharing, and advancing maritime, marine-related research globally. Now, I advise the audience to keep their questions. We're going to give you that time shortly. Our next speaker who is going to speak on Global Ocean Literacy Initiative, the GOALIE. Actually, it's a group presentation. We would like to invite to the stage, is it online? Paul Aginteti, who is with the Assistant Fisheries Research Manager at the Fisheries Commission of Ghana. Paul, Do we have them online? Thank you. The floor is yours. Please proceed.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to present on the Global Ocean Literacy Initiative, GOALIE. My colleagues, Jazz, Patricio, and Pin will take you through the slides.
Now I'd like to share with you a bit of the inspiration that brought about GOALIE. This was inspired by a group of students from the World Maritime University, and what we wanted to do was solve some of the complex issues surrounding the ocean and how we can use our platform here at WMU to share ocean literacy throughout the world. A bit of the introduction. We are a group of young maritime professionals at the World Maritime University, and as I mentioned before, we were very concerned about the level of awareness towards sustainable stewardship of the ocean, and we wanted to focus on a bottom-to-top, multidisciplinary and transnational approach. What we wanted to focus on was two of the SDGs from the UN framework, SDG 4, Quality Education, and SDG 14, Life Below Water. In addition to that, we also want to address Ocean Decade Goal 7, which is an inspiring and engaging ocean where society values the ocean in relation to the human well-being and sustainable development. So what we want to do is focus on understanding the importance of the ocean, what all it has to offer, why it's necessary for us to protect it, spread this to society, and also do this in a sustainable way. Now for the vision and mission of GOALIE, why we have this initiative and what do we want to achieve from it. For our vision, we want to develop adequate understanding of the ocean and its role in sustaining life through literacy and advocacy towards instilling a sense of responsibility for ocean conservation globally. With our mission, we want to advance ocean literacy through education, outreach, and community engagement. We want to empower youth, children, and women, as well as communities to become informed stewards of the ocean. Going on to our objectives, there's three main objectives that we want to focus on. We want to promote public awareness about the anthropogenic impacts of the health of the ocean. We want to engage and empower youth, children, women, and communities through target outreach and capacity building efforts. And lastly, we want to foster partnerships and collaborations with international, regional, and local ocean research institutes, NGOs, governments, and industry to enhance the reach and impact of ocean literacy initiatives. And now I would like to pass on to share some of our activities to my colleague, Patricio.
GOALIE had the first activity or the first meeting in 2023. Continuing with these activities, we had a visit to Maritime Education Center in Malmo, where we had the pleasure to present a share to our first advisor. We had the pleasure to present some of the shares to our mentors like Professor Nit, Professor Aleke, and as well we had a meeting where we present the activities to the Rotary Club in Lund. Some other activities that we have done, we had the pleasure to visit the research vessel Oceanograph, and we present our official share to the IMO Secretary General. Now, my colleague Pin will talk about other activities that we have done.
So from 7 specialization of WMU students, we have specialization in law and policy, ocean management, safety, environmental aspect, education and training aspect, port and shipping sector, and also energy sector. So through this, we address ocean literacy to address climate change, marine pollution, and biodiversity loss. Through these programs, we have ideas for developing countries, least developed country, small island developing state to work on this program on 3 scopes. The first one, bring awareness and capacity building. We can conduct with webinar training, community outreach, curriculum development, or translation of important documents into various languages. Secondly, we can do via ocean stewardship. So we are open for ocean literacy club, partnership with science and research institution and government. The third one is community-based participation. So we also think about beach management unit or something that we can work with the locals, which inclusive on the women and also young children as well. So these are the example. These are the founding members of the team. We have, by far, we have 42 members from Latin America, the Caribbean, Asian Pacific, and we are very diverse in specializations. We have specialties from various kind of law aspect, policy aspect, scientific aspect, training aspect, energy and port sector, as I have already said, which leads to, with the help of our current advisory team, we have the support from the BMU professor. We have Professor Francis Need, Professor Eleke, Professor Manuel. We also got support from Mr. Michael, who are from Marine Education Center in Malmö, and also from the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Mr. Hide Sakaguchi. So these are our plans, how we're gonna implement GOALIE. We have administration, we're gonna include more people. So the current member is gonna be country representative, and also we also have global representative to connect with the others international organization. And we're gonna create our strategy to have stakeholder engagement. We're gonna have training and guidance of local volunteers. We're gonna bring awareness program. We're gonna have advocacy for policy shift or curriculum cover. We're gonna have monitoring of impact of effort. And through all of this, it can be conducted by our specialty. So we have engagement between the BMU alumni. We can create more connection to people all around the world who are interested in ocean literacy. And also we can make more partnership with research institute. So these are the timeline. By far, my colleague has already mentioned what we have conduct, but our plan for now is that on this October, we plan to officially launch GOALIE. And then after that, on the early 2025, we plan to have country registration. And our first plan is that we're gonna translate IOLS to the 14 local languages of country chapters. And after that, during the mid of 2025, we plan to review our collaboration with local stakeholders, and also we're gonna review how we plan to initiate more activities and how we're gonna monitor them, and we're gonna discuss step by step after this. So in order to achieve this objective, this initiative, we really need more collaboration. We are really open up for any kinds of partnership. If you're interested in more research, more activities about ocean literacy in whatever form, from locals to maybe more academic things, we are very open to have collaboration with you. So please reach out to us. We are very grateful for this opportunity. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening to us. We hope we're gonna have an opportunity to work with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is the power of the group, collaboration. And we look forward to the results. As an alumni of the World Maritime University, I would like to say I'm proud to see these initiatives coming to fruition. I would also like to applaud Paul Teti at the Fisheries Commission of Ghana for the great work they are doing. I am going to move to the next presenters Dr. Dibani Francesca Batista is with us today. He's the Executive Director of the WTEC Institute, along with Dr. Simone Legrand, who is the Board Director of Education and Training and Outreach, again with the WTEC Institute. They are going to speak on the WTEC Blue Project. Presenters, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. Thank you everyone for being here today with us. Yes, we decided to do things a little bit different, just come by two. So yes, we'll be talking a little bit about .can. So it's a non-profit organization. Simone will be detailing a little bit on that. And we'll be discussing the WTEC Blue Project, which it's an acronym. It stands for Women and Youth Technical Capacity for the Blue Economy, in line with what we've heard so far this morning about raising awareness among women and youth. And with that, I'll pass things on to Simone.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about .can. And so .can is a not-for-profit based in Halifax, Nova Scotia, which is on the east coast of Canada, so in the Atlantic region of Canada. And we have a cross-Atlantic board of directors. And this was very important for us to build our organization because we are working with nations, and we wanted to take a decolonized approach to all of the science research and capacity development that we are doing. And our mission is to cultivate and enhance technical capacity through partnerships, really highlighting the power of people in order to advance safe, secure, and sustainable blue economies. And we really feel strongly about safety and security because we cannot have a thriving blue economy without a safe ocean. Our first flagship project launched in 2022, and it was partially sponsored by the Government of Canada, DFO, and we were endorsed as a UN Ocean Decade Action. So the goal of our program was to develop a free training program at an undergraduate level for participants focusing on women and youth in Canada and in West Africa. And when we say West Africa, we're referring to the ECOWAS set of countries, just for some context. So the objective of our program was to assemble a network of in-country stakeholders because we felt it was really important to have that local voice and context immediately before we even began developing anything. So we did a lot of relationship building, trust building to understand the local communities and the context. And then we used that as a platform to identify key topics within the domains of ocean technology, maritime safety and security, and entrepreneurship and business, because we felt that leadership and entrepreneurship would be a key linking element between the two streams that we had. And so what we did after that was co-develop curricula with qualified subject matter experts, and we launched a co-delivery model training online with 3 hubs, one in Nova Scotia, one in São Vicente in Cabo Verde, and in Accra, Ghana. And the participants in these 3 hubs were all online at the same time, kind of in a virtual classroom, getting to interact with each other as the course went on. And so I'll hand over now to Debani to tell you more about how the project went.
And I guess to emphasize the partnership, something that was key for us was to establish a real connection in each of the participating region or countries, let's say. So you can see on the slides at the bottom there, those are the partner hubs. So in Ghana, we had GOGMI, it's Gulf of Guinea Maritime Institute. In Cabo Verde, we had Biosfera. In Nova Scotia, it was SOAR, Sustainable Ocean Applied Research. And so without these partners, the project wouldn't have been possible. So we really are emphasizing this and are grateful for their partnership. And we also had some contribution from Ocean Startup Project, which was mentioned earlier as it's a project of the Canada's Ocean Supercluster. Dr. Nemer mentioned this morning. They had a contribution in the aspect of leadership and entrepreneurship, as well as Initiative for Africa, so IFA. They're based in France, but they have a lot of experience providing youth with business and entrepreneurship skills, particularly working in the West African region. And so, yeah, so in the end, basically developing these two modules, the two cores, I mean, ocean technology on one side, maritime safety on the other, and the two cohorts in the 3 countries sharing modules on leadership and entrepreneurship. And so basically the objective of it all, what we're happy to share today is that we were able to raise awareness about the blue economy among this youth and the career opportunities. And we're hoping to go beyond just Ghana and Cabo Verde, and I'll touch on this a little bit later. We were able to boost their appetite for more knowledge, technical and professional skills, which are essential for promoting sustainable livelihood around the blue economy space. And of course, expand the network of partners, which we are really looking forward to do the same in future ventures of WTEC Blue. And so as you can see there, 3 countries, only 3 of them on the slide. The 3 of them are here with us today, and there's even more of them. So those are the ones that were actually nominated by their peers and the coordinators in each of the country as inspiring learners. So they're in the room with us today. You want to wave to us? All right. And so as part of the training, 41 young people were trained in the 3 countries, gathering together to attend virtual courses co-taught by instructors in each of the countries. 63% female participation, and interesting site visits, and 6 group integrated projects that they developed, and which we hope we will have more to tell you about maybe in another of these meetings. Like just to touch on these, so basically we've thought about some sustainability to the project. Thanks to the renewed support of Fisheries and Ocean Canada, we're going to be continuing with WTEC Blue, expanding the geographical reach. And this, actually, us coming here with the trainees is also part of this sustainability initiative. And again, hoping to talk a little bit more about these projects that we're developing with them. Besides that, we're also looking at building more of a long-term connection, right, around more of a basically academic master's level program, which we've called for now PAJO, which stands for Pan-Atlantic Graduate Education in Entrepreneurship and Ocean Technology. And the plan is really to connect with a regional structure funded by the German government, which is WASCAL, stands for West African Science Center for Climate Change and Adapted Land Use. So they have these environmental master's program that they developed within the different countries of the ECOWAS. And the one in Cabo Verde with the UTA University, the Technical Atlantic University, is the one looking at marine science. And the hope is to combine Canadian, in this case, Dalhousie on one side, more fundamental research, and NSCC, Nova Scotia Community College, more applied and technical skills, combine the expertise to connect to the WASCAL network and have this training provided again to Canadian and West African youth. And so with that, I'll just mention that we do have a poster for more details on the WTEC Blue project. The ECOFs also have posters downstairs, so please approach them. The QR code is just to take you to the webpage, have more details about the different modules that were included in the program, so that we don't have to go into those details for now. And again, I'd like to thank our partners, our supporters, Fisheries and Ocean Canada, and our team, WTEC Blue and .can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to say that for the sake of time, I think we have lost quite some time. We want to recover some of it. If we could give 1 or 2, max 3 questions for the panel. I hope we can also check the Miro board if we have a question online. Sorry, the Slido. Yes, 1. Another one on standby. Those who would like to ask some questions. So please proceed.
So I have a question for Lewis in particular, although I think others may wish to comment. I really love the work you're doing with the semester at sea and some of the other shipgoing activity. It's a great way of bringing new people into the oceanographic community. I wondered whether you're giving thought to the fact that the use of research ships is changing substantially, and the impact of gliders and floats and other ways of monitoring and measuring the ocean is becoming more prevalent, and whether those sorts of programs are making an attempt to broaden or to move in direction where you give training and explicitly trying to bring people into those not ship-based but still very directly observationally based approaches to oceanography. Thanks.
Yes. It's working. Well, thank you very much. Yes, indeed, we are, of course, we still think that still ships are an essential platform for being at sea. But we have already had some proposals of people that are running virtual ship experiences, which is not the same, to be honest, and also capacity development actions in certain laboratories in which people are trained on a specific topic. Here, still, our vision is still anyway to make the opportunity for people to go to sea and having an sea experience. And sometimes even you have the ships that then release a set of AUVs and ASVs and so on, or even UAVs that go and do the job, but still the ships will be for a long time, I think, an essential platform. And therefore, I believe that this experience at sea is very important for you to have a notion of how data is acquired, which sometimes if you are in a room and watching, an ROV operation or even normally you don't follow directly the operations from AUVs. You get the results then and then you work with them. But many times you don't get the feeling of what it is to acquire data of the sea, the limitations, the problems. And if you are working with modeling and with observations, I think it's really important that you realize how it works in practice. So this is what we are trying to do.
Thank you so much. I think we don't have many questions. I also think I will have this opportunity. I would like to thank my sponsors, GeoBlue Planet, the EU Horizon Project, EU for Oceans, Ocean Bridges Task Force, and particularly the DFO persons who have been assisting us and supporting us, ECOPS, collectively. Lavinia, Lisa, Carol, she's really our cerebrate, but she's hiding. She's a little bit shy. And all those who have been supporting us, we are so proud. I would like to express this gratitude. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Before we get to the next session, I want to invite our special guest, Jerry, for a few remarks and a prayer.
Hello? Good morning, Udlaku, meaning good morning. Would you kindly say Udlaku? Udlaku. My name is Jerry Kumaksuruksa. My Inuit name is Siutaito and Noa. Inuit names are not gender-based. Noa is my grandmother. Either you want to keep the characteristic of that person or keep the characteristic. My parents want to correct both Nuwak and Siutaito. Nuwak was a very abrupt person, very straightforward person. They want to correct that in her next life, which is my life. Siutaito was a very quiet-mannered person. They also want to correct that. Not to be too quiet, but not to be too abrupt. Not necessarily to be well-spoken, but to be able to speak well. So today, I'll do a condensed version of acknowledgement, story, teaching, and recommendation, and prayer. Acknowledgement, I'd like to acknowledge the great Algonquin nation. I believe we're on their land. I'd like to thank them for giving us the opportunity to have this forum here and for me to be able to speak on their land. I also would like to acknowledge Erin and her department for being able to ask me to do an opening here for the last 2 days. I'm very grateful for that. It's an honor. It's a privilege. You guys are all doing very important work, extremely important. It affects the entire world, collaboration. Traditionals, whether they be elders or elders-to-be or people who live off the land. When Inuit say they live off the land, they mean by the land itself and the ocean. We're a hunting culture. So my story is polar bears, the great polar bears. They migrate from Churchill, Manitoba, going up north. Used to be in October when the ice was forming. Because of climate change, the ice is forming later in the year, by November. So my story is, I used to go sliding as a 10, 12-year-old back in October. At the end of the sliding hill, there was 45-gallon barrel drum, 2 of them, on fire, with 2x4s and 2x6s right beside it. Because after that, there was polar bears during our sliding time. So our teenagers, our older siblings, would try and scare off the polar bears with 2x4s and 2x6s that were on fire so that we wouldn't be attacked. That was normal to me. And I thought it was normal to the northern hemisphere, but we were on the migration route. So based on this story, it's because climate change, Inuit have been talking about it for the last 40 years, going back to the early 80s. Polar bears are going up later in the year because the ice is forming. Not only that, the ponds and the lakes are depleted because permafrost has melted under them. Climate change has been real to Inuit, how it affects our hunting, our vegetation. My teaching today will be about namesake. Inuktitut names. Our names are very, very important to us. It's like an institution for Inuit. To be able to name your child after a loved one, or to be able to name a child after a person you respect outside the family. For that to happen, we can ask the family members if we could name that child after their parents. Like I said, it's like an institution. I had asked one of my cousin's wife if I could name my granddaughter after her mom. And she said to me, I have to talk to my siblings for them to agree. She has 7 brothers, 6 sisters. And I said to my son, this might take a while. And actually within a couple of days she called back and happily said, my brothers were extremely happy. We would love to have our mom within your family. So I say this with kind and care for the love of life. And to see you guys collaborating about a very, very important issue. Nothing is ever too late. Regardless who's not here, you're doing the work, the initial work, the brunt. Continue to do that with kind and care. My recommendation, include the traditionals, include the elders to be. It's their lifetime experience of what they know about their land and sea. they know their element. They know their lifestyle. Change, climate change, stressful. Could be happiness for some, because it's a longer boating season for certain people up north. So I'll do a quick short prayer. I'm extremely thankful, everyone here. Again, I'll do a prayer in Inuktitut, and I'll end it at that. If you would so kindly stand up. Kuya namin nunalokti aperum nakatapta. Takwa isumak saksutiak lugi ammalo tasutiak lugi ang katigitiak nermata. Tamakir lugi kawasatiaki ammalo ukawasariak tangi sulitiak luti kayusutiak nermata. Kuya namin nunalokti aperum nakatapta. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jerry, for the prayer, the knowledge, and the importance of tradition. Now, let's turn to the next session. I would like to invite to the stage our speaker, Professor Juliet Hermes from South African Environmental Observation Network. Please welcome to the stage.
To hear I'm a speaker. I hope that's incorrect. Otherwise, I'll just take the floor and speak for a little while. I think I'm actually just moderating this session.
That's my fault.
But you know, I can take the time. No, so I'm moderating this session now. We're going to get some feedback from yesterday's cross-cutting session with the flip charts. And before I invite the rapporteurs up, I just really wanted to say, yesterday was a fantastic day, but it was a long day. So when we did the flip charts, I actually thought people were going to sneak out the room. And I was so amazed that it was so busy and people were so interactive. And I was thinking to myself, if this was 10 years ago, there would have been a bit of snorting, a bit of eye rolling, and people sneaking out, and maybe a few e-cops standing around the flip charts. But it wasn't like that at all. People were really engaging. They were interested. They were coming up with great ideas. And I think it really just shows the progress we've made in the EDI and this cross-cutting kind of session. It's no longer something that people are, eye-rolling at. They're really, really wanting to see a change. And so I applaud you all. Thank you. Thank you for staying. Thank you for putting in the time and the energy. And thanks, as always, to Roberto and Ronaldo for driving the session and for everyone that was part of it. So I will call up, I will say thanks first to Jai and Elvind and Victoria, Bernardo, Nicole and Diz, who were doing all the flip charts and really kind of keeping the conversations going. And then I will invite up Gary, Tristan, and Mariana for the feedback. Going
Okay, thank you. Julie, yes, we had a very interesting discussion yesterday around our first question, which was what we can do in science and policy to ensure that our diversity and inclusion and equality metrics are being met or are being effective. So some great discussions, and what really shone through was that there's great energy and drive for improved inclusion, for improved access to feedback and to consultations, but that there's a couple of underlying themes as well that kept being repeated. That presence does not equal inclusion. Inclusion needs to be deep and lasting and effective. It needs to be respected, and that can show in many different ways. So having recognition and even remuneration for consultations, so that when stakeholders engage with us, it's not totally by voluntary or goodwill, so that the respect and the recognition is there and lasting and continued throughout a project. Also that there is flexibility within projects for these early consultations and continuous, so that they're not a top-down consultation, one-way communication, that they're really iterative, allow for feedback and allow for change throughout the consultation process, and that this can result in changes to projects and changes to envisioned outcomes. And that flexibility is important, because sometimes we're a bit restricted by what we promised we'd do initially. We also had a nice discussion about using the right form of language and the right types of language. So in terms of actual linguistics, but also using the right channels, using the right mediums to connect with our stakeholders, to ensure that we're using terminology that's accessible without also undermining or underestimating the level of awareness of our stakeholders, which can be incredibly valuable knowledge, especially within local indigenous populations, and ensuring that is respected and continued throughout the life cycle of science. So within policy as well, to make sure that we're really finding these crucial bridges to our different communities, and that we are encouraging the good facilitation of conversational practices as a everyday norm within science policy, that we establish better relationships with trust. I mean, a number of good examples on how that could be done within different projects. So there's a suggestion as well to really unify our good practices on what trust looks like and what continued lasting relationships, effective relationships across science, society, and policy, and how we can replicate these and broaden them across the Atlantic. And that, there was a good discussion as well on how funding mechanisms can be improved to allow for this access to consultations before projects even begin, and then that they last long beyond the life cycle of projects. So this is something that is a barrier at the moment to maintaining stakeholder engagement and reducing fatigue as well. So making the best use of our resources and human resources, of course. And really there's a nice talk about ensuring that our processes are equitable, that they're accessible, and they're inclusive on a really meaningful and deep level. And there was a great energy to support this bottom-up grassroots drive of science and research and innovation, as well as science policy. So a great interesting conversation I think that we had overall. Thank you.
Hi everyone. So I'm going to follow up kind of on what Gary said. So first of all, I want to thank the KDM for sponsoring me so I can be here and talk to you guys. My name is Tristan. I'm a PhD student, ECOP, and as well carrying this out in the coordination of the ECOP Germany node. And I had the honor to be the rapporteur for today and discuss about the question, what are the main barriers to advancing progress in diversity, equity, and inclusion in AORIA projects? So I think this kind of aligns with what already came up throughout the past days. But what I found interesting, and was like the red thread in all the discussions we had, was like the first thing that came up is on the individual base, so self-reflection. How do we overcome our own biases? Rigidity was a point. The biases are not just cultural, but as well personal, leading to ignorance, attitude, and presumptions, and as well our resistance to change and our will to look for a dialogue. So these kind of have to be overcome before we kind of get to the next barrier. Like this is like a pyramid we have to climb. So we identified as well throughout all the flip charts that the language barrier is still a big topic. And due to the lack of communication skills and as well the time to communicate, and as well being maybe only kind of caught in national structures, and as well that like certain skills which we bring with us as a community, as ECOPs, are sometimes undervalued. As well, what mostly the younger people pointed out, that's as well like the lack of opportunities and to get the transmission of skills to engage and to communicate, therefore as well the lack of guidance and mentorship. A really important point which somebody came up with, and I think that was not, I kind of mentioned before, I mean, it's like, as well having the time, I mean, we're all in our job, we're all affiliated with the university, institute, NGO, political institution, whatever, but as well like, do we get the permit from the employer to go somewhere and to be part of a communication event like this is, and yeah, to do something outside of our normal workspace. So we're talking about like a young mother who's just having a child. How can she go? Who's taking care of the child? Who's financing her? Will the employer let her go? As well, a big point was the post-colonialism, which is something I as well see within my project, and this is often a necessity to overcome this before even the dialogue starts. So it takes time to get there. So we have to support the borders of discrimination, division north and south, gender inequality, and especially include marginalized groups who are still not having their seat on the table, leading me to the next big point, which is like these people as well need a seat at the table and having the opportunity to communicate their challenges, desires, and as well problems. So it comes then to the dialogue. There's still the difficulty of aligning interests and as well sometimes the lack of benefit for each party. So I think we as well have to reflect on that. Everybody has to make some compromises to drive forward what we want to achieve. Although what came up as well is that the goal is sometimes not well defined, and an approach or project might as well not be well defined. Therefore, what we have heard the last few days as well is still like, I put it a bit down because I think we heard of it so much, the lack of funding, resources, capacity, and as well the overarching term of still poverty in some countries that are involved in the Atlantic community. Nevertheless, it's still super important to talk about this, and as well to talk about long-term funding for projects, but which is more as well important as well for me, it's like the long-term benefit for the community which lives in these conditions. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good morning. First, I would like to thank everyone that took the opportunity to discuss the question 3 that was more focused on the interaction with the communities. And thank also to Ronaldo and Diz, who lead the notes on question 3, and Deborah for organizing this session. And from the point of view of the responsibilities that we have when we are interacting with the communities, we really I really saw people thinking about how can we foster meaningful progress in diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I think that echoes much of what was shared this morning with many of the examples of the projects. And from the notes of this discussion, we, as a group, at the group that was in question 3, we believe that our area can build on existing examples and existing resources and guidance, while at the same time prioritizing the needs and perspectives of the communities. But we also have to be more creative and flexible to enhance inclusion and collaboration by broadening participation, enhancing accessibility as well, and localized engagement. And something that also came up in the discussion is that we must ensure that inclusion is both non-technical and of both non-technical and non-scientific individuals, including other kinds of stakeholders, because we really want to diversify perspectives and contributions. And this could be achieved by bringing the Alliance closer to the communities, by opening, to be open to learn with other experiences and other stakeholders. Because we really want to value all kinds of knowledge, and recognizing even that we really have so much to learn from traditional and indigenous knowledge, and that is essential for a platform that exchanges knowledge and experience, and our area is this platform, and we can be more inclusive even with different languages, welcoming different ways of communicating our results, our projects, our products, for example. In a more practical way, several people mentioned that we could benefit from holding meetings in local communities, improving their mobility and addressing documentation challenges. We could create safe spaces for listening to concerns of communities. We could promote best practices in local languages, besides of English and the languages that we usually use. We could create resources tailored to specific audiences and regions. And someone mentioned that the Caribbean region is a region that could be more integrated to this process of cooperation. We could improve cloud infrastructure to support sharing of knowledge and resources, ensuring that technological advances benefit regions equally. We could improve citizen sciences initiatives. We could use different channels of communications to make information more accessible, and we could invest in low-cost technologies to empower communities to actively participate in research and development. And rather than working in silos, our area could also dedicate specific structures, approaches, and resources to collectively progress diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we could be more effective if each being as a group, as a whole group, than working in several different projects on our own. We also need to actively increase awareness of intersectionality, ensuring that all voices are heard, especially those from marginalized groups. And this could be also exercised by selecting panelists and including gender and other diversity metrics in our projects and our tracking of data and so on, for example. And this is an iterative process of mutual sharing of updates, ongoing dialogue, and community feedback. All of this is important to build trust and manage expectations. And to finalize, we must recognize that there are uncertainties in interacting with communities, and we have to recognize that. To manage the expectations and to adapt the process and the work. And during this process, transparency in our actions, consistent feedback, and building long-term trust with the communities is fundamental for meaningful progress. Thank you.
Thanks. So I know we're very close to the coffee break, so I don't want to stand between the way of the coffee. I also should have acknowledged Deborah. I'm sorry for organizing such a fantastic session. So I don't know if there's any particular questions at this point, but my question really would be, what now? And so I would ask you, Deborah, Ronaldo, Roberto, we've got this fantastic input. We've had these great discussions. What do we do with them?
Well, I think in first place now we all kind of know what's going on. We should sit together and kind of identify where we start and do it. That's it.
Come up here.
Oh, I just would like to add and make me remember that yesterday we discussed about if we are doing self-reflection. And I think this is self-reflection. We did that now. So maybe it's an opportunity to summarize these ideas in a paper, because we are bringing new knowledge about how to do that. So maybe I would invite you and more to write something about that, because I think we did a great exercise of self-reflection.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Actually, it was really, really nice to be in a space of self-reflection. And one of the key takeaways I had that really plays into that was about assessing our actual effectiveness and impact when we do engagement, when we do communication. And some of the ways we would discuss doing that was really emphasizing the importance of interdisciplinarity bridging the bond between natural sciences and social sciences. So self-reflection, but self-assessment also, and understanding what we're doing, what the good things that we're doing are and what's not working. So also publishing our lessons learned as well as good practices, but really working on that assessment to build these repository of drivers of good engagement and barriers also. So we may be able to move past and learn from that. So if we're putting together a policy brief of sorts, that could also be a call to action to the social sciences to engage with us more and build more of a interdisciplinary dialogue across the sciences. So yeah, thank you.
And also, I think we have the challenge of bringing more of those kind of topics, diversity, equity, and inclusion to other conferences, other spaces that we are at. Remember, we had a very nice conversation at the Ocean Decade Conference in Barcelona this year about ocean literacy in the context of the Global South, and we touched a lot on those points on diversity, equity and inclusion, and I think we, like being able to see the importance of those topics besides the ones that are more technical, like coastal resilience and ocean observing and other important topics that are also super important. Diversity, equity, and inclusion and justice, they support those kind of discussion about coastal resilience and ocean observing, and we cannot forget about that. And I believe that is the reason that we're calling it a cross-cutting team, but let's not forget to bring those discussions in every discussion we are mentioning the ocean, because we cannot have ocean literacy or coastal resilience or ocean observing and so on without those important values. Thanks.
So I think we'll close this session now and go to the coffee break. Oh, sorry. Do you want me to speak? I could speak some more. Do you want to?
Well, thank you so much for this. It was amazing. Before we go for a coffee break, I want to make two shout-outs. A shout-out to the Canadian Ocean Literacy Coalition, who contributed to the artwork and the floor map, and two, to Ingenium, who is hosting the Make Space to Make Buttons, highlighting diversity in science, and they have amazing posters. So I encourage you to go visit them. And now I'll stop talking and let you go for a health break. So. 1 minute. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good health break. Bienvenue à tout le monde. So we have an exciting session coming up, and I would like to introduce two exceptional individuals to the stage, Sigi Gruber and Lavinia Julia Pomarico. Welcome to the stage.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you very much, Justin, for the introduction. You pronounced my name perfectly, so that's already a win. So I am Lavinia Julia Pomarico, as Justin said. I am a science policy advisor at JPI Oceans, and in my role in that organization, I'm also a partner in the Oceano Consortium. And in that role, it has been my absolute privilege to co-organize alongside Sigi, this Intergenerational Dialogue 2024. So for a few words of introduction, I will hand over straight to Sigi Gruber, who is a longstanding member of this alliance, so she really needs no introduction, and has been co-organizing this dialogue. So thank you very much, Sigi.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. Now, what you see here now is the intergenerational dialogue in full action. Can we put the first slide? Did you know that we had 36 ECOPs in our workshop on Monday, and 30 are here? The others were online. But the most amazing thing is that they come from 18 different countries across the Atlantic Ocean. So a big thank goes really to all the sponsors, because they have all been sponsored. The Commission didn't have money, etc. So it was thanks to the generosity of the institutions that people are here. And because now I am in the thanking mode, I really wanted as well to thank the three, like I call them, L ladies. Lavinia, Lisa, and Laura. Without them, we wouldn't be here. And then my thanks go as well to the professional ocean people, the coaches. They are sitting here, please stand up briefly, because with their wisdom and patience and expertise, they dedicated not only Monday, but also yesterday and this morning, still some time, to the young people. So this concept and practice, as implemented here, is, I think, very important in these challenging current times. And why is it important? Very often, I think too often, we use the sentence, we do this for the current and future generations. What does it actually mean? The future is here and now, and it's urgent really to act together. Elderly people, young people. And whatever we do now will have implications for the young people and also those who are not yet born. We know that as well. So that is why it is so important that we engage in these dialogues. And what is also very important is that we cannot not root interaction with young people and with civil society and deliver strategic messages, strategic new initiatives or agreements if we do not root it really in a deep discussion and analysis with the young people, because it is for them that it matters. But not only for them, it's also for us, because we can learn a lot by interacting with the young people. They're actually a delight. They bring a lot of new energy as well for us. So the aim of this whole day workshop, or yes, it was a long workshop, organized on Monday, was really to equip the young people, to empower them to use their own voice, to be able to draft concise messages, which they will test with you. And it is then up to us, really, I think, and it's a duty for us, elderly, to create the conditions to allow these young people to use their voice and to become really the agent of change. And as John said it today, they will be the ones who accelerate the knowledge transitions in future. They will create the new value systems, and they will put the ocean as a centerpiece of their work across nations, across times, across disciplines, across cultures, because they don't have those difficulties, sometimes mental difficulties that we have. And with that, I hand over to Lavinia, because we call the people on stage. They have 6 minutes to deliver and 4 minutes to you. You can ask the questions, and please do ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Siggy, and I can only echo your message here. Let's all stay involved, let's all cooperate and work together. And that is the perfect segue into this next session. As Siggy mentioned, we will have 6 presentations delivered by a few of the ECOPs that have been working in groups, guided by some of these questions and in collaboration with the mentors that are present here. I would like to call now to the stage the first group. I would ask all of the participants in the group to also come and sit on stage for the Q&A afterwards. The speaker for this first presentation that focused on priority area 1 will be Nadim Katzer. Nadim comes from the Leibniz Center for Tropical Marine Research and was sponsored to this forum by KDM. So Nadim, please come on stage alongside your colleagues.
Alrighty. I would like to begin by thanking you all for the opportunity to be here with you today in this beautiful city and in such a warm and welcoming ocean family. On that note, I would like to thank the organizers of this intergenerational dialogue, Lavinia and Siggy, because without you, we would not be here today and have this opportunity to speak. I would also like to thank KDM for providing me with the means to be here, and especially also my fellow group members, Katrina, Mariana, Tai, Peter, and Urias, for the brilliant discussions we had. I really cherished it. Last but not least, I would like to thank Janice for her incredible knowledge and her guidance and support throughout all this. It was truly a pleasure working with you. Now, is the clicker here somewhere? Oh, yeah, sorry. Let's get into the nitty-gritty. So during the last few days, we have been intensely discussing how to foster resilience in our communities, but also how to humanize the ocean. Many of these ideas are already rooted in indigenous knowledge that recognize our kinship with the ocean. Others are investigated by science. but all of them are powerful resources to enhance our capacity to listen to the ocean. Our proposal will guarantee ocean representation at the highest level, directly platforming local communities and offering them a chance to speak their experiences directly to us, and more importantly, for us to learn directly from them. The ocean is speaking, and we must listen. The impacts of climate change have become abundantly clear. Sea level rise, more frequent and intense extreme weather events, coastal erosion, and the combined potential risks to the livelihoods of local communities are already very well known. In this regard, we would like to take a moment to reflect what is happening right now in Florida, with Hurricane Milton threatening numerous people and communities. Look around. The ocean here is represented in our vast discourses, but does it have a chance to truly speak for itself? We must provide an open space for regional solutions to come to us, giving them a global platform to be active partners in our decision-making processes. We are sure that you are all aware that if the ocean was a country, it would be the 7th largest economy in the world. Now, we allow political representation for nearly every parcel of land on this earth, but I would like to ask you, why is the same right not extended to the ocean? Reflecting the legal rights of nature, we propose that a new seat should be created at decision-making tables, representing our shared Atlantic Ocean. This seat should have equal powers and responsibilities, including voting rights. In addition, we would like to see it to be a rotating position with stewardship of this chair changing every year. This position could then be filled by a locally selected ocean representative from a coastal community. This will and should reflect the principles of equality, diversity, and inclusion. As a first step, we would like to invite you to create a new seat at the IORIA High-Level Board, which would be then occupied by a coastal community member acting as a representative of the ocean. And the possibilities are limitless. This model later could then be expanded to other negotiation and governance entities. The G20 could become the G21. The ocean could also be an observer at the UN General Assembly. This role would give the local coastal communities an opportunity not just to be heard, but also to be a part of the decision-making process. True cooperation, true co-design. We must platform the ocean, allow it to speak for itself, and finally treat it as an equal to the land and not lesser than. We must give the ocean a voice. We must fill this chair. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I believe we are all looking forward to your brilliant questions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Now the floor is open for questions. We have 4 minutes. Who would like to take the first questions? John, please. Who would like to answer? Mariana?
We know this is a difficult question because we really cherish democracy and we would like that every community has its own process to select a member, and then these like as phases of election, so it could be possible for us to have a really nice representation here. We know it's complicated. We know that election is a very complicated thing in very difficult, complicated situations depending on the region and the country. But we really believe that we could do this with valuing equity, diversity, and inclusion in the as principles for those elections. Thank you for the question.
John, are you happy with this answer? Thank you. Next question. Doug.
Yeah, okay. Well, I love the idea. I think it's fantastic. It is time. It's definitely time. Doug Wallace from Dalhousie University. But my question is, will this representative or this voice for the ocean, will it be a voice for people who live around the ocean, or will it be a voice for the ocean and the organisms, including non-people organisms that live in the ocean, representing everything from microbes to whales? Which is it, or is it everything? What do you think?
Who would like to answer?
Thank you for the question. It would definitely be both. We don't want to separate the animals in the ocean from the communities. Of course, they both have a voice, but I think that this role could speak for both the natural environment and the humans, and the impact and the relationship between the both of them. Thank you.
One more question. Peter? And yeah. Sorry, we need a micro.
Sorry, I'm a director board member with the Oceano Azul Foundation in Portugal, and its logo motto is "From the ocean's point of view." So there's a gem in here. There are complexities, but this is something to work on. Thank you very, very much. And well done, Janice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Brad?
Yeah, I think it's a cool idea. I very much like the idea of forcing AORIA or encouraging AORIA to take the first step. It's not landing in Washington or London or something, some complicated space. It's in this room where a response can be made. Just 2 points. One is the opportunity to consider indigenous perspectives on the role, in a sense, the answer to Doug's question, and a different indigenous view of what that representation could mean. And the other question would be, what about the atmosphere? Because the atmosphere is equally kind of a part of the Earth system. There's the land, the ocean, the atmosphere.
Yeah, please.
I'll just start with the second question, if that's all right. Yeah. Thank you for the brilliant questions. Considering the atmosphere, as we mentioned, the possibilities are limitless. Of course, we could have a representative for the atmosphere. Our general thoughts behind it was that we saw that there are legal rights of nature where the nature is represented by humans in its sake, and to give them a legal right before court of justice. So yeah, I think it's a brilliant idea to expand that to other areas as well. And would anybody want to?
You have 20 seconds.
No pressure. As for the first question, absolutely, it would be, yeah, Indigenous communities would be at the heart of it, and we'd hope that they would feel welcome, and they would be more than welcome and warmly invited to hold the seat. So absolutely.
Thank you very much. For the sake of time, we have to change. Thank you very, very much. And we will bring your proposal to the attention of the high-level board members.
Thank you all very much, and thank you, Siggy. I would like to now call to the stage the second group that focused on Priority Area 1. The speaker for this group will be Tristan da Silva e Ornelas. He's a PhD student at the University of Aveiro in Portugal, and he was kindly sponsored by KDM to come to the forum. And I would like to add that the coach for this group was Martin Zimmer. So Tristan and the group, please come up on stage.
Hi, everyone, once again. Thanks for the introduction, Lavinia. And I think I cannot really compete with how Nadim already initiated with his introduction, but that's why I'm just going to come directly to what we worked on Monday and throughout the week. So what we talk about is the All Atlantic Community Voices, which is a community-based platform for identifying local challenges and connecting these communities and networks across the Atlantic to find solutions by knowledge sharing and assisting each other. So since we had like some guidelines, and I don't know if this is really the scope, but we tried to work it out. If it's just like we had a lot of ideas, and I'm just trying to put it all together because it's been intense and a lot of discussions about this. So this platform is, as the group before presented, somewhat limitless. So we might not even have thought of everything yet, but the quintessence of this approach is that the origin lies in the communities who share their knowledges and shape this platform. So I'd like to compare this to something we all know and we are all part of, which is family and friends. So if you encounter a problem which you yourself are unable to solve, or you need a hand with a task or whatever, what do? You ask the persons who are closest to you for advice. Since we're all an Atlantic community, we all encounter similar problems within these communities. Maybe at the other side of the ocean, showed here, there might be another community already have solved this problem. So how do we connect these with each other? Well, with the platform. So you exchange between the people within the omnipresent surroundings, the community, on what to do. What are good practices? And especially which failures do they encounter? And how can we learn lessons from these? I see this as a big all-Atlantic family, this whole forum, in which every community, each individual human being who seeks help and asks for a hand will be heard and will be helped. So this fosters then afterwards mutual capacity building, skill and knowledge sharing, and transmitting across the communities of the Atlantic to foster international, but as well national collaboration. So coming to the next slides, I just want to present you some things we have thought of, what it could look like, but as well I encourage you to just take 10 seconds and to think what you think this platform or which people could be on this platform from your scope. So once we have set up this community approach and the platform, what do we see from it? Like what are the platform benefits? So at first, it's community-driven solutions, empowering local communities across all the Atlantic to take the lead in expressing their needs and as well co-developing solutions. There might be one on a national base or international base who's exactly working on what this community in particular is working, who has experience, and it has to be shared for the sake of us all. Therefore, the knowledge sharing between communities is something we highly encourage on, and as well to learn from each other. On the other hand, which is maybe as well more like a not so community-driven thing as well, but as well political, is like economic opportunities. Me as a PhD student, I'm thinking, what am I going to do next after I finish my PhD? So maybe this network of networks is going to provide something for me where I can bring in my expertise, but as well from what I can learn. So it's developing partnerships all around the Atlantic, what we are already doing here, but on the community level. And for this, I would like to hand over to Gary. I didn't put him, it was like more of a spontaneous thing that we included him as a second speaker.
Thank you. Yeah, Tristan, you wrapped that up perfectly. And just to reiterate how this would look, what the intended impact and ambition could be, really it will be some of the main outputs will be the data that we gather from this. And we've heard a lot already over the last few days about the different repositories and databases we have for actions, projects, different stakeholder databases, many different boxes and repositories already, but I feel, if I can be honest, sometimes as scientists, we fall guilty to producing repositories that work for us and where we can combine and collect data and analyze on what works for us and the outcomes. But this would really be a database where the community will get the outcome from it. Coming to outcomes, really building an advanced network of coastal actors, sharing and collecting good practices, and building the enterprises and employment opportunities for the intentional eventual impact of really building a strengthened community of people, which has been the main focus of our discussions over the last few days. Even in the Irish Ambassador's residence the other night, we heard about MEHL, which is really the community coming together to work on to share their problems and to share their skills, and really building a co-creation and co-design of community-based work. How this could look into the future as we incorporate other mechanisms and wavelengths and coast predict and different coastal resilience ambitions is early warning and risk reduction, valuation of the blue economy and nature-based solutions, and enhancing ocean literacy and Atlantic citizenship. To finish on the very last word is how it could really fit into empowering Atlantic voices, such as in our CITES presentation, which we heard earlier. How do we democratize a voice for Atlantic people? This could be a platform where we could vote on who takes a seat in Atlantic discussions. Thank you.
Thank you to both of you. I open the floor for questions. Yes, Niall, please.
Thanks and well done for your presentation. Really interesting idea. In principle, it sounds really positive. We all know the benefits of bringing people together. You always learn and exchange and bring things back when you talk to other people. What I'm going to ask you about is how do you overcome the practical challenges that this presents? So obviously you have a very large geographical area. You're looking to bring people together. There are issues around language, culture, time differences, etc. How do you overcome the practical, how do you practically do this? And even to start with, what are the first 3 steps you take to set this up? Thank you.
Would like to answer?
Yeah, thank you. Great and very valid question. And I suppose the starting point could be collecting the data and uniting the repositories we already have. That would be useful. We can do that ourselves as a marine science community. But really, I suppose the first main aspect will be expanding our collaborations beyond marine science and working with real, getting more involved with web development and custom design, program design. I mean, you look at things like LinkedIn and Facebook, not that we're making a social media, but these things don't face geographical challenges. We can make something that really works for people and have it, we heard the term unavoidable interest in engagement and technology the other day. That could be a really useful way of building something that, if it works for them, they'll use it. If it's accessible and easy to use and provides a benefit to them, where they can share their needs and find other skills, then we believe it could work if we have the right friendly user face and it's not going onto a project website and it's something that's more accessible across the board.
Next question, please. Yes. Wait, you need a micro. Or you come forward, please.
Hi, thank you for your idea. I love a platform approach. I'm curious, kind of building off of the other question, have you thought about what AI might play as a role in this and how it might answer the first question?
I think that AI can help, for example, in the other question, there was a question about language barrier. We can find a way that people can write in his own language and automatically can be translated on the national language, English, French, and like that.
Thank you. One last quick question. Yes, please.
Yes. Hi. If I understand correctly, this platform will exist in a cloud form or the internet. One thing that we need to consider also that a lot of the world is not connected to the internet. How do we plan to reach those communities that often are indigenous communities as well?
Well, thank you for the question. Yeah, so one of the objectives, underlying objective is to bring the science to the communities. And one of the top discussion issues we talked about was how we can then engage those communities. So we already have established networks already existing, so we're not going to build from scratch. We have organizations which are already working with the communities. And then we have we use that as a vehicle to reach the communities. So briefly, that is to answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, big applause. Thank you. We go to the next group, please.
Yes, thank you, Siggy. So this brings us to the groups that have focused on priority area 2 in specific. We will start with a presentation delivered by Virginia Morajon and Carson Straub. Virginia is a PhD student at the University College of Dublin and the Young Ambassador at the European Marine Board. And she was kindly sponsored by the Marine Institute in Ireland. And Carson is a data scientist for OceanSync and a part of the .can Institute delegation here at the forum. So if Virginia and Carson and the rest of the group would please join us on stage. The floor is yours.
Right. Thank you, Lavinia, for the very kind introduction. Thank you, Siggy. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. Good afternoon. I want to say that as ECOPS, it's such a pleasure to be here today and to be invited to share some of the ideas that we have, to address some of those common marine challenges that we're all facing today. One of them, well, first of all, let me introduce my group. I was getting ahead of time. We would like to present to you an ECOP-led approach for comprehensive assessments to tackle AMOC observations, as it is, AMOC is the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation, which is a feature that's very complex to assess. So, I'm sorry, getting a little nervous, so bear with me. So first of all, what is AMOC and why is it important? So AMOC is a key part of the ocean circulation system, where the warm water from the tropics, it travels to the north, and as it cools down, it travels to the south, and then it goes back and does the same thing. So essentially, it is completing a cycle that is so important for distributing heat and energy across the Atlantic, but also for regulating climate. But also, AMOC is very important for supporting marine biodiversity. So a lot of the species relied on this for feeding, for migration, for transportation. So AMOC is essential for ecosystem connectivity. But the research also suggests that climate change is having such an effect on the natural conditions of this AMOC circulation, that the circulation is weakening and that it may even be approaching a tipping point, which could amplify the effects that we're already seeing of climate change, such as increased storms or hurricanes. But there's also ongoing debate on those long-term projections of AMOC. How is it going to behave in the future? And so more data is needed to better understand these changes so that we can start building a more comprehensive picture of AMOC, on the state of AMOC in the whole Atlantic region. So this is why our group, we believe that it should be a priority for the scientific community to study more about AMOC. How is it changing? But also it needs to tackle this together with Atlantic coastal communities. Because any changes in AMOC, as you can see, it can affect all of us. So we need our collective efforts should focus on addressing any of the disparities that we have at the moment, but also we need to explore or to gain understanding of what are those challenges that are perhaps impeding our collective understanding of AMOC and how it is changing. So we believe that we need stronger collaboration among the nations that are influenced by AMOC in the north and in the south. And the focus here, it would be to address the data gaps that we have. Like, why are those data gaps so prominent between the north and in the south, but also the fact that it should be a priority to start building a shared approach for data collection so that we ensure that we can work on more coordinated solutions in the future.
So yesterday, we heard from AORIA members regarding the progress made on a draft work plan to help improve ocean observation and modeling with respect to 3 key areas that are shown above. Among these is, and the one that we're going to talk about most, is AMOC. So we learned about Atlantos' role as the lead group to identify existing efforts and potential outputs when it comes to improving our understanding of AMOC and better predicting its future impacts on coastal communities. Additionally, we heard that within the next 6 months, Atlantos is going to recruit additional groups and organizations to help co-lead these efforts. We firmly believe that early career ocean professionals belong at this discussion table. Okay. In that regard, and building on the present efforts of AORIA, What we propose is the creation of a new network that is focused specifically on AMOC, co-led by an ECOP secretariat. This network will help to co-design stakeholder involvement to include scientists, policymakers, and local communities at the discussion table, as well as addressing geographical disparities by expanding AMOC research to more underrepresented regions, specifically with regards to the Southern Atlantic Ocean. So come the AORIA Forum next year in 2025, we hope to reconvene this ECOP-led secretariat to present a list of direct actions that will essentially align a shared vision for AMOC understanding across stakeholders in both the northern and the southern hemispheres, as well as improve data collection, access, and standardization across the Atlantic, which ensures consistency and collaboration between nations, including ECOPs and knowledge holders from coastal communities. So this collaborative network is going to form the foundation of a more integrated approach to AMOC research, improving both our data quality as well as our capacity for prediction. It also aims to expand upon existing efforts towards inclusivity by ensuring that the young minds, especially the ones in this room, with the connections and the passion for solving the ocean's toughest problems, are included in all present and future work. So to wrap up, we have 3 key messages here. First is that AMOC is central to AORIA's ongoing work because of what Virginia described, it's crucial to its effects on coastal communities. Secondly, that collaboration between Atlantic nations is essential to fully understand its role in shaping our climate. And thirdly, that our plan, this ECOP-led secretariat, is going to establish direct actions for improving data collection, integration, and accessibility through the AORIA AMOC network. And so with the last 20 seconds I have, I actually wanted to turn to our thank you slide that we have here. So we wanted to show this slide with images of our sponsor institutions that supported us in attending the forum, in part as a nod to their support, but also to showcase the diversity of ECOPs in their background and fields of work. This is going to be the generation that will help shape the future of our oceans, and we all look forward to being part of that work going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well done. Thank you. Questions, please. Yes, Juliette. You need a micro, otherwise people online cannot follow.
We all know that, in fact, AMOC is driven completely by the Agulhas current, which is the most important current in the world. How will your group support observations of the Agulhas current of the Indian Ocean, which all really impact the Atlantic Ocean? How will your group sort of expand what you're doing to other ocean basins?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So as a part of our proposed plan, we would like to first of all understand what are the gaps and why there are gaps and how we can address this. So we would like to take help from the AORIA experts and try to find solutions for exactly this reason. Yeah.
Jessica.
Thank you. Jessica Snowden, my pronouns are she, her, and I'm the chair of Atlantos, and I just wanted to say we're very excited to work with you all. That was a wonderful presentation.
Thank you. Another question? Come on.
I think all of us actually have trouble saying the word meridional, and so I don't know how it would translate into other languages. AMOC actually is pretty easy to say, but have you given any consideration, probably not, but for changing the name of AMOC? And is it allowed to even think about that?
Who is going to answer?
Not really, because I think this is quite apt because it concerns the meridional overturning circulation, and we are specifically looking at the Atlantic Ocean, so AMOC has its validity. That's what I believe.
Thank you. John?
Well, I like the running AMOC as a title for a new program, get people's attention. Could I ask, this is really impressive and brilliantly presented, and I'm glad to see UCD starting off. I'll be starting off there soon myself. It looks to me that this community of practice and this intergenerational inspiration for all of us, it needs some kind of a home. Do we need, you're talking about platforms and support and all the rest. What is it that we need to make this inspirational moment programmatic or permanent, you think? How would we make your conversations, your inspiration permanent? Do we need a home for this?
Okay. Hi, my name is Yaul Elham, and I think I forgot to put DSI there as my main sponsor. So I think our first plan, which is what we said we're going to be reporting on 2025, which is next year, was to actually draft a report on what we actually need and the people we're going to need to actually address their needs in the AMOC. So I think that that report we can actually sort of use AORIA, which is there are people who presented about AMOC yesterday, so we need those people already. So I think she already welcomed us.
Just to add to that, well, yeah, going back to the AMOC, that got me confused and nervous in the beginning because it was really hard to pronounce. But anyways, going back to that, I think it's the report that we're hoping, like, we didn't want to come up with something too ambitious, but rather something that we could tackle. We're learning from all of you, the different groups that are working on this, what are some of those challenges. So I guess we want to try to create those synergies. But as ECOPs, I think there's more ECOPs that are going to come in the future, so I think it's important for us to work on that. So whatever we end up working with, that we maintain communication so that things don't, because I think a problem with this study is that things are fragmented, so we need consistent solutions, I'd say.
I would say, as a final note, it starts with getting ECOPs in the door to these conversations. I think one of the things that we noticed, and we love to hear the report that came out in the draft work plan that's in progress. There's a lot of good work that's being done. But I think moving forward, it starts with finding ECOPs from different regions and actually bringing them into these closed-door discussions, and then going forward, having them come back to their respective communities, letting them know the experience so we can continue that moving forward.
Thank you very much. Picture? Just smile. And okay, a very last question.
I make a comment.
Because we are running out, the 10 minutes are over.
So
quick.
Very quick offer. So we're going to invite you, so Lavinia will contact you, and let's invite all the ECOPs to discuss these proposals and how we can integrate them into this hub. And by doing that, start to create a space to take some of these ideas forward also, okay?
Thank you, Stefan. I think we need even to be much more ambitious, but this is for after the discussion. Next.
Okay, and a last thank you goes to Manon Larocque, who supported this group in the discussions. And now we move to our fourth group that focused on priority area 2 as well. The presenter for this group will be Katja McKercher from Fisheries and Oceans Canada. And I would like to welcome her and her group to the stage, please.
Hello, everyone. Before I jump into the meat of our presentation, I, of course, want to introduce the rest of our team. So in no particular order, we have Matabo, Leanne, Chooks, Havard, and Ottman, who's been joining us online and contributing from afar. So our ECOP team has identified the need for immediate data sharing in an initiative we're calling the Data Space Accelerator. An enormous amount of data is generated annually on top of what already exists, collected by researchers across the Atlantic nations. And yet, in this day and age, most of it goes underutilized due to our inability to find it. It certainly became clear based on many of the presentations yesterday and the discussion that we've had this morning that there is interest and need from many research groups to source data across their areas of interest in the Atlantic basin. If a user-friendly space existed to access this data, it could possibly allow for cross-disciplinary use of the data and support transboundary understanding of the physical, biological, and social ocean spaces. The good news is this problem was identified under AORIA previously as requiring action. While we were discussing possible issues that we could have presented to this group, we independently recognized the need for improved data sharing and accessibility. We then discovered that in 2021, the All-Atlantic community had identified this need and launched the joint pilot action called the All-Atlantic Data Enterprise 2030. The goal of this pilot action is to create the All-Atlantic Ocean Data Space for sharing Atlantic Ocean data. This comprehensive strategy is working on a decade-long timescale to develop a data sharing space for high-quality data and capacity for improved data sharing, or data collection, sorry. While this action provides a comprehensive plan for sharing data and addresses many related considerations in terms of data quality, preparation, we need this now. Numerous presentations yesterday continued to highlight this need, despite it being actioned in 2021. We need to start small and build in incremental steps to this action in order to achieve results. We propose a shorter-term project with a narrower scope, nested under the goals of the All-Atlantic Data Enterprise, to compile a catalog of existing databases from participating nations. This data accelerator project will require funding and dedicated personnel to support its delivery. In the words of our wise advisor, Craig McLean, who couldn't be here today, the best way to eat an elephant is one bite at a time, which I can say is not an expression I had heard before. In terms of implementation, we see investments into data sharing platforms being extremely important, as I've continued to reiterate, as it's been identified by numerous groups as an important priority, and the short-term needs of research community and policymakers have resulted in the further need to accelerate this work. To advance this project, funding is required to appoint a dedicated task force to consult with participating nations and compile a catalog of existing data repositories. A dedicated team with no other priorities is really essential to the efficient delivery of this goal. Some funds could then be dedicated to capacity building within participating nations, particularly developing nations, to support the delivery of their essential data sets. These small investments now will help to accelerate and amplify the goals identified under the All-Atlantic Enterprise Project. The Accelerator project will result in some concrete benefits in terms of international collaboration and equitable access to important data sets that could support work such as forecasting coastal hazards and habitat monitoring and modeling. To deliver on these goals, we propose that the catalog of existing open access physical and biological ocean data be made accessible through the All-Atlantic Open Ocean Data Space. Now, I couldn't stand up here and not give an example that is very near and dear to my heart related to the endangered North Atlantic right whale, which is the file that I work on at DFO. So pictured on this slide, we can see a right whale on the bottom. In 2017 and 2019, right whales were found dead in Canadian waters when their distribution shifted into areas that were not sufficiently protected. Given that this summer, a North Atlantic right whale was sighted for the first time in 114 years off the coast of Ireland in some of their historical foraging grounds, it's an important reminder of how quickly nature responds to the changing environment and how quickly we need to act to keep up. While this theoretically simple step of compiling lists of links and existing data seems very achievable, it will not be possible without dedicated funding and support to deliver in the short term. We need to be able to make this data usable sooner than later for our researchers and for the policy community. So again, I just want to acknowledge the team and Craig, and a big thank you to the organizers for the ECOP program. I think I speak on behalf of all of us that we really learned a lot through this process, and maybe we weren't expecting how long it would take and the extra hours dedicated, but it was definitely worth it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the floor is open now. Who would like to ask the first question?
Me?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
I'm catching up for yesterday and that I didn't have time much. So obviously anything data related, I'm really passionate and excited about, so congratulations on your project. In the very beginning, you mentioned that there are some existing data repositories that exist and that unfortunately are quite unknown. So I was wondering if you had thought of a communication plan to make sure that your proposal will be known and be known. That's it. Thank you.
Who answers?
That's a really good question that we had not discussed so far. I guess with AORIA as a platform, before this conference, I read all sorts on the websites, not about this, not about the data space, but that would be, I guess, the initial platform that we would try and use. I don't know whether anyone's got any ideas about where to go from there, Chucks?
Sorry, if I understand your question well, is how to make our platform known. And I think there's no better way to make it known other than having it working and having people go there to see what they want, what they are looking for. In that way, it keeps being known. Why this one is not known is because it's ambiguous and easier to get into what its objective is, but by a kind of narrowing it down, we have it working and we have people visiting it. That's the way we make it known to people. Thank you.
Let me just add that everything that was delivered today will as well be summarized in a policy brief, and it will be published on the AORIA website. Next question. Yes, Murray?
Thank you so much. My name is Murray Roberts. I coordinated the iAtlantic project. I work at University of Edinburgh in Scotland. And you're bang on, right? This is amazing. And we actually did some work in this space during iAtlantic, very much following your logic. So we didn't try actually to create a repository for data, but we brought all the existing repositories together and we helped make them more findable using the GEOS system, right? The Global Group on Earth Observations. So there is now a portal on GEO. If people Google it on their phones, you can find it, and you'll be able to go in and search data. It doesn't solve all the problems, because some of the data is not available. It's not in a repository. I was talking to Canadian colleagues about this just yesterday, but I'd love to talk to you more about that and put you in touch with the people that did this piece of work. And the way we made it work in the South Atlantic was actually recognize the expertise, for instance, in South Africa, to name check the South African Environmental Observation Network and Leo Chiloni, and he worked very closely with the data managers in Germany to maybe kind of pull that idea together. So we have a something, but my God, there's so much more work to do. So I think you're bang on. I'd love to talk to you more about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Last question. Yes.
So in terms of the data that's not readily available in repositories, what is the strategy for identifying that data and finding it and getting it on the network?
So our plan is to have a team of data management or data managers from each of the participating countries in AORIA. And I think the task of these data managers would to do exactly that, find the data that isn't on the databases and encourage open access for their specific countries. I don't know if anyone wants to add that.
I'll just add also that under the current initiative for the All-Atlantic kind of data sharing space, they have, because it's a 10-year initiative, it's such a long-term goal that part of their goal is to go out and really do that consultation work and try and like make data sets that are not currently open access available. So what we're proposing is providing additional support to kind of streamline getting the stuff that's already available out there in a shareable area. So we just need more funds to get moving on this, and we want to have like a very short-term, like 3-year turnaround on this. And then your question, I think, will take a lot longer to address and additional resources, and it is being worked on from what I understand, which is great news.
Thank you very much. So again, food for thought for the high-level board. Thank you. Brilliant. Picture.
Thank you all very much. Now we move towards the presentations that have been focusing on cross-area synergies. The next one will be led by Bernardo Leal. Bernardo is from Oceanos, with an S, the Institute of Marine Sciences of the University of Azores in Portugal. I would like to invite him to the stage alongside his group. Thank you very much.
The green is the pointer. Whoops, sorry guys. Probably ruined the surprise. Okay. So time starts now. So first of all, thank you very much for taking this time to listen to us. I will skip the very detailed thank you notes and just present you our work on the Ocean Health Report Card for all of the Atlantic. So we want to start by stopping for a moment and imagining Raj, so a local fisherman in a busy coastal Atlantic city, that is trying to understand and determine where he should cast his net. But before he goes out, he needs to first take some things into consideration. So in his coastal community, sometimes there are some harmful algal blooms that he wants to avoid for obvious reasons and cast a full net at the end of the day. Or he might want to avoid certain areas that are more polluted in his coastal community. So the idea of RAJ is to have an observation, ocean observation data that is accessible and interactive so that you can understand what's the best place to fish. And we envision that in the future, RAJ will be able to access this ocean health report card to help him making this decision. So an example of what this could look like is an already existing example of a report card for a watershed in the eastern coast of the United States, in which there's a variety of parameters being already monitored across the coastal region. And for each of these regions, data is gathered and collected in a way that each parameter and zone gets a score. So a bit like a school report card that you can see on the bottom right side, where you have a health key. And I think we can all agree that it's very understandable that for any end user, some categorization like this. So this is an interactive map. If you need to go more into detail, you can zoom in and see that that this has data on all parameters, an overall health score, and even a summary. Or if you really want to go in depth, you can go to a specific river and have, for example, a multi-criteria index for water quality. So this is already existing. What we really want is to have this scaled up to the whole Atlantic and not only in the United States, okay? And something I think we should take a moment to think about is that we're basically halfway through the ocean decade. But as it has been mentioned many times in this conference and in my colleagues' presentations before me, ocean data and data sharing is still a very important issue that is essential to reach the decade objectives. So what we are looking for on a long term is to have a one-stop shop, okay? Ambitious, but important. One place to access integrated near-real data that can be interactive and scalable to different end users, from policymakers to the people in the local communities. But how do we get there? We need to be more realistic. So on the short term, as said by the previous group, we want to start by mapping data sources, understand where to find them, who to contact and how to get access, because that is one of the problems in this case, and include the already existing regional models. So all of these with a dedicated task force. And we need this to acknowledge the data gaps and identify the data gaps and digital division that is persisting. So I think we can all agree that this would bring many benefits around increased resilience, but very important, informed decision-making for all stakeholders. And something that we really want to emphasize is that this is not an idea out of the blue, but it's building on a legacy effort. So what we want to is work with the already existing, on the first level, work with the already existing databases and just have a one-stop shop to be able to integrate this data and start working as true friends and not just keeping the data for ourselves. So this is a bit of a complex image, and we'll simplify it together, okay? This was just a bit of a brainstorm we did over the many parameters and users that we have of this platform, but we will go into a specific concrete case to not be confusing, because Raj was worried about pollution. Remember that, Raj. So we are here talking about pollution control, and we could assess parameters, for example, as physiochemical or even socioeconomical, as hazards and risk analysis. That could be, risk analysis. That could be used by not only the local people, but also public health, policymakers, and many others, many other stakeholders. So to conclude in my last minute, as I was warned, what we really want to is to first have a platform that can help us, like we saw 1 or 2 days ago with the deep sea data, have a way to identify and fill these coastal resilience data gaps. Not only that, we want to make sure that Raj and other people like him have simplified information in a language that they can understand, really important, and have a way for easier decision making and to empower local communities to support healthy ecosystem management. And that's basically it. Thank you very much. Obrigado. And yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Perfect in time. So, who would like to ask a question? Yes. Micro?
Awesome. Yeah, first off, thanks. That was a brilliant presentation. I just wanted to see if you guys could talk a little bit about the importance of getting data, but more importantly, real-time data from these areas of interest for community members, fishermen, in being able to understand a little bit more about the environment that they're operating in.
Yeah. Thank you for that question, Carson. Yeah, so as mentioned, it's not just about compiling and collating data in an organized or usable format, but it's also the communication of that data for a variety of users. So basically, it will be building upon what already exists. We acknowledge that a lot of countries in the community already have reports like State of Ocean or State of Marine Environment reports. Therein are rich data sets that can be leveraged for coastal resilience. So it's building on those data sets that already exist, the data sets that are already in repositories and regional models for ocean observation data, as well as census data, susceptibility, disaster risk reduction information, and vulnerability analysis. But we're also factoring in a bit of a gap that we are seeing with other data communities, in particularly looking towards EO and use of satellite imagery. So it's not just using networks of buoys or data that's been collected in situ, but also using remotely sent products from satellite imagery that will help with the supplication of near real-time data, to answer your question specifically.
Thank you. Next question. Manon?
Oh, thank you. I guess my question is, you want to bring together different data sets to ensure interoperability, integration of data, et cetera. I haven't really heard any of the groups today talk about data standardization, and wonder if this is a challenge or an area that anyone has given thought to. Anyway, I'll leave it there.
Yeah, so we recognize there's a myriad of metadata standards, ISO standards, et cetera, that people would have collected data. Sometimes metadata doesn't even exist, and that will always be a challenge to any kind of data collation exercise. We're not denying that. We are acknowledging that that is going to be a hurdle. However, the kind of implementation process that we foresee can be possible to bring this in stream is through member states. We'll have persons that will be appointed to working groups for different things to bring it into fruition. And so through the working groups and then subsequent community of practice, so if you think of a top-down approach with the community practice having the greatest roots, that's how we proceed to try and dismantle that hurdle, just bit by bit all together, because that's the only way that I think we can do it. I'm going to allow Christine to... Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you. Next question, next and last. Trevor?
You got time? Hi, my name is Trevor Spertfeger. I'm at the University of Waterloo, Ontario. I used to spend an awful lot of time with decision makers who are consuming data of this sort and so on. My question for you is, what do you see as sort of the target audience of your data collection efforts, and how would you see this get contributed into the decision-making process once it's all collated, looks nice and feels great? And then the only other thing I would say is, thanks to everybody for coming to my hometown. I hope you've had a great time here this week.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So
I am actually part of, so I'm from the Chesapeake Bay, Eastern United States area, and this report card was really created as a public-facing, policymaker-facing product. And so a lot of data goes into this, but the end product is, I think, 5 or 6 pages, and it's released yearly. And so it's very simplified, and we use the colors, green to red, to kind of represent the health and have a score. So we see that that this would be a product more for the general public, for communities, and for policymakers to have it in a very nice, presentable, clean, visual way, versus just having a data repository or data where it can be complicated to go in and see.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we need to move to the next and last group. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you all very much, and also to Juliet Herms and Gilbert Seco for discussing this pitch with the ECOPs. Much appreciated. Last but not least, we have our final group now, also who have focused on the cross-area synergies. This group will be led by Simone Legendre at the Dotcan Institute. And so I invite Simone and her group to come on stage, please.
Hello, friends of the ocean. We are pleased to present to you the All-Atlantic Coastal Resilience and Stewardship Charter. Our team is a truly diverse multi-country team, and this diversity of expertise and backgrounds allowed us to address this challenge from multiple perspectives with the guidance of our wonderful coach, Louise. So in thinking about how the two actions and the two themes can have synergies with each other, we decided to take a step back and look at the current state. AORIA has made great strides with the declaration, high-level statements, joint actions, and projects. And we understood that these efforts are supported by the Oceano Coordination and Support Action. And this plays a critical role in ensuring that the Alliance has the necessary coordination, resources, and strategic alignment to successfully implement its cross-Atlantic initiatives. However, while these strides have been great, we saw some risks. And as we reflected on the long-term operation of AORIA, we were kind of afraid. And the image on the screen kind of captures how we felt. Will AORIA be left without operational support? Will the EU commit to another CSA? Will another member state step in? What really is the operational framework to support the long-term sustainability of AORIA? And while this presented risks, we also saw great opportunities to continue building on everything AORIA and Oceano has done. Even though the slide we presented before might create some fear, have no fear, Group 6 is here. What we are proposing is the All-Atlantic Coastal Resilience and Stewardship Charter. This solution is built around the concept of a charter supported by enabling pillars, focused on community and youth engagement, sustainable financing, and knowledge mobilization. This framework is designed to form the foundation for a long-term operational strategy for AORIA. Rather than duplicating AORIA's existing efforts, our approach seeks to build on the momentum to leverage the trust in the networks already established. And by enhancing this collaboration, we aim to provide a framework for continued support for AORIA's actions and ensure that future cross-area synergies can grow and adapt to meet the future needs of the ocean, of the people who live around the ocean, and the animals and organisms in the ocean. Our solution also emphasizes endorsing community-driven actions by empowering local groups and youth to take an active role. This ensures that the charter aligns with community needs while promoting broader participation, which we hope to create a more sustainable and scalable model for AORIA's future operations. Getting a bit now into each of our pillars, knowledge mobilization is very crucial, and we're not just talking about scientific information. We need to mobilize indigenous and traditional knowledge. Can you think of a time when you could recall anywhere or find easily traditional knowledge about any topic relating to the ocean? At your fingertips, could you have found it? So what we aim to do is make this knowledge mobilized and also link it to policy. We heard today that that's an area that needs some attention. We also hope to create a policy toolkit that can be used by communities who sign on to the Charter. Under community and youth empowerment, we want to emphasize co-designed research projects in citizen science. It's not enough to just engage, we must involve early on. Under sustainable financing, we understand that this is an area of concern, and we may not be able to rely on government all of the time to meet the needs that we have in research and international capacity building. It is critical to ensure that projects have the resources they need to scale and continue over the long term. We're focusing on traditional means of financing as well as innovative ones, like public-private partnerships and other financing tools and socially responsible investment. We heard many great projects today, and our charter can enable that these projects can have a long-term home and a long-term impact. So what's in it for you? By endorsing the charter, countries will gain access to critical resources, tools, and supports, and a trusted global network to drive impactful change. For governments, this means enhanced climate resilience through coordinated research and technical support. For industry, it opens up new and sustainable development. And most importantly, for the future generation, it ensures a legacy of ocean stewardship. How will we get it done? Immediately after this conference, we're calling on the high-level board to agree on the establishment of this charter. By December 2024, we would like to establish the Charter Steering Committee and begin the development. This committee should be intergenerational and interdisciplinary. And by World Oceans Day, June 2025, we would like the high-level board to launch this charter as an addendum to the declaration. And we also would like to seek endorsement for the charter as a UN Ocean Decade to build on other sustainable development goals. And with that, our takeaway is not, can you afford to establish this charter? Can you afford not to? Let's be clear. The ocean needs you. Our communities need you. And my whole team needs you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think another really great activity to be added for the high-level board members. So who would like to ask a question? I know you're all tired. It's 5 minutes left, then you can all have lunch. No questions? Yes, Niall, please.
So, thanks for the really interesting presentation. I think it shows that you're thinking about real practical challenges that the Alliance faces going forward and trying to come up with solutions. So I think there's a lot of traction in what you're putting forward. One of the difficult things, and you mentioned, you put it up on the slides, financing obviously is going to be a challenge going forward. And you're listing perhaps some maybe different forms of financing. Have you been able to give any in-depth, I know time is short, but any in-depth thought to maybe other kinds of financing that could be used to finance the longer term activities of the Alliance? Thank you.
Who is going to answer?
Yeah, so we definitely believe that resilience means common work of many different sectors and many different actors involved. And definitely we need to rely on the community work. By community, we mean all the stakeholders involved, industries who can also support and need to support science. Because when we think about science, it's all about innovation. What is it done for? And it's exactly all the system that, all the cycle that works together that, we thought about, of course, bigger cooperation with all the industries who actually deal with the further implementation of all the data verified and classified that we gain from the nature. And plus, of course, thinking about establishing some sort of funds based, we still need to think about how we're gonna manage that funds, but like to enable that all the nations, even the one who has less capacities right now, will also have enough rights to use these funds for the further work.
Sorry, that was my timer. Thank you. Okay. Doug, a last question, because we are, I'm getting all the signs that we are running out of time.
I was going to ask when's lunch, but really, that's really stimulating thinking there. And I guess my question, and this is a question to discuss over lunch probably, but I mean, the ocean isn't really a country, right? And we always think about these organizations in terms of country contributions and government contributions. Are you in proposing something fairly non-traditional, even radical? Are you thinking about something which is truly transnational with the ocean as its home? I mean, is that the message that you're sending? And how radical is the concept you're proposing? And I will need a short answer.
Very radical. In terms of distribution of financing, we know that traditionally it has not been equitable, and so we hope to change that narrative. Also, we hope to borrow a bit from entrepreneurship and look at possibly a pot of money, a managed fund, looking at endowments, looking at mechanisms that we can make our money work for us, and then having an equitable distribution of that funding to communities that need it the most, but might not be able to pay to play.
Thank you. So if nobody has, Peter, did you have a question? The last question. Thank you for the suggestion. Now, in order now to close, bear with me for 5 more minutes, please. I would like to invite all the ECOPs, you stay here, all the ECOPs to come on stage, and also the discussion coaches, please. And then Niall will have some important messages for you as well. This is the purpose of this is also to take a picture.
Is he taking the picture already? Siggy.
Okay, stay here, stay here.
Just a couple of more minutes, folks, if we may, to have your time, both in the audience and of all the great ECOPs on the stage here. A number of people could have closed out this session, but I have the privilege of saying a few words, but also not presenting you yet with your certificate of participation, but showing you how exciting it is and what it's going to look like. Okay, so I have a sample here of what you're going to get. You will get this when you submit your policy briefs, I think next week. So you've got to get your policy briefs in. And, you know, obviously a little bit of incentive there, but actually maybe just to say a few reflections on that. I think first of all, what we've heard today, what we've heard in this session has been really inspiring, really interesting, because it's for me, being sort of coming to these meetings over the years, listening and to the ECOP sessions and presentations, the whole program is becoming more mainstream as part of this alliance and its activities. It's no longer something that is nice to do on the sidelines. It actually is producing ideas and inputs that are meaningful, really meaningful, and actually are guiding some of the thinking about where we should go with this cooperation in future years. So your policy briefs will go obviously, to the highest governance level of the Alliance, which is the high-level board, and that they will give them their consideration, and in that way you have really an opportunity and are taking the opportunity to inspire the longer-term strategic orientation of the Alliance. So this is really important. And I believe also that, you know, looking forward as we go forward into the next years of the All-Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Alliance, the ECOPS component becomes more and more important and more central to the activities. I think also just from a personal perspective, I wasn't directly involved in the activities this week, but I had an opportunity to meet many of you and to have a great discussion. I had a great discussion with Simone and Camilla and Victoria yesterday. What also, I think there's a secondary impact also to what happens here, and that is you force everyone else at the meeting to open your minds a little bit, okay? Because you're bringing new ideas and new perspectives. And as some of us go through our careers, we might become a little kind of entrenched in certain ways of doing things. There's barriers we don't even see in our own minds. And you force us to open up again. So I would say if we were to remove you from a meeting like this, you would remove a lot of the innovation and a lot of the thinking that will really drive the agenda forward. So really, thank you for all your inputs. So just to close out, obviously I'm doing this as part of the coordination team of the Oceano project, and I'll speak a little bit more about that after lunch, but I just want to pay tribute to Siggy and to Lavinia, who are really the drivers of this program. Siggy, you've been a champion from the get-go, and you know your efforts are bearing so much fruit. And Lavinia, from a coordination perspective, as part of the JP Oceans team and a partner of Oceano, your work is fantastic in terms of just making this work really well. So congratulations. And finally, just to thank also the discussion coaches, Luis, Craig, Manon, Gilbert and Juliet, Janice and Martin. Obviously, again, that's a really important, the intergenerational piece is so important, and their efforts are very much appreciated. And of course, all the sponsors which were shown by you on stage. So that's it. I'm going to close out there. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for all your efforts. Hope you have enjoyed the experience of this meeting, and looking forward to seeing some of the ideas you've put on the table come to fruition. Thank you.
Just a reminder, there are 2 side events during lunch, one from 1 to 1:45, the ocean race, and one from 1:45 to 2, Atlantic. And let's reconvene at 2 p.m.
the session. So, yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our session on the ocean race, Science on Board. I am Milena. I'm an ECOP. I'm being sponsored by CADM and extremely thankful by this amazing opportunity. And it's my pleasure to introduce our speaker, Lucy Hunt, marine biologist and the Ocean Impact Director of the Ocean Race, a global sailing race, often dubbed to the toughest test of teamwork. Lucy directs the ocean projects of the race, including their ocean literacy programs, the Ocean Race students content, and also what we will hear about today, the Ocean Race Science on Board program. So, thank you, Lucy.
Thanks very much, everyone. Thanks, Milena. And yeah, thanks for rushing your lunch to be with us this afternoon. So as Milena mentioned, I'm the Ocean Impact Director. I'm from Southwest Ireland, County Kerry, on the Wild Atlantic Way. And if anybody doesn't know what the Ocean Race is, it's a global sailing race. It originally started as the Whitbread Round the World race in 1973. So it's over 50 years old. And then it became the Volvo Ocean Race, and now the Ocean Race. So it's really putting the ocean front and center. And I'm just going to show a quick video to demonstrate some of the programs that we have after we see this slide, which talks about bringing the spirit of ocean racing to the race for the ocean. So when we think about these grand challenges that we're faced with, we know that we need collaboration and teamwork. We need good technology, we need diversity, passion and emotion to drive things. And then we definitely need positivity and hope. So that's all the different things that really a racing team needs to try and win a race as well. So here's the video. We'll play.
There cannot be a healthy planet without a healthy ocean, and the ocean's health is currently in decline. Now, all of you would be aware that global warming has big effects on the ocean, from the death of coral to rising sea levels and changing ocean currents. So these are not normal times, and I open with these remarks just to put the importance of the ocean race into context. So by going to the edges, we discover the state of things, and the ocean race has always gone to the edges. 2022 and 2023 are, I believe, turning points in our battle to stop the decline of the ocean's health. For the ocean that we want, we need the good science, and I thank you, all of you, who are taking part in that exercise.
You have to preserve this planet for future generations.
We have the opportunity to drive change.
The oceans have rights in the same ways that humans have rights.
These ocean summits that bring together the worlds of sport, industry, government, science, and ocean advocates
My message to the leaders of the world: protect the ocean as if our very lives depend on it, because they do.
On behalf of the ocean, I would thank you for what you're doing. Spread the word, spread it through good science, spread it through ocean literacy, teaching people about what you're seeing in the Southern Ocean. But mostly stand up wherever you go and speak on behalf of the ocean.
Although the ocean can produce a mighty roar as its waves crash on our shores, it has no voice in our public debates. So I salute you for speaking up for it.
So that just gives a little taster of what the ocean race is like and some of the programs that we have. We run a lot of different activities. We have the Round the World race, we have regional races, and in each of these races we have ocean life parks. We have the Ocean Race Summits with high-level speakers, government actions taking place, and sharing ocean solutions as well. And then our science program, I'll be telling you a bit more about, our learning program, and we have the Relay for Nature as well, which was developed with Peter Thompson, and that is all about raising the voice of the ocean at different conferences, so advocating for the rights of the ocean and recognizing the inherent rights of the ocean. So normally we would have a race every 4 years or so, but we actually have 3 exciting races coming up. Next year we have the Ocean Race Europe, which will start in Kiel and finish in Boca Bay in Montenegro. And this will run from August to September. And we're really excited and very proud to be part of the EU Mission Charter. So we're going to be working alongside the EU Mission to raise the mission charter within our host cities that we're visiting, but also through our ocean literacy program, our science program, and we'll also be flying the flags of the EU mission on the boats as well as we're coming into the host cities. So really raising awareness of the EU mission with all of our host cities and hopefully getting them to join the charter as well if they have not already. Then in 2026, we have a transatlantic race from New York to Barcelona, and that will take place in September 2026. So another opportunity to gather data, to work with different cities and scientific organizations as well. And then our typical round-the-world extreme race that takes 6 months will be starting in Spain in 2027 and then visiting a number of different countries around the world, especially the Atlantic countries. We've got Africa, Brazil, North America, and another number of European countries as well. So as you saw in the video, it's a real platform for raising awareness and ocean literacy. All the boats that are in the race have a campaign, whether it's around climate or taking action. So all the different boats will be joining in the next races will also have their own campaigns. And all the boats are also involved in science as well. So the Ocean Life Parks then are an amazing festival of the sea and also of the ocean and ocean science. And we really raise awareness with the people that come down around their local ocean, what animals are there, how they can get involved in helping their local ocean as well. And we get quite a few people coming to our host cities. This was the number that was in the last race in 2023. So it's a great opportunity to engage families, children, all walks of life, really. So on children, we have a learning program, and we work with 6 to 16-year-olds with our online program that has been recognized in a number of different ways through the International Olympic Committee, to the IUCN Sports for Nature program, as well as a best practice with sports. So we've engaged over 83 countries with our ocean literacy program. Some of them are part of the Blue Schools networks as well, which Ronaldo was talking about earlier. And over 250,000 students have been engaged in the program that's available now in 9 different languages. And so for the science program, we have one of the most comprehensive science programs of any sailing event, but also any sporting event. So we've been innovating for a number of years. Since 2015, I think, was probably when we started with science on board with the races. But these are the Amaka boats that are like flying machines, and we've been innovating science technology so that they can be carried on these amazing boats. So some of the science that we're doing whilst on the boats, whilst the sailors are sailing around the world, we have our onboard weather station providing real-time wind speed, direction, and air pressure through satellite data. We have microplastic samplers, which started in 2017-18, measuring microplastics in the ocean. And then we have the ocean packs on board, which measure ocean variables like temperature, oxygen, carbon dioxide, and salinity as well. And just last year, we were able to start measuring trace elements like iron, which are obviously very important when we're thinking about plankton growth. We also deploy drifter buoys, so we work with NOAA on their drifter buoy program in places like the Southern Ocean, where it's very hard to gather data and it's very expensive to send research vessels down there. So using our boats as ships of opportunity. And what's really great about this program is that it all goes to the GOOS, or the Global Ocean Observation System, and it feeds into policy documents and other very important scientific data that many of you will be familiar with. And that also then helps with better weather forecasting. So when it comes to sailing, the sailors know in a way that they're also helping their own weather forecasting. So it's like a full circle as well. For the sailing community. And we work with a number of international science partners, and we are always open to discussing new science partners from around the world. One of our newest ones last year was Cawthorne, who worked with us. They're a New Zealand organization, but they worked with us on eDNA. So we had the first ever eDNA sampling taken from racing boats. And yeah, these organizations, we've been working for a number of years together on our science program. Last year as well, we were lucky we were able to start a science data visualization system for the data that we were gathering on our boats. This was an interactive platform that anyone can go to, it's still online, and look at the data that was gathered and why it's important data. So we want to build more programs around this, and maybe a learning module as well for youth around this data as well. And this could be something that might be interesting to AORA as well, around around engaging communities and ocean literacy. So then last year, we co-founded the Marine Mammal Advisory Group, which is an organization that was really set up to ensure that the sailing races were safe for marine mammals and also for the sailors. So this advisory group worked with the race, and we co-founded the group, but now it's worked with a number of races around the world, helping to inform the sailing routes for the races where there's high areas of biodiversity and areas where should be avoided by the sailing races. And this heat map just shows the amount of data. So where the red areas are is where most of the data is coming from. And it's a very big database of all sailing race interactions and professional sailors' interactions with marine mammals. And it now is helping to inform the science community of data that they never had before that was coming from sailing races. So here's just some headlines from the science program. Over 4 million data points were taken over the 6 months of the race last year. I think I mentioned it was the first ever eDNA program that was taken from race boats. Also, we had Biotherm was one of the race teams that were taking plankton samples, well, plankton photo samples, which was one of the first times that was done on race boats as well. And when you think these boats get up to 40 knots, it's pretty fast, but they're actually still able to help contribute to research. And one of the really cool things about it is the amount of global media that the race was able to get for the science program. So opening up ocean science to new populations, new communities. Like last year, CBS did an afternoon show on the science program. So it was a whole new audience that we engaged through the science program on board. And I'm going to close with another video, because the Ocean Race do some great videos that just captures the program again. And also, just to let you know, when we're not racing, we are still contributing to science, because we look for expedition boats that can take our ocean pack on board and partner with expedition boats. So the ocean pack was down in Antarctica earlier on in the year, and it's just coming back from the Arctic as well. So they've been gathering data using our science equipment. So here's the last video for you.
At the Ocean Race, we're not just racing across the ocean, we're racing to protect it. Today, that mission continues with the Northwest Passage Ocean Science Expedition, navigating one of the most fragile and unexplored regions of our planet, the Arctic. In these fragile waters, the team is gathering benchmark data on climate change, melting ice, and plastic pollution, bringing new insights to the global community. In our last edition, we equipped our boats with cutting-edge science equipment. As they raced through some of the world's most remote parts, our teams collected millions of data points, from measuring oxygen levels, salinity, water temperature, and carbon dioxide, to detecting microplastics. These samples provided real-time data to scientific organizations worldwide. This vital information helps us understand the health of our ocean and the changes happening below the surface. At the Ocean Race, we're racing for the ocean.
So thank you very much, and look forward to some questions if we have time. Yeah.
So, any questions? You should go to the microphone.
Sorry, I'm not really a participant. I just come from Caribbean, sailing from Ottawa to Caribbean 5,000 miles. And I'm sailor and oceanographer, and I'm running projects for science. And I admire what you do for involving racers in science, in collecting ocean data. My first question, is there any plan to introduce any in-situ measurements like CTD underway instruments when you can get more data from at least top level of ocean to get some integral parameters what's in the water? And as soon as I'll finish I want to bring some attention, because we met a lot of sailors who are very keen to be involved in real data collection, not just from level as it's citizen science with SECI disk, but with real CTD measurements, with getting more data, and to be in that part, probably low end of that spread community of sailors to be in the ocean. It's thousands of boats around, and they're all in the coastal area, and they can fill that gap in the data. Just doing that, they're sailing, enjoying their life, and helping science.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I didn't introduce myself. I'm Igor Shkvorets. I'm from Ottawa here. I just arrived and find that you do that great forum here. So I just come today to visit and see your presentation. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. Great questions. Thank you. And it's brilliant to hear that you're involved in gathering data as well. So on the first question around CTD, we haven't managed anything yet, but we do have a science working group, and we're looking at innovating the whole time. So seeing what we can bring on board, what instruments are resilient enough, things like that. So it could be something that we look at and have a specific working group. But then around the sailors and science, there are a number of groups, one in specific that that the Ocean Race work with, Ships of Opportunity, and they work with sailing communities to have data measuring instruments on board. So I can connect you with the coordinator of that group, because they provide equipment as well, and it's something that we're helping to promote with other sailing communities as well. So that's fantastic. Nice question. So we'll talk. Yeah, good stuff. Anybody else, or we got to move on? Atlantic. Good stuff. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Lucy, for your amazing presentation, and all of you for your time.
So I think we're ready for our next exciting session. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Virginia Morejon. I'm an ECOP, a PhD student at University College Dublin in Ireland, and I'm funded by the amazing Irish Marine Institute. I'm also one of the new young ambassadors for the European Marine Board. So thank you, everyone, for being here today. I'm very happy to be here moderating this session. So today we have Dr. Murray Roberts. He's a professor of Applied Marine Biology and Ecology at the University of Edinburgh. He has founded Edinburgh's Changing Oceans Research Group. He also chairs a joint working group between St. Abbs Marine Station and the university, and has led the European Atlantic Research Programs, ATLAS and iAtlantic. Also, in 2022, he was appointed as Sargasso Sea Commissioner and member of the Scottish Science Advisory Council to the government. So today, Dr. Roberts is going to introduce the projects iAtlantic for the creation of a blueprint for integrating scientific approaches in international communities for better assessments of basin-wide ocean ecosystems, and he's also going to talk about the project Atlas. I believe that we're also going to have Dr. Paul Snellgrove, a professor at Memorial University and Associate Scientific Director at Ocean Frontiers Institute, and he's going to say a few words about Canada's role in these two projects. So without further ado, Dr. Roberts, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, and hello everybody. Thank you for making it here and for coming back from lunch. I will get straight to it by talking about what this particular activity is all about. So we've heard a lot about the big picture of the Atlantic, and I want to just use these next 15 minutes to go into a few details about some of the projects that have worked in this area. We've heard about the thermohalon circulation. I'll have a go. Atlantic meridional overturning circulation. It's a nightmare. But it is so critically important because what we do to our planet, right, the waters that move around that overturning circulation bring the heat, transmit that to the deep ocean, transmit that relatively oxygen-poor future ocean water and that CO2-rich water down to the abyss. This means that deep ocean ecosystems are experiencing changes incredibly rapidly. And one of the underlying science challenges in both Atlas and iAtlantic has been trying to understand what the potential implications of a slower AMOC circulation could be to ecosystem function. Now, after about 8 years of work on that, we start to see hints and trends and suggestions, but gosh, it's complicated. A quick aside will be just how useful the paleo record is there. The last few thousand years, new proxies from corals, these kinds of things give us a window into changes in that overturning circulation has likely experienced in the decades before. And I hope Atlantos and the observing community don't forget that paleoceanographic community and the options that there could be with new proxies and new approaches moving forward to tie in the last hundreds to thousands of years into our records, as well as, of course, of instrumenting the ocean. So the projects that I'm representing, I've had the pleasure to coordinate since 2016. We started with Atlas. Now, Atlas was mandated through the Galway Statement. I'm almost tempted to do some audience participation here, but it's risky. So who's heard of Galway Statement? Everybody, and the Irish in particular, because Galway's on the west coast of Ireland. We love it. This was signed in 2013. It gave the mandate for us to work seamlessly with Canada and the United States. But we couldn't fund the United States and Canada. You guys are rich enough, you were expected to have your own funds and resources. Paul may pick up on some of these issues in his remarks, I don't know. But in iAtlantic, which was mandated through the Belém Statement, who's heard of that one? Not so many, that's interesting. This is an all-Atlantic forum. The Belém Statement signed in 2018 opened the mandate for the European Union to fund Brazil, South Africa, and Argentina. We still couldn't fund the North Americans. That is actually a problem. So we set out a plan to match onto those collective statements, but actually to get into some of the detail. There are case study areas across the maps, which I can't go into detail, but you can see white lines on the left-hand side of the arrays, the oceanographic instruments that span the Atlantic, and also on the right-hand side where they're shown in black. You can also see all the Argo floats that cross the Atlantic. A few people have said in this meeting that it looks like there's a lot of observation going on because there are lots of dots on the map, but they're really not. But we teamed up with the physicists and the teams that developed those monitoring arrays to integrate the ecology and the ecosystem questions we needed to answer with the long-term arrays. That was a really critical step. We also invested in improving the biological relevance of those measurements by, guess what? Just buy the sensors, buy the biogeochemical sensors, send them to the South Atlantic. So we now have oxygen sensors in the South Atlantic, and on the OSNAP array in the North Atlantic, we have nutrient samplers and PCO2 analytical systems as well. So getting into some of the details, just in terms of what iAtlantic was all about. This is an integrated assessment of Atlantic marine ecosystems in space and time, but we also produced a community and a kind of way of doing things, the way of bringing people together to actually get this done. Not to talk about it anymore, but let's get on and do it. To do so, we had to build a big team. You can see all the logos, some familiar, some less familiar. If you heard my remarks yesterday, you can see one of our subcontractors there was Wales Bermuda. That's the one individual with his humpback whale data sets, a citizen scientist from Bermuda. The budget is large, but when you scale it to 35 partners and the whole Atlantic, you can do a quick back-of-the-envelope calculation. That's not a lot of money per individual partner. So we had to really work hard, and there was a lot of goodwill and extra work that was done in iAtlantic, not least the provision of ships. For every euro we received, we leveraged €4 of ship time, and I'll show you some evidence of that in a second. And you can see the numbers of countries that were involved. 16 nations were involved in the iAtlantic project. I will leave this up just quickly while I talk to show you the diversity and the team behind the project. I'm the lucky guy that gets to summarize some of the work. It rests on this leadership group across the Atlantic, east, north, south, and west, and a team of 4 really capable project managers to keep this ship sailing, keep us all on track, despite a few minor issues the last few years, like a global pandemic, which interestingly we haven't talked a lot about in this forum. I'm not sure why. It did happen. It was really bad, and we should probably try to be better able to deal with it, when, if such a thing happens again. I will dwell quickly on our work package number 7 and point out Malik Nauman. Those that are interested in data and data management and the portal we created, I'm really happy to connect you with Malik, who did an extremely good job of pulling the data repositories together in the context of this work. Our advisory board has some really exceptional people. It's unfair to pull individuals out, but I think Christina Gerde at IUCN, who was recently awarded some significant prizes for her contribution to the biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction negotiation, deserves special mention. But everyone had a positive role in the project. They didn't just advise, they did things. They worked with us very, very proactively. And you can see the diversity of input we had, including from Canada and the United States. Moving to what we actually did, and this is where I want to kind of focus my remarks today. We crunched down to 6 priorities, so slightly more than Aoria, because Aoria has kind of, I would argue, maybe excluded a few things that are really important. But let me go through these in turn, and you can see how it maps onto the wider Aoria priorities as we see them now. Oceanography and ecosystem connectivity. Mapping Atlantic ecosystems. Although a lot of mapping has taken place, we're by no means there yet. There's a lot of work to be done. And then I think, interestingly, some areas that are a bit different to what we see in the Aoria priorities. How are ecosystems going to change, and what's driving those tipping points? Now, if we care about coastal communities and we care about food security, we'd better understand what's driving ecosystems across tipping points, and we'd better understand how the impacts of multiple stressors, given the ocean is warming, acidifying, and losing oxygen, we better understand what those threats are going to mean to ecosystems. I'm very happy to see fisheries in there, but that's not an ecosystem. That's just one component of an ecosystem. We looked at a diversity of ecosystem. I'll show you a little bit about how we did that. And we fed all that information into spatial and temporal management and protective measures. Okay? So with all that information, could we identify those areas of the Atlantic within which there are ecosystems that are under stress, and also identify if they sit in areas of the ocean that are experiencing rapid and uncontrolled climate change? Now, if we can do those 2 things, we've probably identified priorities for management. That is the kind of elevator pitch for iAtlantic. If we can do that, maybe we can do something really pretty helpful. And iAtlantic's tried that out across the entire basin. I want to give you a few results and a few kind of examples. The study areas are large and highly diverse, but they brought in a whole cross-section of ecosystems within which we had either existing time series that we could analyze, or we could go and gather new data. We engaged across all sectors in a very meaningful way. I mentioned yesterday that we were able to bring in over 200,000 square kilometers of seabed bathymetry data, multi-beam bathymetry data from industry. That was actually over a third of all the data we brought into the repositories. It was from industry and it was from the South Atlantic off Brazil. Capacity building and technology transfer cross-cut everything that we did. And the final part of my little Venn diagram, if I go back a couple of slides, I'll come back to at the end, but the capacity building, policy and stakeholder aspects of the project were everywhere in the project. They weren't siloed in one place, they were everywhere. And we worked really hard to make sure that worked effectively. This will go by quite quickly. So if you're on your phones, you can look up now. You can see how many expeditions did we run in iAtlantic. I did warn you, I'd try to interact with the audience. So this is something we're hugely proud of, and great credit to Kova and Boris up at the top there, one academic from Spain, one from Germany, who pulled these expeditions together. That's a lot of expeditions in a 5-year program, and there was a global pandemic. It became so successful, thanks largely to Kova, I would say, we had to go to a second slide. So these are expeditions that iAtlantic partnered with, but about 10% we funded and resourced ourselves. Mirabilis 2, I'll show you a little bit of more detail from. That was an expedition that was due to run from Spain all the way down the West African margin to Cape Town. Tragically, that was a loss to COVID. We could not rebuild that. We tried so hard with AJ Smith in South Africa and other colleagues to find alternative ships. We went back to the Commission to ask for new thinking around this. We could not rebuild that plan. So the ship could only get as far from Spain to Cabo Verde and back again over the course of about 6 weeks. These were COVID restrictions at the time. There was nothing that we could do despite trying. But at least we were able to bring our early career researchers to sea and do a ship-to-shore buddy scheme. So people from Brazil, South Africa, Namibia, Cabo Verde joined us virtually on the expedition. And we did throw everything at it. We had seabed landers, the same landers that were used at the dark oxygen production discovery in the North Pacific. We had the autonomous underwater vehicle AutoSub from the UK, equipped with an environmental DNA sampler, so we could gather environmental DNA alongside habitat mapping data. That's a first. It had never been done in the abyssal ocean before. So from those techniques to low-tech approaches, you can see a fish trap made of old pipes and mesh, which allowed us to sample the deep-sea fish very non-invasively, to time-lapse camera systems. Danielle is holding there a chamber with algae that have been labeled with isotopes so we can look at how the abyssal ocean is functioning. And I think that's a really important message from iAtlantic, is we can look at how the ocean functions. Let's not forget that moving forward. How are ecosystem functions going to change? We can make these measurements, but it's really hard, and we need to invest and support that science going forward. We tried to do a lot to bring deep-sea science to the public arena. So I've been attending the BBNJ negotiations and aware that the negotiators don't know what we all know in this room. They don't know what an offshore expedition is. They don't know if it costs €1,000 or 100 million euros. They really don't. So we made a film that tries to get into that. I can't show you the film as we don't have time, but if you have a moment, do use the QR code and watch the film, or send it to people you think might find it interesting. Many of the visuals on this are from the Schmidt Ocean Institute, so thank you, Schmidt, for sharing your videos with us. They were absolutely amazing. Moving to some of the results, and I'm aware I may need to speed up. In terms of oceanography and ecosystem connectivity, we've modeled and added to the capacity of the overturning circulation, so you can see some of the moorings going into sea there. The modeling framework, the Viking 20X, was run in Guiomar in Germany, gave us a unified framework around the Atlantic for which we could model things like the connectivity of populations. But modeling is one thing. Let's take samples and use genetic approaches to see how related the samples are across the Atlantic. We did this for things like deep-sea corals and hydrothermal vent mussels. Really interesting trends have come out from those data. We mapped at 3 scales. In terms of ocean basin scale, we now have a new objective classification of the major landscapes of the Atlantic. This is a first. We also worked at regional and very high-resolution local scales. We also gathered existing data and popped it into the repositories. In terms of the drivers of ecosystem change and tipping points, this was a really kind of core of the project that relied on both gathering new data, but also going out there and finding diverse data where we can look at how ecosystems are changing over time. So we might look at fishery statistics, we might look at humpback whale reconstructions from those photographs I mentioned. Lots of good trends, but one of the major ones, and you won't be surprised, is how temperature is driving change. off-the-charts change in the speed of ecosystem of alteration. So temperature is the major driver, which leads to the tropicalization of fish. The tropical species are expanding, the cold water fish are retracting, and there are some implications for global food security there, which we're following up with Brazilian academics at the moment. When we look at the impacts of multiple stressors, again, I can't go into details, there isn't time, but we work both in the lab, let's bring all animals from the deep sea floor and experiment on them, and let's work in situ with landers, so the experiment goes down to the deep sea floor. I've put some policy briefings and science briefings around in the coffee room, where some of the results of that in terms of the implications of our deep sea mining experiments are summarized. These animals have no tolerance to deep sea mining. So if we go ahead with that, we must go ahead in the full knowledge of what the implications of our activities will be, because the science on this is very clear. When we look at spatial and temporal management and protection, again, see me in the margins, contact Telmo Morato and the team at EMODNet that led this work. But we did a bunch of useful things in terms of pulling information together. The online GIS is available into the long term so that you can see the work that was done. And the bit that I wanted to focus on earlier today, I was so pleased that ECOP team has come up with this idea, because there is now a GEOS portal, the All Atlantic data portal, where the data are not stored there. It finds the data wherever they are stored, but it aggregates and makes visible and accessible all that information. It's a really good first step. Where the data haven't been archived, and I know that's an issue in so many places, that needs to happen. The way we built the community of practice was to work with the South African Environmental Observation Network, to organize in the South Atlantic, and to work with Malik Naumann and the team in Germany to pull that plan together. Finally, and the most important part of iAtlantic and our approach to building the community of practice is how we build the capacities and work with stakeholders. There's just a few examples of the policy processes on the screen at the moment. I'm going to the CBD COP in Colombia, and very happy to connect with anyone who'll be there to follow up on some of the discussions we're having here. CBD is a vital actor in so many of the spaces in the Atlantic and around the world when it comes to the conservation of ocean resources. We also led the first High Seas Treaty Symposium. That happened in Edinburgh. The second will be in Singapore. And if anyone wants to follow up on that with me, I'm really happy to take conversations and discussions on that High Seas Treaty Symposium, because it's a rare, rare opportunity. Scientific community, the policy community needs to be in the trenches shaping how science is used in that treaty moving forward. In terms of other outputs, we're a scientific program of research, so clearly a lot of papers were produced, over 100 in the course of the project. I think we're up at over 150 now, actually. The website is fixed at the end of the project, but you can use the little project code to see the papers that come from iAtlantic, and we produce science or policy briefings throughout the project. These are all on the website. You can grab that QR code if you want to find some of the information. And these summaries and films, we found a really good way of getting that information over. It's technical, it's difficult, but if you put the time into summarizing and synthesizing, we find it is incredibly beneficial. Not just for people in policy, but actually for other scientists, because we don't feel comfortable to admit our ignorance, sometimes outside our disciplines, but we should feel more comfortable to do that. So we did this for our peer groups as well, just to help everyone understand the diversity of the work that was going on in a project. The final message, and I think it's the really obvious one that this forum is so good at bringing forward, is that it's all about empowering people. And that legacy piece that we often worry about, how are we going to sustain beyond this project or to the next project? We should worry about it, but actually we are creating people. We are creating teams of people that like each other and want to work with each other. That, in a sense, to me, is the legacy. And these are the iAtlantic Fellows, or just a subset that fit on one screen, a subset of the early career researchers who worked in iAtlantic and have gone on to their careers ever since. They led our film, which is also available on the website, so you can see their take on the film from all corners of the Atlantic Ocean. And we wrote a paper last year that tries to pull the science together and also talk a little bit about the costs. So policymakers, negotiators have some idea of what an offshore expedition and the work around it costs in the future. So thank you for being here. Thanks for your attention. And if there's time, I'd love to answer some questions.
Does anybody have any questions?
I can just make a couple of comments if you'd like. So Murray asked me to say a little something in response to his presentation. What I would say is that both Atlas and iAtlantic really illustrate the potential of transatlantic cooperation. And Murray's in Scotland and I'm in Newfoundland, so really it's sort of the bookends of the North Atlantic. In terms of the success of the program, part of the issue here, of course, was scale, trying to look at something as large as the North Atlantic within the context of one project. And it certainly makes no sense to send ships across the ocean to try and do that. And so I think the success of both programs came out of three aspects. One is shared infrastructure. Some of the work that Murray talked about very briefly used equipment from the United States, a ship from Canada, researchers from the EU and from Canada, and created really unique opportunities. A second aspect is the researchers themselves, which were drawn from both sides of the Atlantic and contributed to the understanding we now have for that system. And then the third piece, and it's one that I was involved in, is the advisory process and the added value of bringing in experts who can provide a 40,000-foot view of what's going on within the program and being able to sort of see the forest through the trees and keep pushing them on areas like policy. And I'll finish up by making the comment that I think these programs were really effective in policy. And I know in Canada, for example, 15 years ago, sponges and coral did not get much respect. And I think the same is probably true on the other side of the ocean. And now they're getting excellent protection. And I think programs like Atlas and iAtlantic are really fundamental in making that happen. And even on the high seas now, we're seeing that these systems are getting high priority. So the deep sea, which was formerly largely ignored in a policy context, is now taking center stage. So I salute the two programs and congratulations, Marie, on all the successes.
All right, thank you so much. This is the second half and final half. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this. On behalf of DFO Canada, I'd like to say thank you. And before we get started, I want to thank a few folks here. And I want to start with the audiovisual folks behind. Dan, Hannah, Josh, thank you so much. If you can give them a round of applause. Secondly, our amazing photographer, David, thank you so much. Our fantastic interpreters in the booth. So there's Jeff, Claude, and Lisette. Social media gurus, yes, I'm including you, Lavinia. So Lavinia and Lisa, thank you so much. And lastly, our amazing volunteers from DFO. They did an incredible job. More specifically, there's Carol sitting there. She's my director. I'm just an actor here. Tells me what to do, keeps me in line. We have Kiara, who's behind there. She was the visa guru and did everything. We got Taylor there. And we have Andy, who's stuck in the boardroom. But please, let's thank the volunteers. Right, I'll stop talking and introduce Dr. Nile to the stage.
Thank you very much indeed. I'll just wait for the slides to appear. Oh, so they're here. Sorry, already there. So good afternoon, everyone. So I have an opportunity to speak both sides of lunch. So you'll be sick of the sight of me by the end of this, but I want to speak to you about the Oceano project. So you've heard mention probably several times throughout the forum of this project and what we're doing, and the idea here is just to give you a little bit more background as to what the project is about. I do understand the Oceano is a project we call a coordination and support action, which don't lend themselves to exciting, interesting presentations like what we just heard from Murray, for example. So I have tried to pack it a little bit more with some pictures just to make it a little bit more digestible. Okay, so Oceano is, as I said, it's a project. It's funded by the European Union under the Horizon Europe program. And it is a 3-year project with 16 partners from 12 countries around the Atlantic. So a truly all-Atlantic partnership, and that's really important. The slide you see here, many of you will be familiar with, and actually Murray touched on this as well, with some of the history of the alliance itself and some of the major, let's say, points along the way where agreements and statements were launched. So starting with the Galway Statement in 2013, the Belém Statement in 2016, I think, and then the All-Atlantic Statement in Washington, D.C. in 2022. And essentially the message here is that the EU has funded projects to kind of track over the course of that period from an EU perspective, the EU's contribution to supporting the wider efforts of the All-Atlantic Alliance. And Oceano is the 3rd such project. We are up and running since March of this year. So the picture there is the kickoff meeting in Brussels. So you see the partners who were present, but also colleagues from the Commission, John and Sylvia and Iveta, also there. And it's really important for them to come in and engage with us, and we will have that opportunity again tomorrow when we meet. We have an Oceano meeting for the half day tomorrow here in Ottawa. And so what's the purpose of Oceano? I'm not going to read out all the specific objectives on the slide, but it's really just to provide an operational support for the activities of the All-Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Alliance. And there are some specific functions that we can really help to support, in particular the communication and outreach functions. I'll show you a little later some of the work that's going on revamping the website, but also a whole range of social media and other communications activities, facilitating the dialogues and interactions with stakeholders to help build and grow the alliance. Supporting the activities of ECOPS is really important, of course, and we saw that before lunch. I'll revert to that also in a later slide. Obviously, this is a research and innovation alliance, so the activities of the alliance to kind of really bring our researchers and research activities together so that we're kind of much more coordinated as a community across the Atlantic is really important. And again, we're very active in that space, which I'll speak to a little bit more as well. And we also support the forums. Obviously, the hosts themselves, in this case DFO Canada, are the main the host and of this forum, for example. But we're supporting with some specific activities, and we will do so again when the forum moves to Brussels next year, to the other side of the Atlantic. So you're aware, of course, that at the All-Atlantic Forum last year, the high-level board selected 2 topics that should be a more acute focus of the Alliance. The priority area on ocean observing and modelling, which is being led by the US, and the priority area on coastal resilience of coastal communities in mitigating and adapting to the impacts of climate change. So area in particular is, again, a mechanism that the European Union can use to advance particularly the work on the coastal resilience, while also supporting and feeding into the work on priority on ocean observing and modelling. And again, I'll touch on that again. So what I want to do then is just, we're about 8 months into the project. I do want to just mention my colleagues on the coordination team, Laura McDonough and Veronica French, and we recently joined by Emma Horgan, who's also with us today. So essentially, they are doing all of the heavy lifting in terms of the coordination aspects of the project, and they've been a really excellent support for the project. So as I said, we're about 8 months in, and I'm just going to touch now on some of the activities that we've already been involved in and some of the work we've been doing so far. But of course, this is really going to ramp up as well over the coming period. So obviously the work, ECOPS is a big component, and supporting the ECOPS program for the Alliance is a big component of Oceano. I don't need to go over that all again, because if you were here before lunch, you will have seen how wonderful the ECOPS program is and what it's delivering, and how it's bringing new and fresh ideas to the table. So the forums are really, like this, are a really key opportunity to let's say, support that ECOPS program and also the intergenerational dialogue. And the logos on the screen are the logos of the organizations that actually funded the ECOPS to travel here to Ottawa. So these are the ECOPS. I'm not sure if everyone is there, but it's a sort of chronological slideshow of pictures from the ECOPS this week. And I just want to run through those, with the work beginning on Monday with the Intergenerational Dialogue workshop, where the preparatory work was done for the session we saw earlier today. And that's these are some of the ECOPS we saw today, who were here obviously since the weekend and working on Monday. But of course, other ECOPS joined online, and it's really important not to forget those people who were not able to travel, and that is a disadvantage for them, and it's a challenge we continue to try to address. So these are just some pictures from the workshop on Monday. You can see a full room, even with people online, and the discussion coaches working with the different teams as they started work on the projects that they presented earlier today. Our colleagues in the Irish Embassy, who hosted the reception on Tuesday evening, also worked with us. They were very supportive and looked to see if there was anything else they could do. And one of the things they offered was to bring ECOPS to one of the local schools, where they gave a presentation and could interact with the students there and have a Q&A. And that was a really enjoyable experience. I understand that the ECOPS enjoyed it, but we also got great feedback from the school that the students really enjoyed it. And it was, again, it's just such a nice opportunity to engage with on the ocean agenda and the All-Atlantic agenda with in an environment like this with school students. And that's our group at the reception on Tuesday evening. Okay, just to speak now about the work that's being done on the priority on coastal resilience. So this is work that is obviously one of the two priorities, as I mentioned, for the Alliance, but Oceano is supporting in particular this effort, and that's being led by my colleagues in KDM, in particular Alexandra Sophie Roy and Jan-Stefan Fritz. And they have been very busy working closely with the European Commission to really move this agenda forward. So as of this week, there have been three different workshops held since March, since the Oceano project started in March, on this coastal resilience activity. You see on the picture is the workshop we had here, that was held here in Ottawa on Tuesday morning. And so the first workshop really was just getting sort of experts around the table from the Alliance countries and scoping what are the opportunities and what are the gaps, what resources exist, and what do we need to do going forward. That was online. The second workshop was also online, which was more of a reach out to knowledge holders and stakeholders, really to understand, again, what knowledge is out there, data and information sources, and also what the needs are in the Atlantic community. And then the workshop this week was an in-person workshop, which is obviously always more enjoyable and more productive in ways. And it's really taking all that work that's been done up to now to try and really move the agenda forward on what Oceano and what the Alliance can do in relation to really providing resources and outputs that can be impactful in relation to how communities can cope with, let's say, increasing impacts of climate change, both on communities and on businesses. So that's really important work. It's a lot of work so far that the colleagues have done, but it continues, and it really will scale up from here. One of the things that has been already made available from this week is the Atlantic Coastal Resilience Hub, which was presented at the workshop on Tuesday morning. And again, this is really now a home that makes available case studies and resources and information for users all around the Atlantic on tools and and best practices in relation to adapting and mitigating to impacts of climate change for coastal communities. So again, this is putting the structures in place now that will start to fill up as we work forward on this agenda. So really good work going on there. Also to mention a summer school that was held in Brazil in September. That was organized by our colleagues in CMPQ, Delaine Amaral da Cunha, and we, with support from IMPO as well. And it was an online summer school. Obviously, again, many of these activities have to be online because it's so difficult to provide opportunities for travel for people to come together. But everything we've heard back from Delaine, but also from others, Delaine, is that it was a really good success. So it focused on ocean and climate computational modeling. There were 20 students that took part in the summer school, and it was a really first one under Oceano. And I know, Delaine, you have plans for another next year, and also associated with the forum going forward for further schools as well. So that's another output from the project so far. And then I just want to show you a little bit about the work that's being done on the website. So well, when I say we, I should say who it is. So my colleagues in the JPI Oceans, who are a partner leading the communications work package in Oceano, and in particular Lisa Picato, who's been down at the back there with the AV team all week and is a fantastic resource for us because she's just such a good communications expert and has really kind of helped us build a communications program for Oceano, for the Alliance in particular, through Oceano. So she is working, and they are working also with Miguel Leal of Science Crunchers, and Miguel and his team are the kind of graphic and creators of a science communication agency. And if you can just look at some of the work they're doing, this is not live yet. This website work is going on behind the scenes. This is a proposal for what it can look like. We have to work then with the steering committee and the high-level board to understand if this is in line with what they would like to see as the new sort of kind of way we present AORIA online. But you can see that, that you're looking at a much fresher, much newer, much more functional, with much more functions, presentation of the Alliance. And I think that's a really important step that we can help with through the Oceano project. So that work is ongoing, but hopefully at some point in the not too distant future, you will see a new website with a very fresh new design and functionality. Okay, that's it from me. Thank you very much for your attention. And I know this time is short. I can take questions, but if there's not time, I can also just chat to anyone over coffee. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Nile. Our next session will look to explore the synergies and linkages between areas of Action 1 and 2, as well as the cross-cutting themes. I would like to invite the moderator of this next session to the stage, Dr. Simone Lejean, Board Director of Education, Training, and Outreach, to kick off this session.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this joint session where we will be exploring the linkages between areas of Action 1 and 2 and how they intersect with the broader AORIA priorities. Today's session is all about breaking down silos, finding synergies, and ensuring that our collective efforts are aligned for maximum impact. We will also hear from a distinguished panel of experts who will help us deepen our understanding of these connections, especially as we look to include the principles of diversity, inclusion, equity, and accessibility. Just to remind you, we also will have a Slido for online questions. So if you would like to send your questions through that platform, you're free to do so as well. I will be introducing our panelists one at a time, and after they speak, we will invite them to have a seat. Our first presenter will be joining us online, and that is Joanna Staneva at the Institute for Coastal Research, Helmholtz Center in Germany. Joanna, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome. So you can start your presentation whenever you're ready.
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you very much. My name is Joanna Staneva from Helmholtz Zentrum here in Germany, and I have the pleasure now to introduce our use case, namely on mangroves as nature-based solutions for the coastal erosion in Ghana. We want to answer questions like, can we use mangroves to protect our vulnerable coast of Ghana, or also to explore how the digital twin of the ocean can support this effort, especially in regions which are lacking systematic observations. Coastal erosion poses a major threat to Ghana. Average erosion is about 2 meters, and in some areas it can be even 30 meters. Hard engineering solutions, although applied at some specific sites of Ghana, they shift normally the problem downstream, and this raises the question, can mangrove provide a sustainable solution to this ongoing coastal erosion? Mangrove forests, particularly in Ghana region in Africa, they face severe threats. The loss of mangroves in the last decades highlight, however, the need of conservation efforts to protect this critical ecosystem. The primary drivers of mangrove losses in Ghana include conversion of salt pans, overexploitation of fuel and construction, but these pressures lately have been really intensified, also showing how important is study the sustainability of the mangrove ecosystems. The Mankoga project that I want to present now aims to support and restore mangrove ecosystem along the coast of Ghana. Its objectives include improving the coastal protection, reducing the nutrients, but also the project, which is endorsed as the Coast Predict UN Ocean Decade Action, aims to identify what are the critical monitoring and data gaps and also provide solutions. This is done through building of sustainable connections in order to achieve a sustainable blue economy resilient of environment. The Mankoga project also addresses several ocean decade programs and actions as specified in the Ocean Decade Africa Roadmap, which are very important for also maintaining sustainability and the coastal resilience. We believe that mangroves can save the vulnerable coast, but managing and enhancing the role of the mangroves in the ecosystem health is challenging due to many barriers. This can be the insufficient data, the weak communications between the stakeholders, but also the lack of pathways for making informed long-term decisions. There are significant data gaps if we are trying to build that and also to further develop the digital twin. The data gaps that exist, the data that exists there, they are very sparse in time and space. For example, the bathymetry is in a very short scales, and there is really clear lack of long-term systematic in-situ observations, which actually presents a major challenge for developing the accurate models and also effective management coastal strategies. For example, the reanalysis data, while valuable, they are very coarse and they are also not reaching the cost, but also the in-situ data, they are very patchy. This is why the sustainable development is needed, and this also highlights the urgent need for establishing the more robust observational network to inform the decision making and also to enhance the resilience strategies. The introduction of the digital twin of ocean presents the opportunity to address these gaps by integrating existing data with the advanced model and also the artificial intelligence. The Digital Twin of Ocean, D2 program, is a global initiative under the UN Ocean Decade. This is co-chaired by Feichai from Xiamen and myself, and its goal is supporting the ocean science for sustainable development. The digital twin integrates advanced coastal models from the different systems with the data towards providing solutions, especially useful for regions which are lacking the observations. By leveraging this technology, we can explore the optimal ways how we can use the coastal vegetation, for example, like mangrove in Africa coast, to mitigate erosion and improve the coastal resilience. The platform is designed in a way to be flexible for users to tailor it, and I will provide you an example of the what-if scenarios of the digital twin that we integrate into the European Editum Model Lab project. And we use this in order to help to generate the data-driven insight that principles for guiding the sustainable coastal management. The application can be customized to the user needs and provide solutions for optimizing the observational network. It can also create priority risk maps and generate knowledge where nature-based solutions, in particular in Africa coast, would work the best. And here is how it works. With this tool, the user can create its own what-if scenario to see the impact of the mangroves for sustainable protection, for example. The user can set up their own question, for example, how does the sea level rise impact the effect of the nature-based solution? Or the what-if scenario also can allow users to explore the impact of the different mangrove configuration along the different locations, either on the back beach or in the intertidal zones. Because of the customization, the user also can have a look of the impact of the different vegetation. Once the setup by the user is complete, he can submit the job, and then with our scenario, the job is running and providing solutions with a simple click. Then the digital twin provides the analysis, for example, of the erosion risk with the different scenarios which are set by the users. For example, here the blue shows under what scenario there is less erosion which is making place. Through the digital twin technology, also the scenarios can be replicated, providing the policymakers with actionable insight for coastal protection. But also with the help of the artificial intelligence, we can take this a step further of predicting the coastal risk for protecting the coastal future. In such a way, this use case as mangrove or nature-based solutions can benefit a really wide range of society, citizens, scientists, and people working on restoring the coastal system. With the use of the nature-based solutions, decision makers will be more informed about how to use the mangroves to reduce erosion risk and also the wave heights in the vulnerable coast. And I will end up with providing the important enablers and opportunity for nature-based solutions use case, our use case, in respect of our area. What is very important is data and research, and namely that the local ecology, climate and environmental conditions, they are really critical. The scientific data and research, they should inform the design and the implementation of these nature-based solutions. Education and outreach are also very critical. Implementing nature-based solutions like mangroves to restore the ecosystem and educating and outreach about raising the awareness of crucial importance. The ecosystem management and restoration has to be taken into consideration, as well as the local engagement in the community, because their involvement is critical. The local knowledge, the needs, and the perspectives are really essential for the success of such programs and projects. And also, this use case provided sustainable economic alternatives, for example, for sustainable energy production. And last but not least, the cultural and ethical consideration. We need to respect and integrate the local cultural and ethical values into this kind of the coastal resilience nature-based solution project, and then it will enhance the acceptance and sustainability. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Joanna. And if possible, we please ask you to stay on the call. We'll have the questions at the end of the session. Thank you. Next up, please welcome Mairead O'Donovan from the Coast Predict Program Secretariat, CMCC Foundation, Euro-Mediterranean Center on Climate Change, joining us from Italy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. You'll have guessed by my name that I'm another one of the Irish clan, but I am working for an Italian foundation. So CMCC sponsors my role with the Coast Predict program. And Coast Predict is one of the UN Ocean Decade programs connected to the Global Ocean Observing System. And Coast Predict's vision is very much aligned with both of Aerorea's action areas because what we envision is a predicted global coastal ocean. We can't achieve coastal resilience without this, without the short-term forecasts to manage risks, and without projections to form mitigation and adaptation plans in the longer-term context of future climate and ocean change scenarios. And despite the immense challenges of coastal resilience, there's currently no global coordination of coastal ocean observing and predicting. Knowledge and efforts are fragmented with significant gaps in coastal data, best practices and technology, especially in the global south. So our goal is to demonstrate solutions for integrated coastal observing, and by observing I mean in situ and Earth observations, and predicting systems that are relocatable, allowing innovations developed in one region to be adapted and replicated elsewhere. So our framework for this is called Global Coast, which aims to leverage oceanographic similarities and common needs within and across different regions of the coastal ocean. To achieve this, we have initiated a global coast network, which includes 130 pilot sites in over 60 countries, and including around 50 pilot sites around the Atlantic Basin. And starting in a few regions initially, these pilot sites will act as collaborative hubs, working with local stakeholders to co-create tailored solutions. And the topic of exchange and sharing of knowledge and solutions has come up so often in the last couple of days. We really think the Global Coast Framework will facilitate the exchange of models, innovative methodologies, and best practices between sites and regions. For example, we've been looking at how we might adapt a coastal climate downscaling prototype from the Adriatic to be deployed in the Caribbean, where sea level rise is a priority concern. And the Caribbean, in fact, is one of the regions where we're currently focusing our fundraising efforts. A key feature of Global Coast also is equity, another thing that's been mentioned a lot in the last couple of days. We want to ensure that innovations are accessible, particularly for low and middle income countries. And cloud technology, we think, presents tremendous opportunities for achieving this equitable access. For example, access to computing capacity that removes the need for local HPC infrastructure. So on screen is a very high-level overview of how we envision the Global Coast Framework. At its foundation, we have our network of pilot sites and Coast Predict projects. And in fact, the project that Joanna just presented is attached to the Coast Predict program. There are also other programs that we're connected to that are already funded EU and US initiatives, because we really want to leverage existing work and build on what has already been funded. So these projects will provide, these projects and the pilot sites will provide the data, models and technologies that feed into a system of interoperable regional clouds and use cloud computing spaces for shared services development. And public-private partnerships will be crucial for this part. In the workshop on Tuesday, I think it was Stefan mentioned that services development is beyond what scientists do. We agree with this, and we think that's where private sector partnership will be instrumental and can be a real catalyst. We recognise that the vision is ambitious, and yesterday someone, I think it might have been Murray Roberts, talked about building things from the bottom up, but also needing a little bit of magic dust from the top down. So if we could sprinkle some of that magic dust, I think there are a few key game changers that will turn our idea into action. Firstly, a system of regional coastal clouds, interoperable with existing clouds and digital twins like the European Blue Cloud, Edito Infra, and I know there are others. Secondly, cost-effective technologies and citizen science will be essential for achieving the necessary observations coverage, including hydrological observations, which of course are very important at that land-sea interface. Thirdly, AI advancement, which has potential to really accelerate coastal management tool capabilities. And finally, or maybe not finally, but rather fundamentally, is partnerships. So both Global South-North and also public-private partnerships. We need models for partnership where we can work alongside local project leadership and leverage private sector expertise to help translate the science into services. And with regard to partnerships, the last few days have just been amazing, and I see so many kind of dots connecting, and even more so after listening to the ECOP proposals this morning. I think there's real synergy with AORIA and the action areas. For example, pilot sites in the Atlantic, and perhaps especially some of the ones with existing maturity, could serve as exemplary demonstrators for Global Coast. In the Oceano workshop on Tuesday, John Bell talked about building trust in science and solutions, and it was discussed again this morning, in fact, with Dr. Nemer. And I think if we could collaborate to get some of the Atlantic pilot sites off the ground, they could provide initial demonstrators and really help to build trust in this framework and in this vision for a predicted coastal ocean. I didn't put a QR code on the screen, but the website is very easy, coastpredict.org, and I'd encourage you to go online and just look. We have an online map, an interactive map of the pilot sites and of the projects and partners that we're working with. So take a look and see if you see any synergies that are possible. So thanks a million, Gurv Mila Magrav.
Thank you, Mairead, and also for highlighting the importance of partnerships. Next up, we'll have Nicole Bebo, Head of the International Cooperation Unit at Alfred Wegener Institute, Helmholtz Center for Polar and Marine Research. Welcome.
Dear colleagues, I want to kidnap you now and bring you away from the blue ocean to the white ocean. And in the following minutes, I will reflect on 5 topics how AORIA, with its pole-to-pole approach, impacts on polar research through its structured action areas, which facilitate collaboration, funding, and the sharing of knowledge among countries bordering the Atlantic Ocean. Let's start with enhanced collaboration and networking. AORIA is built on international cooperation, linking countries bordering the Atlantic and the Arctic, from the Arctic to the Southern Ocean. By fostering collaboration, the Alliance enables polar research to benefit from networks, shared knowledge, data, and resources. I will give you 2 examples now. Yesterday, my director already mentioned that we are planning a really large-scale synoptic study in the Southern Ocean and on Antarctica, which is called Antarctica in Sync. It shall take place in 27-28. The connections that we have made here via AORIA with the South American and South African partners are key to implement such an initiative. On the other side, Antarctica in Sync is also a flagship program for AORIA because it will include all AORIA partners with polar programs. We are cooperating also with several AORIA partners in Polarin, Antje mentioned yesterday as well. Polarin stands for Polar Research Infrastructure Network, recently funded under Horizon Europe with 14.6 million euro. It will provide fully funded access to 64 research infrastructures and their services with the aim of tackling the scientific challenges of the polar regions. This network integrates a wide array of interdisciplinary and complementary top-level research infrastructures like Arctic and Antarctic research stations, research vessels and icebreakers, partly operating on both poles, observatories on land and in the ocean, data infrastructure, and ice and sediment sediment core repositories. The call for access to Polarian infrastructures has opened last week. So if anybody of you wants to work in the white ocean, come to the Polarian website and apply for access. AORIA has a strong focus on ocean health and climate change. This is my second point. AORIA's initiatives are aligned with broader goals of understanding the relationship between ocean health and climate. The Alliance emphasizes projects that monitor and restore marine ecosystems also in polar regions, thereby enhancing their resilience to climate change impacts. This focus is vital, as polar regions are often seen as the indicators of global climate change. I will shortly introduce 2 EU projects to you that are contributing to these topics by better understanding the ocean and climate on the southern hemisphere and in the Arctic Ocean. Both projects should be important contributors to the AORIA action areas. As you see on the slide behind me, the Southern Ocean plays a crucial role, not only the Agulhas currents, in ocean circulation and ventilation of the global ocean. It influences global climate by controlling heat and carbon exchange between the atmosphere and the ocean. To contribute to reducing uncertainties in climate change predictions, the EU funds the SO-SHIC project that aims to understand and quantify variability of heat and carbon budgets in the Southern Ocean through an investigation of key processes controlling exchange between the atmosphere, ocean, and sea ice, using a combination of observation and modeling approaches. The Arctic, now let's go north. In the Arctic, the human-induced planetary warming already leads to changes that are faster there than anywhere else in the world. They have environmental, societal, and economic impacts locally and due to the Arctic's role in the global climate far beyond the Arctic. This highlights, I think, the need for a sustained and accessible observing system that is tuned to the diverse needs of users, ranging from local inhabitants to academia, through industry and decision makers. This is the key motivation behind the EU project Arctic Passion. It wants to co-create and implement a coherent and integrated Arctic observing system. In the Arctic Passion, only as an example, several AORIA partners like the US, Canada, of course Europe, and Norway are also heavily involved. Then AORIA has a strong focus on coastal resilience. It contributes significantly on enhancing coastal resilience through research, innovation, and collaboration across the Atlantic and the adjacent polar regions. The main efforts focus on understanding how climate change and human activities affect coastal ecosystems and developing strategies to strengthen their resilience. In polar regions, especially the Arctic, coastal resilience is closely tied to the effects of thawing permafrost and ice, of course. And you see here a typical permafrost coast in the Arctic. The picture has been taken in Siberia, but you could take it also in Canada. These changes in permafrost cause significant coastal erosion, leading to a loss of land and impacting both wildlife and human settlements. The Alliance, so AORIA, supports research that examines these processes and develops strategies to mitigate negative impacts on coastlines. Coastal resilience under AORIA also focus on engaging local communities and indigenous populations of the Arctic and other Atlantic coastal areas. The Alliance promotes the sharing of traditional ecological knowledge alongside scientific research to develop holistic strategies that incorporate local needs and expertise. Indigenous Arctic communities are particularly vulnerable to coastal changes, as you can imagine, due to climate change-driven process. In fact, the changes are faster than we can investigate them. AORIA fosters collaboration between researchers and these communities to co-design resilience strategies, blending scientific and indigenous knowledge for sustainable coastal management. AORIA advocates also for sustainable practice in ocean management. That's my fourth point, that directly benefit to the polar regions. By promoting circular economies and sustainable fisheries within its framework, the Alliance aims to mitigate human impacts on fragile polar ecosystems. The approach not only helps protect biodiversity, but also supports local communities that rely on these resources. And then finally, last but not least, funding. The Alliance already supports, or within the frame of the Alliance, numerous projects under European funding programs as Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe are supported, which are especially targeting the polar regions and in which our AORIA partners work together. For instance, there have been significant investments in Arctic and Antarctic research projects aimed at understanding climate change impact, developing sustainable solutions for these vulnerable ecosystems, and this funding helps to ensure that this critical research can continue despite the, I have to say, really high costs that are associated with Arctic or Antarctic expeditions. To summarize, through his comprehensive action areas, the All-Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Alliance plays a pivotal role in advancing polar research. By fostering collaboration, providing funding, focusing on climate resilience, developing innovative tools, and promoting sustainability, AORIA enhances our understanding of the polar region and contributes to the global efforts to address climate change challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nicole, for telling us about the White Ocean. I know there are some ECOPs who are really enthusiastic about polar research. Next, we're moving to the other action area, ocean observing and modeling. And please welcome to the stage Brad DeYoung, Executive Director of the Canadian Integrated Ocean Observing System, Pacific, and Professor Emeritus at Memorial University. Welcome.
Thank you for this opportunity. You'll note that I'm bringing the 19th century version of PowerPoint, so it's difficult to read the slides, but if the power goes out, it works just as well as it does now. So what I'm going to talk about is to think a little bit about the connections between things we're already doing and going from the large-scale open ocean and thinking about the connections to the coastal ocean. And I'll use a particular example. It's the AMOC example that keeps coming up. I offer a new name for it, though. Instead of meridional, we can just substitute north-south, NOSO, for it, so it's ANOSUC. So if you like ANOSUC more than AMOC, we could go with that. Maybe not. So the first part of this is to recognize that we have a lot of energy going into making observations around this in a relatively sophisticated sense. So you have SAMOC in the southern Atlantic, just in the kind of north of the equator. We have the RAPID program, and then further north we have OSNAP, the observation program focused on the North Atlantic. And Juliet, you'll notice I put the Southern Ocean at the top and not at the bottom. So we have these large-scale programs, and they're funded based on science. They work relatively well to make their own measurements, but there's little connection or integration between them. They have independent websites. They have independent data architectures. They produce different estimates of the state of AMOC. And we still have a challenge to understand even what the scientific connection is between those measurements. And so there's an enormous need and opportunity here to bring those data together, both for the scientific value that creates, but also if we did it effectively, we could bring it together in a way that would create value for the wider community if we made sense of and provided, for example, an index of what the state of the AMOC is. And I want to make the pitch or suggestion that our view of AMOC may be lagging behind the way in which we as a society see the El Nino Southern Oscillation, ENSO. So 30 years ago, nobody on the street knew what ENSO was. Today, if you walk anywhere in California or in British Columbia on the west coast of North America, people actually pay attention to the state of AMOC, or of ENSO. And they say, is it an El Nino or La Nina? And they worry about the weather and they think about fires. So they're actually thinking about the state of the ocean. And I will suggest that in a decade that we may be able to, if we effectively build our understanding of AMOC, communicate in that same sense in the Atlantic space and encourage attention to that. So that's a value added we could already offer there. But then the next step of that, and this is slide number 2, is to look at the connections to the coastal systems. So AMOC, for example, a weakened AMOC has impacts around the basin. But just to think of a couple of them, one is to change the equatorial Atlantic heat structure, which then influences hurricanes, which are obviously very topical at the moment. Another aspect of this is a change of sea level on the Atlantic seaboard. This then offers a connection to regional programs like US IUS, or in Canada, CUS, in Europe, Eurogoose, coastal programs that are making those direct measurements where the impacts of AMOC are being felt. And so this is another kind of opportunity to make connections between large-scale programs and regional initiatives. These groups are already doing these things, but we're not bringing them together and connecting or making the links. A final point I would make in this, and this is slide number 3 now, just as hard to read, is the way in which we bring data to models. And so AMOC is an example where we almost do it, but don't really do it effectively well. And so again, if you're a modeler and you want to find the AMOC data sets, they're scattered across the internet. They're not in a single location. We don't make it easy for modelers. And all of those earlier projections you had about the collapse of AMOC are from the modeling community. And those aren't wrong, because we don't know, of course, but they're limited because right now the models don't reproduce AMOC. So the models don't match what the measurements of AMOC show us to be its characteristics. And so that begs the question of, should you trust the AMOCs as a predictor of the future? And maybe you do, maybe you don't. I think there is a general consensus in the community that AMOC will decline, but the fact or the risk of collapse is very uncertain. But if we created greater value from the data and made it easier to integrate with models, and then focused around reproducing AMOC characteristics, but then also making connections or building models that focus on the teleconnections, the societal impacts of AMOC. And so Amazonian rainfall is influenced by AMOC, rainfall in the Sahel, in the Sahara Desert. And so we don't really have active models that try to reproduce or focus on that. And so that's another kind of added value that we could draw attention to if we created the support, i.e. the data systems that enhanced or made it easier to do that. So in summary then, what I'm suggesting is, and I'm only picking AMOC as an example. I don't want AMOC to be the only thing AORIA or we as a community focus on, clearly, even though I do suggest that AMOC is, in a sense, an untapped understanding of what the Atlantic does and a fundamental characteristics of many of the climate impacts and societal effects that we're going to see in the Atlantic, and therefore an important area to consider. But it's still just an example of the way in which we should build on things we're already doing, make the connections to the coastal systems and the coastal environments where society and coastal communities exist, and then expand the scientific observations to link to modeling, both in the sense of active modeling and forecast modeling, and modeling that directs itself towards real societal concerns and needs. So I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. I liked your point about building on things that already exist. I feel like AMOC had a really good show today. It got a lot of attention. I also think we need probably an ocean glossary for all the acronyms that we also heard today. Next up is Gilbert Siko, Director, Marine and Polar Research, Department of Science and Innovation, South Africa. Welcome, Gilbert.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to be here. My presentation as well, I think in this case, will try to sum up what we've been discussing in the past 2 days, particularly looking at try to come up with synergies, identify synergies between the two action areas that have been identified. I think, as you all know, that AORIA meeting forum in Cape Town came up with two actions as important. But most importantly is that they not necessarily are independent from each other, because they have to talk to one another. As I said, these days it's becoming very much impossible to look at ocean observations and modeling in isolation. I mean, looking at it alone, and not just that, any scientific observation for that matter, looking at it individually in isolation, it does not have a purpose. Without, again, looking at the social aspects. I think this now brings, when you look at the social aspects, that now it brings you to the other action that is mainly on coastal resilience. We have heard from yesterday's sessions and the anticipated destruction by Milton in the US. And for us in South Africa, we recently have been experiencing quite a lot of destructive weather patterns, including recently, and basically in South Africa, we are now in spring. We expect the weather to be very hot. But then for the past, about 2-3 weeks ago, we had snow, and something that we've never had in winter. We had huge snow, which basically blocked the roads, and people could not move. I mean, people were stuck in that snowfall. So because we have not, even though there was an indication, people did not understand. When you tell people, okay, guys, be careful, these are extreme weather patterns, extreme weather is coming, do not travel to Durban or to KZN in that period. People just ignored that because they did not know that it's possible to have snow. I mean, sometimes we just have, when we say we've got snow, it's something that is listed, but this time around, it was huge. It blocked all the roads. And at the time as well, looking at the period of time that it is spring, and spring normally is very hot. I mean, we just got out of winter and into spring, but then now we had such extreme weather. That was an anomaly in South Africa. So what I'm saying is that definitely ocean observation and modeling has to contribute towards the ability of coastal system and communities to anticipate, prepare, and respond to and recover to these extreme events. We need these observations, particularly to ensure that they are able to inform. I've come to realize, over the time, that after death, the second most fearsome thing that people are scared of is change. People don't like change. I mean, even most importantly, unfortunately, natural scientists, when you talk to them, they say, no, engage with social scientists, basically to be able to do, interpret whatever that work that you're doing. It's sort of like a challenge. I mean, Juliet yesterday said, no, scientists should be confined. Yes, I agree. Not all scientists should talk about the science. Simply because, yes, as she also tried to explain, some of them will just basically confuse people. But most importantly, what they should know is that it's easier to do that, not necessarily for them to talk. They have to engage. I mean, they've got students, and in most cases, because the transition to talk to another established social scientist, it's going to be difficult. You go and engage students in social sciences to bring them in, to be able to interpret, assist you in interpreting your work so that it can be palatable to the politicians, palatable to the policymakers. For you to be able to develop policies, you need these people to do that. Synergies between ocean observation and modeling, they include integration of real-time data to inform the adaptive management strategies to ensure that this is very much important for you to be able to develop the strategies. And once you develop the strategies, because you've been able to interpret data, I mean, people go at sea and do quite a lot of observations, but then that information is not known. I mean, in South Africa, we've got a process whereby people are complaining that there's lots of investment in scientific programs like astronomy, and yet there's little in terms of the ocean space. But then I think simply because the astronomers were successful in ensuring that they are able to communicate something that is not necessarily part of, they'll say something that will benefit, even if it's not tangible, something that is not as intangible as astronomy. They're able to deliver that. And then once they're able to deliver that, then there is investment. And then there's global investment in something that is intangible. I mean, some people will say, no, we know more about the space than the Earth. Simply because being able to express yourself, to say, okay, this is the importance of the oceans. Because in most cases, when there are areas, I mean, for example, there's predictions. Modelers and oceanographers come up with data that says, okay, there's going to be adverse events that's going to occur. They're unable to basically put it in such a way that it will be palatable so that people can respond. I mean, for example, I always say that the advent of COVID-19, actually, even though it was bad, but then it provided the science particularly, with an opportunity, because then that is when science was put on the pedal to say, okay, tell us what's happening. Everybody, I mean, even the community were very much interested in science. They didn't want to listen to politicians. They wanted to hear from the scientists. What are you saying about this virus? That's when, in this case, we should have taken this opportunity, grabbed it, and ran with it. So, again, we've had yesterday and today as well from the ECOPs that the importance of data. So data is very much important in decision making. So they have, I think this was emphasized by actually two groups in their project to emphasize that we require data. We need to be able to decode data. Once data is decoded, then it can assist with decision making. So this is one of the key things that basically provides sort of like an interface between ocean observation and modeling, as well as the ability to make decisions. This also assists with the issue of risk management, risk assessment. How do you manage the risk? How do you ensure that you are able to calculate the risk? It's important that in this case that the information that is being decoded can be used to decode, to basically provide your risk plans. And it also allows us to be able to develop climate adaptation strategies. Ocean observations, development, and climate adaptation strategies are able to provide insights in terms of what next, what is it that we have to do if we come up with situations like this. Most importantly, as I said, that I think even the ECOPs have been engaged, particularly in ensuring that their work, there are projects that they've been working on, they sort of like develop policy statements, because it's important that this kind of information filters down into policy development. So policy is important because policy will identify areas. Policy is basically when you've identified a challenge, and once the challenge has been identified, then how do you deal with it? So I think the work that they've been doing over the years is very much important. Over the two days, it's very much important to ensure that we are able to bring the science that we're working on and into policy. And again, I think this was also emphasized very much so, public awareness and education. It's a very, very much important element that the public have to know. You have to find ways of decoding the observation data that you've collected at sea or in your computer to something that the public can then be able to interpret. Through, basically in a nutshell, I'll say that through integration of ocean observation into coastal resilience planning, we can be able to create a robust strategies get towards protection and vulnerable coastal communities and ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you, Gilbert. Many great points, including the importance of interdisciplinary approaches and translating a lot of that great research and science into policy. Our next presenters will talk on the theme of ocean literacy, engagement, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. First up, we have Professor Juliette Herms of NRF Seyon. Juliette?
Thank you, and thanks for all those great presentations. So I'm just going to take a moment to give some ideas. I ran up here. I spoke to quite a lot of you. We got a lot from the sessions, so these aren't my ideas, although I do believe in them. Basically, what we've sort of talked about is that we really must transform both our perspectives and our actions. The change that we seek in society and our communities begins within, which is what we heard today. So through self-reflection, through acknowledging our own inherent biases, and reshaping the way that we conduct science to be more inclusive and equitable. Sorry. How can we harness the energy and momentum that we've built through AORIA to drive meaningful change? It's about sustaining this collective drive and translating it into lasting impact, both in our scientific endeavors and supporting more inclusive, resilient coastal communities. We need to create a concrete, actionable strategic plan or framework outlining how the key ideas and solutions discussed will be implemented over the next year. I don't want to come to the forum next year and have the same conversations. I want the work that we've done this year to be actioned, and I want us to be held accountable, that next year we're actually seeing outcomes from what we've done. That's it.
Thank you. Next up, we have Dr. Deborah Santos Prado, researcher at the Federal University of Sao Paulo and the University of Waterloo.
Thank you for this opportunity to bring some reflections as an early career researcher. I'm more engaged in action-oriented research, and I was very happy to see many discussions that we had in these 2 days. One of the main topics for me was how we engage with societies. We are talking about that all the time in these different areas of action, and how can we promote knowledge to action. I've been working with small-scale fishing communities for the last 10 years in different parts of Brazil and internationally, and I can see many optimistic changes in these years. One is that many communities are valuing the role of information and the knowledge, and their knowledge, because knowledge is power. These communities are suffering climate change, and they are observing ocean in a daily basis. And at least some of the communities I work, they are doing their self-monitoring, right? They are monitoring the fishing catch, they are monitoring marine pollution, they are monitoring illegal fishing, they are monitoring bycatch, they are monitoring erosion as well. And they are choosing the variables that they want to monitor, they are choosing indicators, and they want to have their own data because they know this is important for decision-making processes. So it reminds me how they are using it as an important notion of nothing about us without us, which means nothing about them without them, of course. So it would be really important to consider a program that relates to citizen science, for example, and how to support these type of initiatives. So these legitimate requests and this awareness is increasing among communities, and this is changing a lot. Different social movements launched the campaign Call to Action in 2022. Maybe most of you know about that. But they want to have partnerships, and they are very secure about how build this type of partnerships. I invite you to read a document that's called Rules of Conduct for Working with Small-Scale Fishers and Fishworks to Save Our Ocean, because they depend on the ocean, right? So when I was reflecting during some sessions yesterday, I was remember an important educator and philosopher in Brazil called Paulo Freire. And during 70s and 80s, I was not even born in this period, he used it to criticize the idea of empowerment. We empowering people. And we are using this word all the time, and I was remember him during these days. Because he really believed that individuals are not empowered by external agencies. Power to change should not be granted just from outside. It's not about transferring knowledge all the time, right? And he really believed that it should be done through critical reflection and collective action. And I'm happy because we talked about that these days as well. So it has a lot to do with ocean literacy and communication, which should be bi-directional, right? And I think this is quite related to equity, to diversity, and to be inclusive in ocean. That's it.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Diz Gluthero. Diz is joining us from the Canadian Ocean Literacy Coalition.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll make this super quick. I would like to extend a sincere thanks to the AORIA leadership team and the Forum organizing team for creating such a prominent space for discussions around these cross-cutting themes of equity, diversity, inclusion, ocean literacy, and co-design. You know, often when things are placed as cross-cutting, the thinking, broadly speaking, is because they're transversal. And in the case of these two action areas, that we can take some of the best practices and standards and approaches from these cross-cutting themes and help to support and strengthen these two very important areas of science action. And I believe that. But I've also been reflecting on what I've heard over the last 48 hours, and I think back to Craig's comment or question when he challenged that first cross-cutting panel yesterday in the morning about, the science community can't do it all. Scientists can't do it all. And so how can these other professional communities help and drive the transformative change? And I was thinking about that most of last night and this morning, and I'm thinking about a lot of Ken's comments he's contributed to about this, especially the question or comment this morning around, in order to increase equity, we have to really invest in Indigenous-led co-design. Like there's a difference there, and he was really pushing us as a community to think about that. And I also think, Brad, about your comment this morning or a question too around like strengthening those barriers between science and policy. But we got to add the society piece. The talk to action ratio around the society piece remains big. And so the one thing, in thinking about that, like one future consideration is to place these cross-cutting themes, these cluster of cross-cutting themes as a third area of action in the future. And it's not a question of one or the other. It's not to have them as cross-cutting themes or to have them as a third priority action. It's both. Both is needed. And I think when we do that, it will really help, like investing in an area of action that's focused on the social sciences, that really dives into the research, because it is research, it is science. Like what drives, what types of ocean climate knowledge, what ways and methods of communicating, which opportunities and access and experiences drive societal engagement, mobilizes agency, like creates a citizenry willing to really lean in and contribute and drive and enact the science in meaningful ways on the ground in community. It's a science that we need more of. And so I think by making it a third priority area, we increase opportunity for investment, and we really do start to walk the talk on transdisciplinary collaboration. So a future consideration. And on a final note, I'd love to return. I don't think Jerry's still here, but I'm just really grateful for his opening words around to enter into these 2 days with heart, because we will never close the knowledge action gap without heart. Like as humans, we don't act on this, we act on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Diz. And our last panelist today is Roberto De Pino, Analyst, Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, Brazil.
Thank you, Simon. I was going to read from a song from my city, from a band from my city, but to honor our wonderful host here in Canada, I decided to re-listen to a band that was one of my favorite bands in my teen years and college years, which is the very Canadian, very Ontario Cowboy Junkies. And I found this, remember of this song, it was one of my favorite songs from them. So I will read a few verses from that song. That song is from 1993. It's called Anniversary Song. And sorry, I cannot sing, so I will read it as best as I can. Have you ever seen a sight as beautiful as that of the rain-soaked purple of the white birch in spring? Well, I have known all these things and the joys that they can bring. Well, I never thought that I would be the one to admit that the moon and the sun shine so much more brighter when seen through two pairs of eyes than when seen through just one. Back to the speech. So, to help us have 2 pairs of eyes, 100 pairs of eyes, we organized in Barcelona during the Ocean Decade Conference event that was very emotional. We had Juliet there, called South by South Seaside. So I will start with some messages from that event that I could take note on, and this is from there. We have to get away from the mental and get more emotional, because that's where the behavior change happens. It is oral communication that inspires us. We have many, many beautiful stories, and we just need to give them visibility. We need time, space, resources, and being welcome. We need ocean culture. And now this is from me. We need to recognize what is not working. And now I'll focus a little bit on science, because I come from the Ministry of Science, Technology, Innovation. So it's still a bit on the old ways and the core science or hard science or whatever you're going to call. The world has changed, but sometimes we act as it has not. And I remember the presentations that many of you have certainly saw on TED from the late and great Hans Hosley with the floating circles down in the panel on how the world has changed, and then how he did these studies on how people perceive the world, and usually his students, his postgrad students, got it very wrong. I suspect if we did the same thing on the outlook of science, and not only ocean science here, but also ocean science, we probably would get it very wrong. So the last edition of the Global Ocean Science Report by UNESCO informs us that the added contribution of global science member states amounts to about 1/3 of ocean science for the period of 2000 to 2017, growing faster than the average and reaching at the end of the period almost half of ocean science input. If we had an update on that, we probably would have a higher number. And this is only a partial view of the output in ocean science, because it covers only articles that are written in English or have an English abstract, and they are indexed in a particular article science database. So we do have a new publication, which is the State of the Ocean report, also by ILC, which I'm partially responsible, that we have did advance in geographical representation, but not enough. The pilot edition of the State of the Ocean report had only 5% of authors from the Global South. This edition has about 13%. So it's a dismal improvement. In the distribution of reviews, we are a little better, growing up from 18% to only 30%. It's a start, but lots of effort has to be made. So, to end, I'm going to go back to the South by South Seaside event and the messages from there. The ocean is a global issue. We need to put money to a global solution. We are the partners to implement it. You want to solve a problem, and we are here to help. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roberto. So I know we had quite a large and diverse panel, and I know time is short, but maybe we could just have 1 or 2 questions from the audience or from our Slido if there are any online. Do we have any questions? Yes.
Hi, my name is Siabulela Hamna, and I'm from South Africa. So I think my question relates to the Polarin because I'm also working in that field. So I think you also spoke about the EU project, which is so chic. I was involved in somehow there, but I was not directly involved. But so I want to know, and how do we ECOPS get involved in Polarin and without the seniors applying for big grants? Thank you.
We have so you can apply, and if you apply as an early career scientist or early career ocean professional, you get extra bonus points. So Polarin is really meant to, first of all, give access to infrastructures to early career scientists, so in a leading role, not as someone who's taking samples. And secondly, also to those countries who have not infrastructures in the Antarctic or Arctic. You know, they also will be prioritized. So you have a realistic chance to get a place on Polarstern, for example, if you want. It is really meant to support those communities who are not like us, have our own ship, you know, or stations, but those who start with polar research, who have brilliant ideas, and especially, as I said, early career scientists. So look at the website and look what you can do there and where you find your place.
Thank you. Nikia, I think you had a question.
Yeah, so not as much of a question, but more of a statement that I want to make in front of everyone. So I want to acknowledge that the Global Coast project from Coast Predict does have pilot projects in the Caribbean, and it is one of the few projects and action items out of AORIA that has representation, not just in the tropical Atlantic, but specifically in the Caribbean. So I want to say thank you for that. That's it.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Yes?
Maybe I'll ask again. My name is Igor Škoric. I'm presenting Cell for Science, a non-profit organization. My question, so I'm involved in collecting data from the ocean. I'm instrumentation engineer, oceanographer, and when we deal with data, and in many presentations today, I heard that word gap. So we have gaps, especially in coastal area where we not much have, completely have no data, get some analysis from Argo floats, from mass instrumentation. And when we perceive data as something ephemeric or something digital, and on the other side, if we say data is a commodity which could be sold or could be purchased by shareholders who are interested in that data and can perceive that vision as, okay, here's a need for data, and here's an area where you can do it. For example, from my side, like sailors on a cruise ship who do it, just live aboard, and they can collect data and send data to databases. And society can pay them and make them a living from that point, and everyone would be happy and involved and engaged and empowered with many different visions of what we do and what we expect from other part of society to help us, scientists and society. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that brings us to the end of our panel, and please give a warm round of applause to all of our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are running behind, so I'm going to quickly introduce Alison for the launch of the Vision 2030.
Thank you. And I wish I had the energy left to run up here as Juliet and Diz did so elegantly, but I'm afraid I'm past that point. No, I will be quick, but I did want to take this opportunity here, and you heard yesterday about the Ocean Decade, some of the strategic visioning and how it's related so closely to AORIA and to the priorities of AORIA. And so I really wanted to take this opportunity here for a world launch. It is the global launch of the final report of the outcomes of the Barcelona conference, which has also been something that has been discussed here a lot. And this is a report that I think many of you know wasn't just the outcomes of what was discussed at Barcelona, but Barcelona itself was built on a process, as we heard yesterday in one of the panels that Diz was on a process, the Vision 2030 process, that had numerous white papers put together, over 150 experts, hundreds more people consulted and participated. So it really was a global effort to try and set some of the future priorities across the different Ocean Decade challenges for discussion, essentially, in the Barcelona conference. At the Barcelona conference, there was also a first sort of synthesis report. Some of you would have seen that, the Vision 2030 Outcomes report, that started to touch on some of these cross-cutting issues. So while we have the challenges, obviously the challenges interact, and sitting above the challenges, there are a whole range of other things that we need to be looking at in terms of enablers, in terms of resources, in terms of financing, and we've been discussing so many of those here over the last couple of days. So what we have done since Barcelona, I know we may have been a little bit quiet, but we've been working very, very hard. There were the white papers, there were the Vision 2030 Outcomes report. There was obviously the Barcelona statement, which tried to distill some of the specific things spoken about in April. All of this has been discussed at length with the Decade Advisory Board, who are our main strategic advisory body for the decade, as well as the member states of the IOC during our last Executive Council. And this has led to what we're releasing today, and which is going to be live as of this afternoon, which is the Ambition, Action, Impact Ocean Decade Pathway to 2030 report. This is a report which is relatively short. It is very, very action-focused, and it really is going to be essential for the next 5 years of the decade in terms of laying a framework for where the decade is going to be going. And it's really structured in two parts. The first of these is around the science and knowledge priorities. And this again is drawn from the Vision 2030 white papers, but aims to consolidate across the different Ocean Decade challenges and also look at some of the interactions between those challenges. And what I think you'll see here and in the next slide is there is so much alignment with the issues that we've been talking about here today. Really, and this is a very synthetic piece of text around what those priorities are. There's a lot more depth in the report itself, but really when you look at this range of issues, it really touches on so much of what we talked about today. And I would like to say in the science and knowledge priorities, there is a strong focus on embracing all types of knowledge, on the social sciences, even on looking at how we bring in economic and financial science into the decade to underpin some of the financial instruments, models and policies that are needed. So this is a range of science and knowledge priorities. And then the next one, which I think is equally, if not important, is the way that the decade is going to be aiming over the next 5 years to work on developing and further strengthening the enabling factors for sustained impact to make sure that the science and knowledge priorities are being met in a way that is co-designed, that is co-delivered, that is inclusive, that is equitable, and that is taken up. And so these are the types of priorities and processes that we are going to be really focusing our efforts on. You'll see the first one there about the strengthened role of policy and user needs as a driver of the decade actions. That's something that's had a lot of discussion over the last two days in terms of that interface between science, policy and society, the specific needs of small island developing states and least developed countries, looking at capacity development as a sustained and impactful initiative that is really, again, demand-driven, looking at equity, inclusivity and diversity across a range of different issues, the strategic communications and ocean literacy, and coming back to some of these conversations that we've been having about ocean education, ocean literacy, and the communication of ocean science to really be influencing and informing policy and decision-making. And then, of course, the financing. And this was probably one of the most commonly talked about topics in Barcelona, is about trying to start thinking about new ways of thinking about financing ocean science, new ways of thinking about financing ocean science infrastructure, so that we're moving away from short-term funding cycles to investment and sustained financing. And so how are we looking at achieving this? And first of all, I really hope you will all download and read the report. It is, as I say, quite short and succinct. If you want to skip all the first part, there's a summary in the last 2 or 3 pages, which is really the actions, which is really the framework that's going to be guiding us. So where we're going now and taking this ambition, this action, this impact through the report, there are 3 main areas of work that we're going to be carrying out in parallel. First of all, looking at how we translate this broad action framework to the regional level. That's obviously something that we would love to continue collaborating and discussing with AORIA, particularly now in our official role as a supporter of the declaration, but also to the national level. And this will be working through our network of national decade committees, member states and other partners to make sure that the actions and the priorities really have that relevance at the regional and national level. We will be looking at soliciting, co-creating, catalysing new decade actions to fill some of the gaps in the science and knowledge priorities, but also to bring new contributions, for example, for capacity development into the decade to fill some of the identified gaps. And then the third piece to it, which is something the Ocean Decade hasn't done before, is we'll be launching a series of flagship initiatives so that the Ocean Decade and partners, and I hope many of you will be involved in these flagship initiatives, can really start to inform and trigger debate within the global agenda on key issues. And of course, some of these key issues, we can see them in the green box there. Investment in ocean science is one of these, and we'll be starting a new initiative with OECD and other partners looking at how do we reliably, transparently calculate the return on investment in ocean science as a means of generating knowledge to underpin our financing decisions. We also have new initiatives around seabed mapping, around coastal resilience of cities, around marine pollution, and around sustainable ocean planning. And all of these will be built up gradually over the coming months. Obviously, the United Nations Ocean Conference in Nice next year is really going to be a milestone in all of these initiatives. They are not being developed as initiatives just for UNOC, but we will be using the opportunities provided by UNOC and the thousands of diverse actors across society that will be in Nice to build constituencies, to build partnerships for these initiatives. So keep your eyes on the website, keep your eyes on social media. We'll also be reaching out, obviously, to member states, to our partners, to get you engaged in these. But please do download the report and let us know what you think. But hopefully it's an interesting read and will help in the reflections on the decade. And I am going to take one more slide because I would also like to take this opportunity to announce, given the focus, and I've been really, really humbled and so pleased to see not only the strong emphasis given by the organisers to early career ocean professionals, but the strong voices of the early career ocean professionals within this meeting. I think it's been extraordinary in terms of, you know, I go to a lot of meetings and it's not always the case. You know, often it can be quite tokenistic, often it can be something that isn't really woven into the fabric of the meeting itself, and that has not been the case here. As you know, early career ocean professionals have been a priority group for the Ocean Decade from the outset and for the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission. And so in addition to launching the report today, I have the pleasure, which we weren't sure if we were going to get it ready to go out today, of launching the second edition of the Mario Ruivo Memorial Lecture. I don't know if Luis is still, from Portugal, is still in the audience. No, he's already left. Sophia is saying Luis has been absolutely instrumental in working with IOC and Eurocian in setting up this memorial lecture series. I would encourage all of the ECOPs in the room to think about applying. It is an opportunity to present your work in front of the 150 member states of the IOC Assembly in June 2025 in Paris. During the meeting, I would say the Assembly next year is going to be one of the most important assemblies we've had for a while, for not only just because it's coming just after UNOC, but there's a lot on the agenda. So it's going to be a really, really important meeting and a wonderful chance to present in front of the member states. So please think about applying, and those who are non-ECOPs, think about sharing this widely within your networks. Anyway, I'll leave it there. Thank you for your attention. It's been a wonderful meeting, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alison. Before we head to a health break, we've been asked to take a group photo. So we'll reconvene here at 4:15. And for the photo, if you could follow Carol right there, and she'll lead you to take a group picture. those who would like translation. Grabbing headsets. No, for me after. Yeah. No, not me, for the Senegal piece. Yeah. A few of them, I'll. Good. All right, welcome back, everybody. So for our next session, we will have a panel discussion, which will include members of the high-level board. And it's my pleasure again to introduce to you Dr. Erin McPherson.
Thanks, Justin, and thanks everyone joining us virtually and here in the room for sticking with us. I know it's been a long week with a number of activities inside and outside of the forum program, so really appreciate that we're probably getting a little bit low on energy at the end of day 2 of the forum, but know this will be a really, really interesting discussion. Over the past few days, we've heard, I think, a lot of reflections from many of you, from people joining us who've had to depart, from people joining us from other parts of the world who weren't able to be here today in person. I think there's been a few reflections already about what's really hit home, whether that's Ken's reflections on ensuring that we're very much putting the forefront of our personal relationship with the ocean into the frame of how we approach our work, whether that's considering how we can broaden the collaboration to include groups and partners and supporters who are not yet part of the Alliance but share the vision, how we can ensure that we are promoting and really taking actions to ensure that the diversity, inclusion, and equity goals that we have for the Alliance are reflected in everything we do. So I'm just throwing out a few things that have really resonated with me, but it's my pleasure to introduce and welcome to the stage some of the high-level board members from partner countries of the Alliance who are going to share their reflections. So I'm going to ask my colleagues from the European Commission, from Morocco, from Norway, from the US, from Capo Verde, and Brazil to just join me on the stage. And I'm going to provide a mic. So just in the interest of time, I'm going to ask each of you to be crisp and to maybe just offer 1 or 2 reflections of what are the key takeaways for you this week from the forum, from the events that you've been able to participate in, from the discussion, and if there's anything you can offer about what that might mean when you go home and you're thinking about how to mobilize these takeaways in your own organization and country. But again, 1 thing, 2 things, because I know we want to make sure that we're able to complete the session on time today and end at 5.
I can begin. I would like to say, first of all, that I am outsider. It's my first time in the ocean community, and I'm very pleased to be here. And I used to be in the physics community, and with talking about different themes. The sustainable that we're talking about there is concerning to green energy, at least. There are other topics that don't make mention to all the kinds of problems that you have been discussing today. And that my link to the ocean was, I live in a city, in a very beautiful city, Rio de Janeiro, that has very beautiful ocean beach. And it was really very pleasure to be here with so a large number of persons that have the good passion. I observed here in these 3 long days that there are a lot of people with a great lot of passion for the sea, for the knowledge, for the science, for the things that you have to do together to create a better world. So I am very involved in these days. From the outside, I found myself complete inside of the discussion. It was really very good for me, mainly because I am in a different position. I changed from the academy to the ministry, and now I have to make decisions. And so to be here during these last 3 days was really very good. I believe that was good for the Brazilian people because I'm taking home a lot of messages. And the main message is that we have to grow together. I believe that the good passion of the research, the scientist people that live for the science is very, very important. But we have to take attention that I have learned a lot about that here from the communities, from the traditional people, how they will get together with this knowledge in her day by day. So the compromise is so important that I have to take this message to my country. I believe that we are in a moment very important because you are defining some grants, the national grants, defining state policy. And so I believe that was really very good these days. And one thing that I have to mention is that Brazil is growing in the area of ocean culture literacy. And we have heard here a lot of other manifestations, other people from Portugal, from Africa, constructing this kind of education. And I believe that we are going in this direction to be very important for us. And so that I will take a lot of messages from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that's fine. I suddenly felt very nervous because I have a lot of bullets that I collected during these past 3 days, and I know that I will not have the time to tackle them properly. But I have these 2 bullets that I need to say: be polite and be concise. So be polite. Thank you very much for the organization. You were very good pulling out all of these workshops, these sessions, and all the work that also we did with the other committees that we had. So I really think that I needed to acknowledge for all this back work that it was done. And also be concise. I cannot do that. But let me just bring a sentence from my field, which is evolutionary biology, which is variation is the raw material for natural evolution, a natural selection and evolution per se, right? So in this case, I can bring this analogy for what we are doing here, which is variation. So everything that we do, the basis is variation. Variation among ourselves. We are very different. Variation among the way we are thinking. Variation of geographical spaces. So there are very complexities here. But at the same point, we have this one common goal, which is we want a better and sustainable and healthy ocean. This is the subject that we are working here mainly, okay? So what AORIA is doing is bringing all of us to think jointly and in an integrated way about all these very important topics that each one of us have in a different way in our countries. So bringing new countries as Senegal and Iceland for this meeting was very successful from the organization, a very successful move from the organization, and we hope for the new sessions to have more countries, because then it will be more views, more variation of complexities in this field, and therefore we can achieve something that is more global. okay? Also, something very important that I keep hearing here, more than 50 times, and I'm bold to say more than 100 times, best practice. So what is best practice? There's a lot of ways of thinking about this also, right? And I keep thinking about specifically about my country. I can learn from Canada, US, Brazil, their best practice, which might not be the best practice in my country. But as I say also to my colleagues, we should not reinvent the wheel, right? We can adapt. So we can use their ideas, we can use, you also can use our ideas to solve some of the common problems that we have. So best practice, good lessons, lesson learned, partnerships, all of these words were very well tackled here, and I wanted to bring for this discussion. I'm not going to take more time, but there are two other points that I want to say here, which is about the youth and foster community and knowledge. So there's a lot of things here, but they are all connected, okay? So we are talking a lot about, I'm not using the word because I know people here don't like it, capacity building. Let's use knowledge construction. I don't know if you have another better wording, please let me know. Scholarship, leadership, more institutions that can foster, or alliances that can foster this type of initiatives are very relevant. Extension of ECOP, or the work that the ECOPs can do, this is also something that we should go for. And there were a lot of projects that were presented here. I can mention a few ones like WTEC, the floating universities, and also the blue schools that Cape Verde also is part. And I can give you a very specific example. Because of blue schools, in Cape Verde now we have 13 programs regarding to school, to blue actions, okay? And they are all very important, and they are growing in bigger scale, okay? And inclusion, equity, cultural competence, engagement, all of these are points that also I think it's very important for us to talk about. I'm not going to go through this. And the last point is a sustainable investment, okay? We are talking about finance all the time, but one of the things that Alison from IOC UNESCO was saying is about long-term commitment. And this is also something that I want to bring a very personal experience from my country and my institution, which is IMAR, the Sea Institute of Cape Verde. We work under the government umbrella, the Ministry of Sea. Now we are growing also. We are able to write projects. We can have grants. We have grants. But the way they're offering this type of grants is like in 1 year, 6 months, or maximum 2 years. This is not enough for us to go over all the administrative issues that we have in our institution in order to keep doing the project, viable and consistent and robust and with data. So we need more long-term investment regarding to finance. I'm so sorry I passed the 5 minutes.
No, Yara, I just want to make sure you have a chance to introduce yourself, though. So I just want to make sure that we don't miss that, because I know you mentioned it in passing, but
okay.
I'll offer you that too.
I'm so sorry, my name is Yara Rodrigues. I'm the executive vocal of the Sea Institute of Cape Verde.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Abdouahad Zarfi. I am from the Ministry of Education, Scientific Research and Innovation in Morocco. I am here to represent not only Morocco, but also with our colleague from Cape Verde and our colleague from South Africa, all African countries. It is very important for us because when I follow all presentation and all programs, all activities presented in these 2 days, these activities are coordinated by the European member and also the associated countries. But few countries from Africa was involved. For this, we signed it in 2022, Holotrotic Declaration in Washington, in objective to work together. This is very important point. Morocco, Cape Verde, and South Africa are inside, but our objective is to involve other countries in the future. In our committee, we will discuss some points that we want to coordinate together. I just give you some of this proposition in objective to promote the scientific research innovation in this field, because the issue not a problem of one or two countries, but of all countries. For this, we will propose and we will discuss together in the future meeting to develop a database about project, initiative, and program existing in all countries. It's very important to disseminate this information. We will discuss also, if possible, that the countries from the south access to the infrastructure in the countries, especially in Europe and also in America. We propose also to put some mechanism to involve the private sector and the association. It's very important, not only research or teams from public institutions, but also private sector. It will be very important for us. We will also discuss possibility to set up a mobility program for our researchers, especially PhD students and researchers, and also to discuss, if possible, to set up a joint program, to launch this joint program in objective to fund a collaborative project. I profit this occasion to thank the European Commission and also our coordinator, the coordinator of Okeano project, very important initiative, Morocco, and we have some countries in this project, but we want that the European Commission launch also in the future some call project in objective to fund, to involve other countries in objective also to have more opportunity to work together in objective to promote this the scientific research in this field. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Thur. I'm the high-level board member from the United States. I have 6 or 8 technical or programmatic takeaways. I'm not going to share a single one of those with you. I'm going to instead use my time to share a reflection, which is what Aaron's rephrasing the question was about. When I reflect on these last 2 days, what comes to mind for me, the unifying component, is story. When I think back about the things that are most memorable, the things that stick out in my mind, it is because the individual sharing that shared story. And I think as we look forward to this partnership, when we look a bit more at the accountability we are going to hold ourselves to, we have to find a mechanism to share additional story, whether that be personal connections, the decision to make a lifelong career choice because of what has come out of this partnership, the difference we have made to individual communities that researchers have worked with. Those are what move individuals. I think several folks have said in some form, we act from the heart. And that is what I am most reflective of from these last 2 days. I want to take a moment to share an announcement. The United States Secretary of State Blinken announced $3 million from his department to support Atlantic Ocean observing and modeling, which was made possible because of the connections of that work with the Partnership for Atlantic Cooperation. Among other uses, these funds will be available to engage lesser developed nations in ocean observing programs. Moments ago, I would have said capacity building. I will say knowledge transfer and travel support for AORIA-related events. So we're glad to be able to make some resourcing available for broader Atlantic engagement. And then finally, I want to spend my last 30 seconds to offer a proposal. I have been truly amazed at the involvement of early career professionals in this forum. We have some recommendations before us for the high-level board to consider. I would like to put my own proposal on the table for consideration, and that is, in parallel with the high-level board statement from this fora and future fora, we consider inviting the ECOPs to issue their own statement so that we can give a forum for their voice at each forum. Thank you.
I'll be talking in a second, and it usually feels very long, so I'll just say one thing. Basically what you were saying, Steve, I was actually very moved listening to Ron and the gentleman who what do you call it, an Altai, that Jerry. You suddenly realize, as Steve was saying, that most of us are working in areas that are policy or science or organization, that the ocean is a place. It's a place where people live, and you bump into all these people and diverse and extraordinary people here. And then in one or two stories, it just brings it home to you. It's a place where people live, and it's a place where people need all of us to step up, and we're stepping up. It's incredibly impressive. When I came in the front door here, Aaron, the Natural History Museum, I felt like I belonged in one of the exhibits, But I go out completely energized by this contact with all these remarkable, particularly the young people who are here, who are giving us hope and direction, and as Steve says, who are putting it up to us to move on. So we'll come to that in a moment. But that for me was that it's a place that we're dealing with. It's not a scientific system at the end of the day.
Thank you. Yeah. So my name is Ivan. I'm from Norway. I'm representing Norway this time in the high-level board. And I'm here together with Håvard and Karin from the Institute of Marine Research and Sophia from the Embassy of Norway to Canada. What my takeaway, there's so many takeaways, but to sum up, is the importance of persistence and networks. And I mean, during these days, thanks to this wonderful conference, we've seen so many brilliant projects. And almost all of them are built on long-term work, and they're built on wide networks. And that is something that we will build on when there are new projects coming on in modeling and observation, in coastal resilience, and so on and so forth. And this wonderful display of projects can make us forget one thing, and one is that, as we all know, the challenges of the ocean are immense, and also that the number of ocean researchers is very, very limited, if you look at the numbers. So that means that one of the things that we in our area should do is basically make sure that at least there are no impediments to form the necessary networks and to work with the necessary continuity and persistence. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you for joining me on stage. And I'll just maybe add one further point before turning the floor back to Justin as our moderator. I think a number of you and a number of others in the room over the past several days have talked about how the ocean is connected, how we're all connected to the ocean, how the work of one influences the work of others. So I like to think of this community as an ecosystem itself. And so I'm really delighted to be able to announce that we're adding a partner to our ecosystem. And Yara mentioned, no, it's okay, mentioned that a few minutes ago. So Justin will be reading out a statement from Senegal. Senegal is formally joining the Alliance, and so they weren't able to join us today in person to provide their remarks, but they have provided a statement that we will, no, it's okay, the statement that they will, that we shared with the community just in a few moments, but I'm going to remind you that you'll need a headset if you're not fluent in French, because the statement was drafted in French, and we're going to read it in the language it was developed. So thank you so much. But we're going to hear from John next, so just warning that you will need a headset in a few minutes. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to let Justin decide. I'm not sure. You're welcome to come back to your chairs, I think.
Do I go now or do you go first? I think I'll go first. Yeah. It's a long statement, though. It's okay. Yeah, I know. All right, so this statements will be delivered in French. Le Sénégal exprime sa profonde gratitude et son enthousiasme sincère à l'occasion de son adhésion à cette collaboration transatlantique d'envergure. Notre nation, située au carrefour de l'Atlantique Nord et Sud, reconnaît l'importance capitale de cette initiative pour l'avenir de nos océans et de nos peuples. En tant que pays côtier avec 718 km de littoral, le Sénégal est particulièrement sensible aux enjeux océaniques. Notre participation à cette alliance témoigne de notre volonté de jouer un rôle actif dans la gouvernance mondiale des océans. Nous sommes convaincus que cette collaboration renforcera notre capacité à relever les défis complexes auxquels font face nos écosystèmes marins et côtiers. Point 2. Le Sénégal approuve sans réserve les principes fondamentaux de coopération, de durabilité et d'innovation qui sont au cœur de la déclaration transatlantique. Ces valeurs sont en parfaite adéquation avec notre vision nationale pour l'avenir des océans, telle qu'elle est définie dans notre stratégie nationale de développement durable. La coopération internationale est essentielle pour relever les défis océaniques qui transcendent les frontières nationales. Nous croyons fermement que c'est l'unique par une action concrète que nous pourrons garantir la santé et la productivité à long terme de nos océans. La durabilité est un principe directeur de notre politique maritime. Au Sénégal, nous comprenons que notre bien-être économique et social est intrinsèquement lié à la santé de nos océans. Nous nous engageons à promouvoir des pratiques qui assurent l'équilibre entre l'exploitation des ressources marines et leur préservation pour les générations futures. L'innovation, quant à elle, est la clé pour développer des solutions créatives aux défis complexes auxquels nous sommes confrontés. Le Sénégal s'engage à favoriser la recherche scientifique et le développement technologique dans le domaine maritime. Point 3. Le Sénégal dispose d'un centre de recherche océanographique de Dakar-Thiaroye, qui est la structure de référence nationale et spécialisée de l'Institut sénégalais des recherches agricoles. Il a pour mandat de contribuer au développement des secteurs de pêche maritime et continentale et de l'aquaculture. Il a une mission institutionnelle de venir en appui au ministère des Pêches, des Infrastructures maritimes et portuaires. À ce titre, le Centre contribue au développement du secteur des pêches maritimes et continentales et à l'aquaculture à travers l'amélioration des connaissances scientifiques sur les écosystèmes côtiers et marins et leurs ressources, et la création de nouvelles technologies dans les domaines de l'océanographie, des pêches et l'aquaculture. L'accompagnement des décideurs et des professionnels du secteur de la pêche et de l'aquaculture dans l'élaboration et la mise en œuvre de leurs projets, programmes, expertise, conseil, suivi scientifique. La veille scientifique dans un contexte de changement climatique et d'exploitation du pétrole et de gaz. La formation académique des étudiants et professionnels de cadres et techniciens de pêche et d'aquaculture. Le Centre dispose de 2 programmes de recherche. Le programme GEDER, Gestion durable des écosystèmes et des ressources, avec 3 thèmes de recherche qui se déclinent comme suit. 1. La préservation des écosystèmes marins et restauration des habitats critiques. 2. Accès aux ressources halieutiques et cogestion. Et 3. Élaboration et mise en œuvre des plans d'aménagement. Le programme DSE, Dynamique des systèmes d'exploitation. Les objectifs de ce programme consistent à développer des recherches autour des 3 thèmes majeurs: tactique et stratégie des acteurs, appui scientifique à la promotion de l'aquaculture et développement de produits de forte valeur ajoutée. Cette collaboration transatlantique représente une opportunité sans précédent pour le Sénégal. Elle nous permet de contribuer activement à l'élaboration d'une approche globale et intégrée de la gestion des océans, tout en bénéficiant de l'expertise et des ressources de nos partenaires internationaux. Pour un pays en développement comme le nôtre, cette alliance offre un accès précieux aux meilleures pratiques mondiales en matière de gestion des océans. Elle nous permet également de partager nos expériences uniques et nos connaissances traditionnelles, enrichissant ainsi le dialogue global sur la conservation marine. Cette collaboration renforcera notre capacité à attirer des investissements durables dans notre économie bleue, créant une opportunité d'emploi pour notre jeunesse, tout en préservant nos ressources marines. Point 4, les priorités spécifiques du Sénégal. Priorité 1, protection de la biodiversité marine. La protection de la biodiversité marine est une priorité absolue pour le Sénégal. Notre littoral abrite des écosystèmes uniques, notamment des mangroves, des récifs coralliens et des herbiers marins, qui jouent un rôle crucial dans le maintien de l'équilibre écologique de notre région. Nous nous engageons à renforcer nos aires marines protégées, à lutter contre la pollution marine et à mettre en œuvre des programmes de restauration des habitats dégradés. Nous sollicitons le soutien de nos partenaires pour développer des outils de surveillance, de gestion plus efficaces à notre biodiversité marine. Le point 2 ici, développement durable de la pêche. Le secteur de la pêche est un pilier de l'économie sénégalaise, représentant une source majeure d'emplois et de sécurité alimentaire. Cependant, nous sommes conscients des défis posés par la surpêche et la pêche. Notre priorité est de moderniser notre industrie de la pêche pour la rendre plus durable. Cela implique le développement et le renforcement de la recherche halieutique et océanographique pour permettre l'amélioration de nos systèmes de gestion des stocks de poissons, la promotion des pratiques de pêche responsables et le renforcement de la surveillance de nos eaux territoriales. Nous sollicitons la coopération de nos partenaires pour développer des techniques de pêche plus sélectives et moins destructrices, ainsi que pour améliorer la traçabilité de nos produits de la mer, sans oublier de développer des techniques d'aquaculture marine respectueuses de l'environnement comme l'alternative à la pêche. Troisième point ici, lutte contre les effets du changement climatique. Le Sénégal est particulièrement vulnérable aux effets du changement climatique, notamment l'élévation du niveau de la mer, l'érosion côtière principale, fléau de la destruction des habitations des pêcheurs autochtones et l'acidification des océans approvisionnant le milieu marin en oxygène. Ces phénomènes menacent nos communautés côtières et nos écosystèmes marins. Nous nous engageons à mettre en œuvre des stratégies d'atténuation ambitieuses. Cela inclut le développement d'infrastructures côtières résilientes et la restauration des écosystèmes naturels qui agissent comme tampons contre les tempêtes. Nous cherchons à collaborer avec nos partenaires pour améliorer notre compréhension des impacts du changement climatique sur nos océans et pour développer des solutions innovantes. Le Sénégal reconnaît l'importance cruciale de la science et de la technologie dans la gestion durable des océans. Nous nous engageons à renforcer nos capacités de recherche marine et à développer une main-d'œuvre qualifiée dans les domaines liés à la mer. Nous sollicitons le soutien de nos partenaires pour améliorer nos infrastructures de recherche, former nos scientifiques et nos techniciens et faciliter le transfert des technologies marines innovantes. Le point 5, l'engagement du Sénégal dans l'Alliance. Le Sénégal s'engage à un partenaire actif et constructif au sein de cette alliance transatlantique. Nous apportons notre perspective unique en tant que nation côtière africaine, enrichissant ainsi le dialogue et la coopération. Nous nous engageons à participer activement au forum et au groupe de travail de l'Alliance, partager nos connaissances sur l'état de nos océans, mettre en œuvre les décisions et les recommandations de l'Alliance, promouvoir les objectifs de l'Alliance au niveau régional en Afrique de l'Ouest. Et maintenant, pour conclure, vers un avenir durable pour l'Atlantique, le Sénégal est convenu que cette alliance transatlantique marque le début d'une nouvelle ère de coopération océanique. Ensemble, nous pouvons construire un avenir durable pour l'Atlantique, un avenir qui profite à tous nos peuples et à la planète entière. Nous nous engageons à travailler main dans la main avec nos partenaires pour relever les défis complexes auxquels nos océans sont confrontés. En unissant nos forces, nos connaissances et nos ressources, nous pouvons assurer que l'océan Atlantique reste une source de vie, de prospérité et d'inspiration pour les générations à venir. Le Sénégal est prêt à jouer pleinement son rôle dans cette noble entreprise. Nous sommes impatients de collaborer, d'apprendre, de contribuer à la réalisation de notre vision commune d'océan sain et productif. Merci, Sénégal. Now I got to switch back to English, so welcome back, Aaron. For John, it's John. I'm welcoming John to the stage.
Merci Justin et bienvenue au Sénégal. Et au Sénégal, l'Alliance transatlantique pour la recherche et l'innovation océanique et nos chers collègues canadiens. And if you're really bold, I'll continue in French. My colleagues in France, they have a special interpreter to go from my French into French. But that was great. And to have a new colleague on the block like Senegal, who has such a considered view as to what they want from this partnership is extraordinarily welcome and indeed humbling. So before Aaron liberates us all into the wild, thank you, Aaron and Andy and Justin and David and all the team from DFO from Canada for looking after us so well. It has been a long journey to get us all here. It has been a tremendous experience, so thank you very much on behalf of all of our colleagues on the board. Thank you. So look, I'm here because I don't know, do you hand over the Alti or something? That would be a good way, maybe we should institute that. I'm not sure I'd wear it quite as elegantly as the person who volunteered here the other day, but it is remarkable. I will only say a few things you'd be glad to hear. Although we're in this desperate decade of decision, we're halfway through the decade, what you see and hear from everybody here is there is extraordinary work going on and has been going on. As Ivan said earlier on, we're building on a lot of work that is there that's happening here because we've moved from being an alliance into being a community. That's what I felt here in the last few days, and that is down to your hosting and the extraordinary energy of people. For the European Union next year, 2025, we will welcome you all in October. We would like to see a few things happen. We want to see really a lot of attention given to the polar regions. I think you'd like that, would you? Will you be back at that stage? Yeah? You can bring your icebreaker to Brussels. It's probably possible by then, the way things are going with the AMOC. Anyway, we'd like to concentration on polar, southern oceans, Arctic, Antarctic. We would also like to build on the work that's been done here. I think a really strong message from Steve and others here is this extraordinarily defining nature of this community of practice is the intergenerational connection, where actually we started off thinking this is a place where we want to, whatever the word is, grow knowledge with the next generation, and we're actually learning ourselves each and every moment. So there's two things I want to say to those of you in the ECOP community. Number one, the board had a serious listen to what you're saying in these 6 policy briefings. We will respond on the 6 policy briefings, and we will do what we can, number one, to take them on board. And as Steve has said, we're going to, I think that's a great idea, we need to find a way of giving you the space, certainly when we organise ourselves in Brussels, in a structured way, for you to organise and for you to respond, because after all, this is your ocean that you're taking on. I think the other thing from our point of view of the European Union, we will do what we can. You'll see in the statement that's been very carefully drafted, that we have to find a way of turning what is a project-based emerging community of people into something which is more programmatic and long-term. We need to work out how to do that and find it an easy way for all the different actors who are providing ECOPs to be easily supported, make it easier for different parts of this Atlantic to bring more people like you from different parts of the world around the ocean to this. So that's something we will work on this and we will respond to you on that, because intergenerationality of this, I think, is fundamental to getting the acceleration that we need and the scaling and the dissemination of whatever way we call this knowledge to the different corners of the ocean. I think Andrea was talking about this. We need to be more inclusive, and that was really striking to me the whole way through. You know, generationally, in terms of where people's cultures and backgrounds, it's been really striking. We need to do more of that, and we need to give more space and time to that. So the work on diversity, equity, and inclusion is something we really need to take more seriously and that means widening the alliance also. We always talk about the deep here, but we need to widen the alliance. I think Gideon said it today, there's a hell of a lot of Atlantic countries who are not in this community. And you have to help us to work out how do we do this, because it's not like joining the UN, and it's a different kind of community. So how do we do that? How do we work with Africa? Abdoulaye, you were talking earlier on about the West African countries. How do we work with the Caribbean community? You know, Trinidad, you have an opportunity there to be the voice. But we will find a way of doing it, but we can't do it in the usual way because we're not an institution. We don't all have huge amounts of resources. We have to do something like this at the right moment in time and meet the community and then change to be part of that. So we need to be more inclusive, which we are doing, and I think we need to deliver. There's been fantastic talk. If you look at the projects, I think Murray was showing the Atlas and the I-Atlantic initiative, and what has come out of that, and how it's foundational, how it is changing things. We need to keep delivering, and we need to show to our political masters and the people who are representing the taxpayers why what you're doing is critical and essential and needs to be made structural. And it's not some kind of exotic, you know, that science is for Christmas and not for life kind of approach you get in some places at this point in time. And to do that, we need to make sure that what we say we're going to do, we do, and we do well, and we do it together. So we started talking today about coastal resilience, which has been part of a long discussion. And we need to align our forces. This is not a big bureaucratic machine. And we need the coastal resilience initiatives to work for the people who are most vulnerable, and for the ocean observation, the extraordinary ambition that's there, that we work out quickly. What does it look like? What does the destination look like? The fit-for-purpose ocean observation systems, I have been reminded to use, not the word system as such. But we need to deliver on that. And then we need to look to the future. You'll see in our statement we're talking about how do we focus on a few things and do them well. So there's an idea to look at how do we look at the issues on food from the sea. How do we look at, you know, the issues around marine carbon, direct removals? There's lots of, you know, really structurally important scientific issues. We need to find a way of looking at them here and bringing added value in the way in which we work here. So there's a lot to do. There's lots of other ideas that are there, which we will do. But we have to focus on a few things and deliver and show people that we deliver. So when we get together here, we actually have the space and time to really have an impact. And last but not least, we need to convene. So we will have an event in Brussels probably. It could be on the coastline by then, you never know the way things are going. No, this is just black humor. In Brussels in October next year. We would like, if possible, to begin with a ministerial political level session. And we will co-create that with you. I mean, who knows who anybody's got as their political departmental leads. It can be quite complicated in this area. But to get political attention for what has been done, what is happening, what needs to be done, how it can answer some of their questions, and how it can bring us together to do things quickly and better than otherwise. We will also concentrate on this intergenerational issue and give you the space, as Steve was saying. And then we have to, last but not least, the work that's going on here, you know, you need to bring it to the other places that you're going, your communities of practice. There's the UNOC 3 in Nice next year. There's a coastal resilience seminar. There is work in our mission ocean. I think we now need to have coherence between the Atlantic, Arctic Lighthouse and the mission of Europe and what we're doing here, align the efforts that are there in some way. But bring the work and bring what you're hearing here to where you work and involve people and rallies. So there we go. We've gone from being a research alliance to being a research community. It was Ron who was talking about reconnecting. The relationship with the ocean starts with a relationship between people and the ocean, and I think we've made a big step forward on that. Science in the end, as I said the other day, it's nature's diplomacy. You know, it's the idea of the chair is great, but somebody has to speak up for the ocean, and that's what you're doing in a very impressive and orderly way. And we need to find a language that people can understand so they can hear what it is that the ocean needs from us, just as we need everything from the ocean. And last but not least, in this age of, I mean, anxiety is not a policy, but in this age of anxiety, to take courage from what we've been experiencing here for the last few days, which is really inspiring and energizing. Science must give courage to politics, hope to citizens, space to innovators, and respite to nature. And have a lovely evening on the Elgin Street Diner. Thank you.
Thank you for the inspiring remarks, Dr. John. So this brings a close to the forum. I would like to express how much I enjoyed being your MC. Hopefully I did a good job. And I extend a heartfelt thank you. I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to all the participants, keynote speakers, special guests, amazing folks, smart people, inspiring people. Science needs a voice, and this is it. This is all of you. So safe travels, everyone. Bon voyage, and see you next time.